What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having a good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. It is January 5th, Monday, just for another hour, I guess, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how I perceive it. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat, that's a lot to say, and I'm thirsty. YouTube has no bass? What? Wait, Twitch has better sound quality? I wonder what's going on there. I'm gonna have to ask my tech friends if they know, if they have any idea, any hypothesis. Any tech friends in chat? I forgot some of you know tech better than I do, probably. Oh my god. Yeah, what could be going on with, what is it, like the ingest? Is that what you call it? Twitch's ingest or something? There's the I'm trying to remember all the processes that happen when I stream. Usually, like, the processes to me are like I hit go live and I start streaming. Old Bernie clip relevant now. Yeah, I saw that. Actually, whose was it? I think Keith Edwards has got that on his channel. Is that the one where he's teaching at the school without, what is it called? The school without walls? It's like from the 90s or something. It looks like the Breakfast Club, but Bernie's instead of been, wait, is the Breakfast Club, is that the one with the guy that's, no, that's Ferris Bueller. Chat, I gotta admit, I got my 80s music, 80s movies and 80s music mixed up. I get it mixed up. I don't know. Yeah, the Ferris Bueller is the one with the guy that is like, cause he's like Bueller, and he's not there cause he's having an adventure or something in a sports car, maybe. I don't know. With the Sausage King of Chicago, what the fuck is up with that movie? What's your favorite, anyone in chat, your favorite Chicago movie? That's a Chicago movie, right? Wait, how come all the Chicago movies I can think of are like in the 80s? Was Chicago cool in the 80s? He's lip syncing to Twist and Shout. Home Alone? Is that in Chicago? Why did I think it was New York? Oh no, wait, maybe. Is it the sequel that's in New York? What's the one with Donald Trump? Doesn't he go under Donald Trump's legs or something? Trains, Planes, and Automobiles? So there's some unfinished business from yesterday. And also unfinished is my quest to start the stream earlier. I was going to, chat, but I could not rekindle like the magic of yesterday that had me in the most productive mood that I've... Twitch. Did I go down on Twitch? Yeah. We're back. I don't know why I'm saying it like, Trump falls asleep. Trump falls asleep. Wait, what? Did YouTube ever like drop? Did YouTube drop? Or sorry, did YouTube dropped? I know that. Did Twitch drop is what I'm trying to ask. The USA is fucking with Germany and forcing them not to ban the AFD. Is there a movement? Were they going to ban the AFD? I'm kind of surprised considering that they do seem to be Nazis. That hasn't happened. I thought Germany had very strict rules about Nazis. Wait, I don't see anything. Your graphic. Oh, thank you. Says Trump falls asleep. Yeah, well, we did that yesterday. You are correct. The lower third. Thank you. I'm just, oh my god. I just wanted, I was having multiple things going on at once, right? You were talking about the lower third, which indeed does need to be changed. I was talking about the F that we had in chat over on Twitch. Or sorry, over on fucking YouTube. I'm getting it backwards constantly. YouTube F'd. YouTube dropped out. I was just making sure that Twitch didn't do the same. The screen usually turns green for me here, but did it do that time? I don't know if Twitch dropped. I just came here. YouTube was buffering. Okay. So you came after the drop. Yeah, it was pretty quick. Anyway, chat, I'm not trying to make this you know, a whole tech discussion stream because I know that's boring and that's not what you're here for. We got to talk some more about this Venezuela thing because the rabbit hole keeps getting deeper. All right, we do also have, let's see, Alex Jones and Candace Owens. I think actually the lower third thing would help me if I fixed that. We are talking with chat and we are going to be not Trump falls asleep. Wow. Did it really say Trump falls asleep on both sides? I fell asleep, apparently. Asleep at the wheel. Anyway, here we go. Is that clear what I'm talking about here? Was the VP Flores? Wait, no. Flores is I'm getting the first lady and the VP mixed up. What is the VP's name? But was the VP in on it, right? This is the question that we have to ask. I don't know if we're gonna answer it today, but I have got an interesting interview from Breaking Points with a somebody who apparently has studied kind of the Chavistas, right? The larger like Bolivarian movement in Venezuela, and thinks that they have some insight on exactly what went on in Venezuela. Because the part that doesn't make sense to me, the part that I don't think Twitch dropped, nice. And also thank you for letting me know about those lower thirds. But yeah, the thing that seems weird is how the Delta Force was able to get into where they got, without more conflict, right? And the one explanation would be if the vice president was working with the Trump administration. And it now does seem like the vice president is working with the Trump administration in... wait, actually, chat, have I had music that was way too loud this whole time? It's only slightly too loud, but it is too loud. I think that's better. Machado about to coup, that's a possibility, right? That's a possibility. So what Trump has said is that Machado didn't have the support that would have been needed in order to, for the United States to back Machado. And that things have been worked out with the VP to basically give Trump what Maduro was offering him, right? The situation that he's got now is really similar to the things that Maduro was willing to give in on, right? In terms of the oil industry and in terms of the influence of other rival nations in Venezuela. Delcia Rodriguez, yes, is who the name I'm trying to call forth from the murky ponds of my of my befogged brain or something like that. Person elected is Edmundo. Oh, yes. Okay. So, yeah. Edmundo. Oh my gosh. What is his fucking last name? I know who you're talking about. That supposedly won the election. The last election where Maduro claimed victory, even though a lot of people are disputing that. A lot of people don't recognize him as the president of Venezuela because Guaido was a while ago, right? Guaido, it's Machado is playing the same role that Guaido used to play now, like except Guaido would run around the country pretending to be president, which I guess is a little bit different. But there aren't a lot of people disputing anything. I haven't seen a lot of agreement on the veracity of the electoral results. However, I will point out that the United States has used, its supposedly neutral institutions. I'm trying to remember the one to dispute elections that were actually valid. So, it's not. Speaking of Machado, apparently she fucked around and found out she committed the sin of accepting a Nobel Prize. Yeah. Which should have been Donald Trump's, and now Trump. Well, she dedicated it to him, and also them giving it to her is almost like almost like they were in a tight situation. They were in a like they were getting pressure maybe from multiple sources, right? And they didn't want to give in and throw it to Trump, especially considering that, the things that he was trying to take credit for and lobbying. I don't think anybody lobbies for the Nobel Peace Prize except for a fucking maniac narcissist like Donald Trump, right? He's like, I've never heard of anybody else being like that. I should get the, yeah, it's a weird thing. You get the Nobel Peace Prize, you say, oh, thank you so much. This means a lot, I thank you for this recognition, right? You don't just be like, I deserve that Nobel Peace Prize. Please give it to me. Yeah, Trump, he just lives in a world where he's never been said no to. I've seen the theory that Maduro was in on it. I've seen that one too. I kind of love that theory because it makes world politics into WWE wrestling. Which Donald is very on brand for Donald Trump, but no, I don't think that Maduro was in on it, right? He is not in a place that, I mean, that like a ton of people died. This wasn't just like a, Maduro being like, oh no, you got me, right? And everybody just surrenders, right? Maduro is definitely, he and his wife are, potentially in danger of being railroaded. They've talked about moving the trial to Miami. I wonder why they might want to do that. I wonder why they might want to procure a jury from Miami, right? But yeah, we're gonna look into some of that because I find it really interesting. I find it the most interesting thing, and she's given really mixed signals, in terms of right after the event happened, she said that there is only one president in Venezuela, and it is Nicolas Maduro. And then I think a day later, she was talking about working with the United States to secure peace for the country. So, either she's going to work with them or, they're going to put more pressure on her to leave. So, but it is interesting to see, what appears to be her talking out of both sides of her mouth. And despite what you might have seen, the other thing I want to go over is this. Have you seen the AI slop of Venezuelans celebrating the invasion of their country, the kidnap? Have you seen the fucking AI slop out there? There's a shit ton of AI or repurposed, like, older videos proclaiming to be, this is the Venezuelan people, in just exultation of like, finally we are free from the evil tyrant Maduro. And everything that I've seen about the actual situation, the actual mood in Venezuela, it strikes a very different tone. I don't think any, South American nation is going to have people that are just stridently joyous over, intervention, particularly from the United States, considering the track record that the United States has. Delcy has to say that as a politician. Plus it does seem like she may be between a rock and a hard place. Yeah. She is being threatened by Donald Trump's political cult. Okay. They do that. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem to be kayfabe, as much as I love that idea, right? And Donald Trump, in so many ways, is the kayfabe president. So never stop crafting theories that maybe some shit that Donald Trump is doing isn't real, or whoever his supposed foe isn't in on it. I mean, that could absolutely happen. That would be totally on brand for Trump. The one guy from Microsoft is personally offended by the term AI slop. Don't need AI slop to find actual oh yeah, well no, there are Venezuelans so yeah, you're gonna see American Venezuelans, right, being especially in places like Miami, massively supporting the kidnapping of Maduro. That is true, and I'm sure that there's people in Venezuela who feel the same way. But what I'm saying is that there's been a shit ton of content pushed out on Elon's platform which purports to be, you know, joyous celebrations in Venezuela, and then you look at the flag and it's got, why is the American flag embedded in the, like, I mean, you know, there's obvious signs of AI, and that's what's being spread at a massive volume. I do think Trump is, well, yeah, Trump is trying to, well, okay, so what Trump is trying to avoid, I think, is instability. And Eric says, I do think Trump is trying to avoid a full-scale invasion. That would be a huge disaster all around. Yeah. I mean, like, at least maybe that lesson, people, the lesson that you don't want a long-term occupation against an insurgency in a you know, in terrain that is definitely not favorable to the occupiers, right? That is a classic recipe for disaster, for an American military disaster. And I would hope that at least, you know, even people like Trump have some sense of that. Yeah, so my understanding is it's that, you know, they could displace the government, right? They could, you know, use force, basically. But if they did, then they'd have to kind of rebuild it. They'd have their fingerprint. I mean, they already, let's be real, they have their fingerprints on it, all right? They can't get out of, like, you can't kidnap a you know, a president and be like, hey, well, you know, if the you know, ensuing, if chaos, you know, comes from this, it's not our fault because we didn't have boots on the ground, right? But what they don't want is, you know, a long, you know, occupation that you know, turns very negative, like turns public opinion even more against Trump. Nadia Yvette, I don't think Trump is calculating in these terms. I don't think he really cares about the USA suffering military disasters, which would be profitable for the defense contractors anyway. True, but Trump does care about his reputation, his, you know, how he's thought, his legacy. He's an egomaniac, yeah. He cares most about that. That's why he puts his name on everything. He's like trying to force history to remember him. When he puts his name on stuff, it's straight up like, I don't want to like compare it to the Shelley poem, but you know, it's him trying to proclaim his greatness to the ages, and that shit does not age well. Just ask Ozymandias. Yeah, exactly. You know where I was going with that, Nadia. I don't think Trump has enough of a mind left. He's probably willing participant in various sorts of kayfabe and publicity posturing. Well, you know, we might see some of that too today if we get we've got Clavicular on bonus content, right? And Clavicular has just been left on, been either dumped or been dumped by his girlfriend on stream, I guess. And I'm wondering at this point, considering that I covered that freaking car, you know, that clavicular manslaughter attempt that he did, running over that guy with his Cybertruck, and I feel like that story just, you know, made his, that story just got him into more places, right? I feel like Clavicular really uses it really does feel like there's like engineered controversies that he is leaning into heavily. Okay, what is this? Microsoft CEO says people need to get beyond calling it slop. I'm guessing this is a news article, Garby. Microsoft's Nadella wants us to stop thinking of AI as slop. A couple of weeks ago, Merriam West, hey, I'd like to stop thinking of streaming as slop, but I'm not going to say that I'm putting as much research into every hour of stream as like a detailed video essayist is putting into an hour of their video, right? Let's be real. Let's call slop a slop, I guess. A couple of weeks ago, after Merriam-Webster named slop the word of the year, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella weighed in on what to expect from AI in 2026 in his classic intellectual style. That sounds like it's written by AI. Come on, TechCrunch, have you got me an AI article? In his classic intellectual style, Nadella, also kind of glazing this guy. Nadella wrote on his personal blog that he wants us to stop thinking of AI as slop and start thinking of it as bicycles for the mind. What? Okay, I get it. You can travel further, faster, with the same amount of energy on a bicycle than you can walking someplace. That's what he's trying to say? You're just gonna hop on your AI bicycle and your brain power, your creative process, it's gonna go further. It's gonna be like on a like if you step on a pad of butter on a hot grill and you just like slide across the grill, right? You're just gonna it's gonna make things easy, right? That's all. You should appreciate AI, honestly, right? Or a better metaphor might even be like a e-bike, right? You know, you live at the top of at the top of a hill, and you work at the bottom of the hill, and you could pedal up that. It's really fun to ride your bike down the hill, but then, you know, every day you've got to pedal your bike back up. Now, you know, the e-bikes, you know, energy engages and kind of makes it easier for you. Anyway, I see what he's trying to say here. I'm not sure I'm buying it. That's not how I've seen AI work in practice. It is more like a scooter, like a Gatsby. You remember the Gatsby with Ethan Klein and his crew, right? The Gatsby scooter, they bought these like luxury scooters and then raced them around and did like bumper car shit with them. Like I think of it more like the Gatsby for somebody that doesn't have a mobility issue, right? If you buy a scooter and you don't need it, I mean, does that make, you know, does that make everything easier? Yeah, I guess so. But you know, or maybe depriving yourself of some exercise, and that could have negative effects. Anyway, let's get back to the article here. Bicycles for the mind. Wow. He wrote a new concept that evolves bicycles of the mind such that we always... Did he ask AI, like, what am I going to call this, right? Like, and the AI is like, bicycles of the mind. It's like a bicycle for your mind. Mindsicle. He wrote a new concept that involves bicycles for the mind such that we always think of AI as the scaffolding for human potential versus a substitute. Okay, so that it replaces the minutia. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't get in the way of the creative process. I mean, says you. He continued, we need to get beyond the argument of slop versus sophistication. This is just an asshole AI tech bro, I feel like, that wants to, like, he's mad that there is anybody that doesn't like like running into his creation, that that it's taken on a negative connotation, a low quality connotation. He's like, no, but it's all, it's advanced, right? No, it's defective most of the time, right? That's the real problem I find with AI. And look, you make a calculation, maybe sometimes you're doing the kind of task where like a little bit of defective is okay, is like, you know, it's useful for the time you save, right? But most of the time, you're at least going to need to hit whatever AI makes with quality control, with a human eye, to make sure that it's not, you know, doing something that is embarrassing, right? And that's my concern, is that people lose the embarrassment of turning in inferior, you know, work, using AI, right? That, you know, at least you gotta admit that's like, all right. He continued, we need to get beyond the argument of slop versus sophistication and develop a new equilibrium in terms of the theory of the mind that accounts for humans being equipped with these new cognitive amplifier tools that we relate to each other. If you parse those syllables, you may see that he's not only urging everyone to stop thinking of AI-generated content as slop, but he also wants the tech industry to stop talking about AI as a replacement for humans. He hopes the industry will... Okay. Yeah. I mean, good luck, dude. Good luck. Best of luck. Not having AI consider it slop. It's cognitive assistance, yeah. But anyway, yeah, we gotta talk about the vice president. We gotta talk about the AI slop that is on display on Twitter and many such sites. You know, creating happy Venezuelans that don't exist in the Iraq War, chat. And I showed you some of this. There were happy Iraqis. There were Iraqis. Oh, ill communication. I gotta mention something. Thank you for the follow, right? We are so damn close. We are so damn close to 5,000 followers. So it's a good time to follow. Anyone who follows in the next, you know, day or so, you might be number 5,000. And that's a special feeling somehow, because you got the big round number. Oh yeah, Grok has been, yeah. So apparently Grok has got the ability to just like strip any photo, as in represent the person in the photo as if they were naked. That's a thing now. People responding to Twitter threads, for instance, with a nude version of the OP. Yeah, when it comes to minors, that's apparently there was no limit. Now, Grok has been making weird public, like Grok has been making tweets, right? I didn't realize that Grok tweets, but apparently it does, right? And, you know, it's like, we're ever so sorry for the horrible violation visited on people by, you know, we did not have Grok's, you know, we didn't have the guardrails in place, basically. Don't worry, it'll never happen again. But, you know, it will happen again, right? This is just like... On X, people are using Grok to make... Yeah. Well, God, I mean... From what I've heard, people are basically producing, you know, tomfoolery's dream. By which I mean, this is a Twitch streamer who got banned for advocating for digital, CSAM replacement to be made in order to do harm reduction for minor attracted persons, right? And was like, why did I get banned for that? Yeah, I wonder, Tom, I wonder. But this is what he wanted, right? You know, this is computer generated I mean, the only difference is that like this is doing it to real people, right? So not exactly. Grok apologized. Yeah, not Elon. Elon said, "Oh, based." Just like Asmongold said based to this war. You know who else said based to this war? Nick Fuentes. Nicholas J. Merriweather Fuentes, right? Also on board with the Trump invasion into Venezuela, accusing people who are not on that side with having too much sympathy for brown people, and yeah, really turning on the issue of Palestine as well. If you had any confusion that maybe there was like a human emotion buried in there for the victims of the genocide in Gaza, and Nick's opposition to Israel, it's not there. It's not. He specifically forbade it, and about a good portion of his community seems to be in disagreement with him. They don't like they were serious when they said they didn't want wars. So I don't know, chat. Is this gonna break Nick Fuentes? Who knows? Is Asmongold a person? That's a good question. He could be AI. He could be maybe AI. They tried to, like, Asmongold was like the best they could get with AI. They can try to approximate a human, but they can't quite get there. Is it a chemical? I mean, it sounds like maybe even a alchemical term. He has 5 roaches in a human suit. Nice. Oh my god, no effects. This isn't about Maduro. What do we know about Saddam Hussein? I heard he's a bad guy too, no effects. Do you think that maybe the Bush administration was justified to go into Iraq, right? After all, Saddam Hussein was a bad guy. How do we know he was a bad guy? Because he was our bad guy back in the day against Iran, right? I mean, this is just the easiest trap to get sucked into. Like taking the side of the U.S. State Department because their target was no saint, and no, he was no saint. In fact, if you look at the charges that are going up against Maduro, he was Scarface. Did you see what they charged him with, right? It's like narco-terrorism, narco-trafficking, and conspiracy to possess machine guns. Like, it seriously sounds like Maduro, like the Delta Force came in there and he was like, say hello to my little friend, and just like spraying dudes, right? But no, apparently he was trying to get into the safe room when they got him, right? He was trying to get into like some kind of iron door into like a hardened facility of some kind, and he was not able to close the door. But no, I mean, a lot of people, I am not a Venezuelan expert. However, I've heard a lot of different opinions on Maduro, and I think one consensus I can give you is that he is not, he's not the best vessel the Bolivarian movement could have had, right? Yeah, because like right now they're trying to use Maduro and his his sins, right, his him being a bad dude as justification for Trump being a bad dude. And again, what is one of the main ways that they criticize Maduro for being a bad dude? He overstayed his electoral mandate. He lost the election supposedly, and stayed in power anyway. By claiming, basically he is a more successful version of Donald Trump. I wonder if that plays into him Trump hating this guy, right? He got away with what Trump and Bolsonaro failed to do, right? I mean, if the election was somehow rigged in favor of Maduro, as they claim. Scarface was completely made up. The gangsterismo in Cuba are entirely foreign and, in fact, imported from the USA, primarily NYC mobsters. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what's ridiculous about it. They're talking about Maduro like he is a movie character, or I mean, even a stereotype. Let's go one further, right? They're just, and they told Hugo Chavez this as well. Exactly. He's no Hugo Chavez. Oh my god. I'm sorry, chat. This shit is too good. It looks like I'm eating an apple, but if you look at it closer, it's like a pear-bottomed apple, and it's really none of these things. It's like a separate fruit. Yeah, Bebop. There's so many examples of this, right? There's so many examples of, you know, foreign rulers that have done, like, you want to talk about a guy that ordered Khashoggi to be, you know, bone sawed into little pieces and taken out of the embassy, right? That is a guy that was recently in the White House having dinner, I believe, with Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and the rest of the tech bros. I don't hear anybody calling for the, you know, kidnapping of MBS. Netanyahu, god damn, there's so many examples, right? But yeah, we also got to cover the, okay, so what are we going to cover today? We're gonna get a little insight, as much as we can, on what's going on in Venezuela, like, right, who potentially inside the Maduro government might have played a role in allowing this to happen to him, and the attempt at propaganda to change the polls, because chat, the polls that I've seen, the early polls on do you want war with Venezuela or not, I mean, there's a bunch of like undecided, there's a bunch of like I don't know, but it's like 45% no to, I don't know, 20-something% yes. So yeah, it's not a popular war, no matter what. But they're going to try to, you know, they're going to try to use these bots to make you feel like it really is, and also to make you feel like there is more like overwhelming support from Venezuelans, right? So that if you're against this, you're silly. Look at how happy the people of Venezuela are, right? And yes, I'm sure there's some Venezuelans that are, you know, very happy about a leftist like a leftist government being, you know, now under the control of the United States, right? But for a lot of people, the fact that the government is in Venezuela, the fact that the government is in control, the United States has got this leverage on the new government is not gonna benefit them, right? And again, you know, even to the extent that there is celebration, right? That there was like real, you know, unhappiness with Maduro. We've got pictures of celebrations of Saddam Hussein being toppled, right? So even that doesn't necessarily indicate like a good result. But yeah, they're gonna do everything that they can with AI and with bots to make people feel like, well, like, I mean, look what happened with the Johnny Depp thing, right? Apparently, the reason that all of a sudden it felt like everybody was on Johnny Depp's side was because Johnny Depp paid for bots, apparently, right? I don't know. I didn't follow the court proceedings. I don't know much about the situation. I don't really have a strong opinion on it. just because it never really interested me. But I was interested by the fact that, you know, his PR team apparently went to town for him, right? And it kind of makes me, you know, that and the just propensity of you know, Twitter and Reddit and other sites like this to be botted. Yeah, no people, exactly, Magenta, no people is a monolith. We got to get going though, because we got a lot to cover. We didn't get a chance to cover the Destiny and Asmongold controversy, the battle between the two, the back and forth, and the interesting little moments where Destiny accuses Asmongold of doing things that he himself is actually guilty of. So, you know, it's fun for the whole family. There, we got to cover that. We got to cover the Alex Jones, Candace Owens thing, because that was bonus content from yesterday, and I owe you that. And then, why am I thinking that there's something else? I mean, maybe bonus content for today. That could be a thing. That can be a thing. Look, we're at 0 out of 100 right now on the bonus content. I don't even have a butterfly goal up. Let me go ahead and put one up. All right, butterfly goal, 10 super chats in the next 3 hours. Can we do it? Put a butterfly in my hair. The day before yesterday, we were within one. We almost got there. We were within one super chat of putting a butterfly in my hair. There it is. Hair. If I can spell hair correctly. There we go. Okay. Boom. There it is. So yeah, if we can get 10 super chats of the teal variety or higher, then we will be able to put a butterfly in my hair. The other thing I need to do is grab this. Here we go. Okay, and we got our bonus content poll right here. Look at that. This is bonus content. So yeah, I programmed the first half of the stream, and you have the ability to program the second half of the stream. Butterfly chat in honor of my butterfly caterpillar children, or caterpillar children in general. So thank you for that. Getting us started. That's 1 out of 1 out of 10 on the butterfly goal, and I gotta add up some things. That says 1, and then yo, Crotchy, thank you for the gifted membership to Magenta. Wow, Magenta, how did that happen? I think, chat, I think it's a roll of the dice. When you give somebody a membership, I don't think you get to be like, I want to gift this person the membership. I think it's like a roll of the dice, right? So Magenta just super chatted, and then Crotchy just gifted us a membership, and it happened to go to Magenta. I don't know. Maybe you broke the algorithm. FTW all day with the 5 gifted memberships. Drea Dreaming, you just got weaseled. Random Eyeliner, you just got weaseled. Moxie Tuxie Cat, you just got weaseled. Aggressive Progressive, that's a cool name. You just got weaseled. Learn Jade, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Okay, so if I think we're at 21. I think that's what I'm looking for. The number is 21. I also got to make sure that I stay hydrated. I have found that I always end up like not drinking enough water. But you can gift them on purpose. Anyway, so of the bonus content that we've got today, you get to vote on it, right? You get to vote on it in YouTube chat. And right now, it looks like 39% of you, 36 of you have voted so far. 39% of you are voting for Clavicular's girlfriend leaving him. Yeah, that happened apparently. Maybe, I don't know. I guess we can watch it and try to figure out if this guy is just like a complete, you know, scripted, like kayfabe drama guy, or is it like, you know, I mean, it's understandable, it's believable, right? It's not like a oh my gosh, Clavicular's girlfriend left him. I mean, she didn't want to live with a guy that's on like steroids and meth and all kinds of shit. It's wild. But anyway, that's in first place at 39%, and second place at 25%. We have majority report with Vivek defends JD Vance's wife, right? So JD Vance's wife has become a target. Usha Vance has become a target for racist American firsters and Fuentes fans and Groypers and the like in the right wing. And he's just been... JD doesn't really defend her because he just doesn't want to be seen as being against those far-right forces, right? Vivek has picked up the gauntlet, picked up the medal to defend the honor of Usha, maybe. And the majority report has that for us. And then we got Mr. Beast caught in a Gamergate situation in Minecraft. I don't know if people know about this, right? I don't really know about this. I follow some Minecraft accounts, but I don't really... haven't been paying attention to Mr. Beast has been doing more and more Minecraft events. And this is a big event. We're talking about 1,000 girls and 1,000 guys simulating civilization as somehow what the Minecraft meta has evolved into. But with Mr. Beast, the event got hacked, right? So a lot of the oh my gosh, chat, I just realized that we are not on necessarily music that's going to be friendly to copyright. Where the fuck? Where do I go from here? Oh, it's, yeah. Usha knows who she's married to and has children with. I don't wish your empathy on her. I mean, I don't feel sorry for right-wingers. I mean, other than the fact that just like as a human. Okay, so anyway, we got that. We got MR covering Vivek Ramaswamy defending JD Vance's wife because he won't. And then we got Destiny talking about collabing with Bosch. It's a short video. I don't know who's interested in this. Let me actually check. Is it in last place? Yes, it's in last place. Okay, nobody cares. No, Destiny, Vosh, nobody cares. Nobody cares. They're lonely, right? These are two big content creators, formerly huge forces on the left, right? Destiny, probably, you know, in the first half of the first Trump administration, was taken as a leftist in some way. It seems wild considering it now, but yeah, so at some point he was seen as somewhat of a hero for debating the likes of well, Nick Fuentes, actually, amongst others, right? I think debated Lauren Southern, debated, like, you know, even who was it, Kara Chats, when Kira was like right wing back in the day. I mean, just like debated like every right winger you can think of from like the anti-SJW days of YouTube. Destiny debated and embarrassed, and people thought of him as, I don't know, somewhat of a hero, right? He even seemed like he was curious. He was like, you know, socialism curious, right? When he collabed with Hasan, and then well, the rest is history, right? He is now known as a not even a lolicon. enjoyer. That, yeah, that's Vosh, but like he's known as a DMer of minors, and you know, just the sharer of explicit images of people, you know, that he's been with against their will, right? He's Epsteiny now, right? And Vosh is, yeah, just reduced to his porn folder, right? Which is a folder that contains what appear to be underage anime girls and AI horses. Why the AI? I'm sorry, I don't mean to be like, I sound like I'm just a hater, right? I sound like I'm just harping on this, right? I'm just wondering, specifically for, you know, erotic enjoyment, right? If that's what he is deriving, right? There's so much wrong with it other than the AI chat, but I'm just like, you would think that, like, he's an artist. You'd think he'd want not AI stuff, right? Yeah, it was the short stack goblin. So anyway, they're off in their own universes. They're still decently sized, you know, content creators, right? They're not like, you know, hurting for money or anything like that. You know, they're still fairly large, but they just like, they don't do, you know, nobody wants to talk to them. Nobody wants to talk to them, like, other than like certain orbiters, right? Including one who was also got a reputation for, what was it? Oh my God. Saying that her therapist told her to look at Lolicon for therapy. Anyway, I don't even want to touch that with a you know, 16-foot pole, right? I don't want to have anything to do with the Destiny orbit these days. It's just scary, right? But so yeah, Destiny apparently reminiscing about the old days. He misses Vosh, and if only Vosh would say that everything bad I ever said about you, Destiny, was a lie, Destiny would be willing to have him back and do a collab, which would make them both a lot of money. But I don't think I don't think Vosh's door is necessarily open. Anyway, we'll take a look at that. If we end up picking that, it doesn't look like it's likely that we will, because Clavicular's girlfriend leaving him seems to be the thing that is in first place right now. But yeah, like I said, I programmed the first half of the stream. You get to choose the second half of the stream. If this meter gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and cover one of these subjects. I'm also gonna cover, don't let me forget, the Alex Jones and Candace Owens thing, because I owe you that. How do you vote for the Vivek thing on YouTube? Right, you can vote on YouTube. Looks like how many of you have? 38 of you have voted so far. When you're voting, make sure to hit that like button, which I'm assuming is somewhere close to the vote button. I don't know, you might have to look around, but it's worth it. It's worth your while to hit that like button. It helps me out a lot, and even though you're just one person with one thumb, we put all our thumbs together, we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and push my content out there to a wider audience, and I would really appreciate your help in that. So thank you to everybody who's doing that. So yeah, you get you can vote on YouTube, on the YouTube stream. nocommentchick on YouTube. Sorry, I can't put it on Twitch as well, but Twitch's polls kind of suck. And then the other way that you can affect, or well, the other way that you can affect the poll is when you donate, and that's what makes this number right here go up, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships, if you're supporting me on Throne or on Patreon, or if you're supporting me on Twitch, then you can let me know in the chat which topic that you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is, turning your donation into a percentage, which I'll add right up here. And at the end of the stream, I'll add the votes together with the, you know, numbers, with the bonus numbers from donations, and we'll see what we get. You can also vote for, hey, I would like no influence of donations on the stream, and that is Vox Populi. If you're just like, you know, actually should be the voters, right? I'm donating, but I don't want to mess with the poll, and I just want the voters to get what they want, because I'm gonna a good mood today or whatever, right? You can donate and you can say Vox Populi. Or you can put more pressure on me to do a gaming stream, as I already owe you 2. God damn, Chad, I gotta make that up to you. I owe you 2 gaming streams. Fallout New Vegas, Soul Hackers. We gotta make that happen at some point. But you can also say video game if you wanna add to the mountain, the boulder pushing me towards more gaming streams. Anyway, chat, with that, oh my god. We need to get going. We really do. So, oh wait, I need to thank my Patreons first. I feel like I have vocal fry today. I don't know what's up with my voice. I didn't even talk for that long yesterday. That's not good. Anyway, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Since this is the beginning of the stream, let's do that now. Shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Sherry Saphira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. And with that, chat, we must endeavor to actually get the stream started, because otherwise, how will I ever show you this amazing content? All right. I mean, some of it is truly amazing content. So when we last left NCC TV, we were watching Trump talk about Venezuela. I don't think we really need to belabor this point anymore. You've all seen it. It's been a few days. But I did want to take a look at some of the coverage that Breaking Point's had around this. They've wow, there's actually a lot more than I realized. I also wanted to see, like, it's always good at times like this when we're covering a story that in which history plays a big role in. It's always really good to check in with Democracy Now! And see what their coverage has been like.
Let's turn now to the question.
Okay, so yeah, we're asking, was there an internal coup, right? Who, if anyone, was in on the abduction of President Nicolas Maduro? Crystal, is it just Crystal here? Yeah, it looks like Crystal's got a guest who is somewhat of an expert on, you know, just the Chavistas in general. Sorry, that's the supporters of Chavez, or the Chavistas. What am I trying to say? Like the history of the Bolivarian movement, right? I think is her area of expertise. So she's going to offer her theories about what she thinks happened. I'm left at a loss, right? Because it does indeed seem like somebody on the inside was helping the Trump administration do this so seamlessly, right? And we're going to get her argument for why the vice president is a suspect, as in her mind, at least, and just see what you think. All right, so here we go, chat.
Maduro, now she has been sworn in, so she is the active president of Venezuela. And there's a question of whether or not she could have been involved in striking a deal with the Trump administration in advance of their kidnapping of Maduro and attack on the country of Venezuela.
Is this too loud for...
Following those actions, we've gotten some contradictory signals from Ms. Rodriguez. So first,
anybody else hearing it is too loud? Maybe I just need to turn down my monitor. I don't think that'll affect your volume.
first, we had this very bombastic public statement where she said we'll never be slaves again. She also said that the action had a, quote, Zionist tinge.
80 civilians died in the process. Yeah, Directive, I hope you don't think I'm... But yes, that indeed is, yeah, 35 Cuban guards that Maduro had from Cuba. Yeah, so like the background of this that you might not get here is that Cuba has been really under the crosshairs of the United States ever since Fidel Castro and Che Guevara and the rest of the revolutionary forces there overthrew the Batista, puppet government that was really working more on behalf of the United States than of the Cuban people. There has been, an embargo. There have been like efforts like the Bay of Pigs to do a counter revolution. Those have not been successful. There's been a ton of efforts supposedly to assassinate Fidel Castro himself, right? Through the CIA, and their only ally at the time was the Soviet Union. Well, the Soviet Union collapsed, and they were sort of left without any sort of ally that could help them. And then in 1998, Hugo Chavez was elected in Venezuela, and that changed things, right? They're close enough to each other to help out. There are things that the Venezuelan government needed that including like a lot that they needed, right? In terms of experience, and like they're literally stepping into the same fray that Cuba has been in for this whole time, right? Cuba needs an ally really bad, right? And especially there's somebody with oil. So this is a match made in heaven, right? Hugo Chavez and the and Cuba. And so that's why there was 35 Cubans guarding Maduro. Like that relationship still exists, and now the pressure is really on Cuba, right? As far as who is maybe put in the most clear and present danger from this act, I mean, it's a lot of people, right? And they've made overtures, right? They very much want people to see this act as a like, this could be you if you don't play ball, right? And they want Colombia to think this. They want Mexico to think this. They want Cuba to think this. And they mentioned Greenland again, right? They're going back to all of Trump's greatest hits as far as like threatening foreign governments, and they want this deed of really like gangster violence is what Trump's doing at this point, right? He's running the global hegemon, right? The largest military ever assembled, like a fucking mafia cartel. And when he did this to Maduro, he's sending a message. He wants that knock on, instead of being afraid of Cuba and Venezuela. So anyway, yeah, Cuba's, really, really fucked over after this. And I don't expect things to get better for the people of Venezuela. Anyway, let's go ahead and see what Crystal's guest has to say today.
Since then, we've gotten a new statement that has quite a different tone. We can put this up on the screen, where she's seeking cooperation, she says. So she says Venezuela reaffirms its commitment to peace and peaceful coexistence. Our country aspires to live without external threats in an environment of respect and international cooperation. We believe global peace is built by first guaranteeing peace within each nation. We prioritize moving towards balanced and respectful international relations between the U.S. and Venezuela, and between Venezuela and other countries in the region, premised on sovereign.
Some dumb beat says, I think he just didn't want the Epstein talked about and kidnapped a president to change the news cycle. Look, I mean, that's probably a side benefit. Okay, I agree with you. That's probably a side. That's a good thing for Trump, right? He wants. I don't think it's his main, motivation here. And if you look into the motivation, it's a little bit complicated, right? Could they want the oil? Maybe. I guess there's some U.S. facilities, like in the Southwest, that that are set up to process this kind of heavy sour crude as opposed to the light sweet crude that the United States normally processes, right? But it doesn't seem like that big of a deal in and of itself. More than anything, it is a reassertion of dominance over the backyard, right? The derisive term that U.S. politicians use to refer to the rest of the Western Hemisphere, and also kind of a move to prevent China is somebody that could help Venezuela out a lot. In fact, I think there was a Chinese envoy the night that this attack happened, right? So yeah, it seems like, and there's there could be something with the dollar, right? This could be Trump's way of trying to scare investors back into the dollar because they have been ditching it. And sometimes a chaotic global situation combined with an appearance of a strong United States military has in the past, invigorated a lagging dollar. So there's a lot of things at work here. I don't think it's, mostly oil. I don't think it's not oil. I don't think it's all about Epstein, although that is, a side benefit. The other thing that Trump wants to bury is the testimony by Jack Smith on the January 6th case, right? That came out as well recently. So yeah, it seems like a multifaceted reason. And also, don't underrate his imperial desire. Don't underrate his ego, his narcissism, and his designs on. Look at how he's lived his life, right? You think he's going to stop being avaricious now? Also, money. There's friends of his, no doubt, that are going to make money out of this deal. So yeah, there's probably a lot going on. But yeah, the Epstein thing. Now, my understanding though is it's not really died off, right? As far as Epstein as a keyword, it's still kind of running strong. So I don't know if he's buried it as much as he thinks. Is he going to croak any day? He might.
Equality and non-interference. These principles
Maduro was also selling oil to China.
Guide our diplomacy with the rest of the world. We invite, and this is the key paragraph, we invite the U.S. government to collaborate with us on an agenda of cooperation oriented towards shared
does that say yuan?
Development within the framework of international law to strengthen lasting community coexistence. President Donald Trump, our peoples and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war. This has always been President Nicolas Maduro's message, and it is the message of all of Venezuela right now. This is the Venezuela I believe in and have dedicated my life to. So
this is what's weird about it, right? You've got you've got a new president, and am I saying her name right? Delcy Rodriguez. You got a new president that is still sounding the at least still going through the motions of representing, still the Bolivarian Revolution, right? Which if you don't understand, I don't have time to really explain it, but basically when Hugo Chavez came into power, poor working class Venezuelans who had always been on the outside of politics, they changed the economy to work for the people, right? Both in terms of the oil revenues and in terms of the the particular economy which they had now, which gets exaggerated, right? It gets called socialist or communist, right? Especially by right wingers, people that war hawks and shit like that, right? It's actually less of the economy was nationalized, if that's what you're calling socialism, under Hugo Chavez than France, right? France has a somewhat mixed economy too. Nobody's calling them socialists. In fact, anytime they get a socialist elected, it seems like they turn out to be some centrist or something. But anyway. So yeah, she is, still sounding like somewhat defiant while satisfying the, demands, the needs, the gaining the confidence of the Trump administration. This is the part that makes it look like kayfabe, right? When she's telling the Venezuelan people one thing and she's telling Donald Trump another thing. But yeah, it does feel like she's trying to walk the line in this particular comment. Anyway.
Further analysis of the situation, we are very fortunate to be joined by author and lawyer Ava Gollinger. She is also the author of the book, The Chavez Code. Great to have you, Ava.
Good to see you.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, so talk to us about Delcy Rodriguez and what you think is going on here.
There's so much going on also under the surface, behind the scenes, that obviously most of us are not privy to.
Chat, where have we seen her before? Any MR fans in here? Not to China in yeah, that's what I thought you were saying in the one. Oh, that last symbol is the one that means yuan.
So things are very much in development in real time. But certainly there can be several things true at the same time. One, it can be true that there was some type of negotiation for this outcome that then has platformed and placed Delcy in the presidency in Venezuela for this transitionary period, as it's being referred to at least by the United States. And it can be
But yeah,
true
anybody recognize this author? I feel like she's been on MR before.
that Delcy and the government in Venezuela remain anti-imperialist and opposed to, the U.S. control of their country. Both things can be true. I mean, this is a very dangerous moment for Venezuela. Even if there was a negotiation that took place ahead of time that somehow sacrificed Maduro or enabled his capture to remove him, to give Trump a victory so that the rest could stay in power, it doesn't mean that they're welcoming U.S. intervention and invasion into the country. I mean, I obviously they were pushed into a corner, but at the same time, there have been negotiations going on now for months, at least since the start of this year, and leading them have been Delcy and her brother Jorge, who up until now has been head of Venezuela's legislative body, the National Assembly. They are very astute and intelligent and internationalist individuals who have been involved in this particular part of the government throughout most of Maduro's presidency. So it's really not surprising to see that they are the two key players in this chapter.
I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back.
The Venezuelan government. But I think primarily they're trying to hold power. So by any means that's necessary. And it's in part to ensure their own power and their own, posturing in the country, the wealth they've accumulated. But it's also to ensure that the opposition doesn't come back and take power, because they certainly don't want that to happen. And that's not something that's widely accepted and desired at least in the Venezuela that I know. So I think that there can be several things true at the same time.
Well, we should know you're one of the literal experts on the country. You spent a lot of time there. You knew many of these people personally. Part of the things I'm interested in here is about this deal with Delcy Rodriguez. You have said that she's looked at in the country as more of a technocratic manager of the current quasi-socialist capitalist system. Whenever it comes to oil, part of the reason that she may have been picked here by Donald Trump, or at least accepted by the current Trump administration. I mean, how will you see her capability of balancing these two things, of wanting to either appease, work with the Trump administration, and then organic, internal, small d democratic concern over the United States and this current intervention, the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro? What's your sense of the internal dynamics and her ability to manage that, and what that's going to look like?
Well, I think that's going to play out over the next few days, because certainly there's an internal power struggle going on. I mean, Delcy may have been the chosen one by the United States and through the negotiation process, but that doesn't mean that she sort of has that power over the other group's powerful figures in the government. There are sectors like Delcy is not the one who's controlling the security forces and the military and the social movements. But again, they have been the key negotiators with Washington. And one other aspect that's a couple of things. One that's very interesting is that both her and her brother Jorge have never been sanctioned by the United States or implicated in any of these indictments, whereas pretty much almost every other figurehead of the government has been. And that was reiterated in this most recent updated indictment that included Celia Flores, Maduro's wife, as well as his son, and Diosdado Cabello. And so that's curious, because I think it puts them sort of on alert that they're the ones who are next in line, Diosdado particularly, holding the threat on Maduro and his wife, possibly to not give up any information because their son, well, his son, it's not their son together, but Celia's stepson, could be next. And there's already outstanding indictments and sanctions against the Minister of Defense, Vladimir Padrino Lopez, and others in the security apparatus. So I think there's several factors going on that she has to comply to maintain order and power in the country right now. She has to be complicit to the US. I think that's what's gone on behind the scenes. But again, this has been a lobby in place now, at least for months, possibly since the beginning of the year. We saw her placement, for example, in the New York Times weeks ago, where she was presented as the moderate, which is entirely laughable because her history shows, while she may be the more pragmatic to deal with in terms of business, certainly not moderate in terms of ideology and behavior. These are people who have, I would say, very repressive instincts. She will not accept any kind of dissent. They will go after anyone who they think would be betraying them. So I think it's a very volatile time in the country in that aspect, that she's going to be, with the help of her brother, trying to exert some kind of control and power brokering amongst the groups to see how far can they advance under this immense pressure that they have. But Trump's made clear they'll just go in and do it again if they want to. And I mean, I think that it's true. We've seen that it's true that they can do that. And now I think they've placed all these, CIA assets inside the country. So they could execute another rendition at any time if they wanted to.
Right.
Ava, give us a sense of who Dulcie is, where she comes from, how she comes into this position as vice president to Maduro.
Well, she's someone, again, her brother, Jorge, her older brother, is the more sort of behind the scenes powerful player here. He did always.
I wonder what she means when she says that she's talking about the new Rodriguez, right? And she did I catch that correctly? She says she's anything but moderate. Is that who or Rodriguez and her brother? Maduro loyalist is what see, that's weird, right? Considering that they've already brought up the idea that this vice president maybe now look, would I put it past US intelligence to try to, oh god, there's a name for this, right? Would I put it past them to try to imply her cooperation, her co-optation, maybe even her culpability in the kidnap of President Maduro in order to ruin her, claim to being, the like, could that part be a play? It does sound like she's wanting to cooperate with the United States. On some level, she has to, right? We are also looking for a, source of, who might have provided the U.S. government what they needed to go in and get Maduro like that, right? And she is, considered by many to be like a likely culprit of somebody, who has, well, anyway, let's see what she has in terms of. She's going to give us a little bit about the history of Rodriguez here, and her role in the Chavez government before being removed from office there, I think, and then getting back into the government under Maduro. Is it Fedjacketing? What do you think, Nadia?
Key position, not directly with Hugo Chavez when Chavez was president. Neither of them are from sort of the grassroots original movement that brought Chavez to power, nor were they close confidants of Chavez, whereas definitely Maduro was, his wife Celia was, Diosdado Cabello was, Padrino Lopez was.
Eric says, I don't think they can do an extraction as easily the second time. Yeah, they're going to be, well, I mean, they can't do it the same way, I guess, as they did it. The first time. It would be something that the Venezuelan security forces would be looking for.
was, I mean, those are more the core members that were part of the original movement. Delcy and Jorge were always on the outskirts, but had powerful positions. Well, Jorge did. Jorge was head of Venezuela's National Electoral Council, so he oversaw the voting process for years in the country. He also was mayor of Caracas at a key moment. He pushed Delcy into Chavez's government at one point. Chavez briefly took her on as his chief of staff. That was her first sort of foray into the government. That lasted not more than 6 months. Chavez fired her and ousted her entirely from the government and never wanted her back again, never brought her back again. It wasn't until after his death that she was brought back in, along with her brother Jorge, as part of this power sort of deal that they made.
I need to listen to that one more time, right? Because this is the key part, right? Her role in the Chavez government and her ouster.
You know, Padrino Lopez was, I mean, those are more the core members that were part of the original movement. Maduro was, his wife Celia was. Neither of them are from sort of the grassroots original movement that brought Chavez to power, nor were they close confidants of Chavez, whereas definitely Maduro was, his wife Celia was, Diosdado Cabello was, you know, Padrino Lopez was. I mean, those are more the core members that were part of the original movement. Delcy and Jorge were always on the outskirts, but had powerful positions. Well, Jorge did. Jorge was head of Venezuela's National Electoral Council, so he oversaw the voting process for years in the country. He also was mayor of Caracas at a key moment. He pushed Delcy into Chavez's government at one point. Chavez briefly took her on as his chief of staff. That was her first Caracas at a key. Jorge was head of Venezuela's National Electoral Council, so he oversaw the voting process for years in the country. He also was mayor of Caracas at a key moment. He pushed Delcy into Chavez's government at one point. Chavez briefly took her on as his chief of staff. That was her first.
So yeah, Jorge, her brother, not a member of the original movement, right? He's a politician. He's a mayor of Caracas at one point, and he, when you say pushes her into, I don't know if she means that like instigates her, you know, trying to find a position with, you know, Chavez's government, or if he means that he used his clout and his power to be like, hey, Chavez government, I want you to put my person in. This is my sister, right? I want you to put my person in at this role, right? Maybe he has the clout to be able to do that. I don't know. That could go either way.
Sort of foray into the government that lasted not more than 6 months. Chavez fired her and ousted her entirely from the government and never wanted her back again, never brought her back again. It wasn't until after his death that she was brought back in, along with her brother Jorge, as part of this power sort of deal.
So, I mean, this is what kind of makes her look sus to me, is that she's, you know, not she was not trusted by Chavez for whatever, or what. I mean, I don't know. It could have been a million things, right? It could have been he did. I don't know. It could have been a personality conflict. But you know, some chance that she just didn't seem like she was a reliable member of the team, right? That she's not from the original you know, group that you know, of the Bolivarian movement, and that, you know, after having brought her in and worked with her, they just didn't think that she's reliable. I don't know.
Deal that they made with Maduro for him to maintain power. So she is someone who's educated internationally. You know, she's a lawyer. She's very smart. These are very smart, calculated people. So they've been playing a long game here. She has won. They have won.
Yo, chat. I don't know what happened. I think I took off my yesterday when we were streaming to Shorts. I think I took off the YouTube alerts. There's the Twitch alerts. Where are the? Yep, they're off. So I didn't see this. Gnarl by Nature with the super chat. I put a video about the Monroe Doctrine in stream suggestions. Nice. I'll see if we have can get to that. Yeah, I mean, he's said that he's reigniting the Monroe Doctrine. In some ways, it never really left us, but it's basically a speech by James Monroe way back in the day, asserting, a policy of the United States dominating the rest of the hemisphere. It's come into play at various times, such as under, I believe it was Theodore Roosevelt, right? And lately, the United States has been trying to move away from it and deny it and distance itself from the Monroe Doctrine, right? Because that is not something that makes the U.S. popular in Latin America. That is that is they're planting their flags as imperialists with that doctrine, right? And it's not a law. It's not an official thing. It's not in the Constitution. It's just something that James Monroe said in a speech one day, right? And whether you want to uphold that or not is really, it's not I don't know. Trump's trying to act like this is the real America. We run with the Monroe Doctrine. And like I've mentioned this before, this is not the America that Mark Twain was a fan of. For instance, right? If you talk about American imperialism, one of the first instances was actually the Spanish-American War, and it some of the run up and the selling of this war and the nationalism around it and the, I believe, false flag incident that sparked it really does have echoes to other conflicts that the United States has been involved in. Yeah, he described it as the Donroe Doctrine. Yeah, no, he said everybody's calling it the Donroe Doctrine. He's the kind of guy that would give himself a nickname, right? They call me Big Don or something like that, right? But he would tell everybody around him to just call me Big Don. Don't refer to me as Donald. Call me Big Don or right. He's the kind of guy like the whole thing of like, they call it the Donroe Doctrine. Like, really, do they call it the Donroe Doctrine or, but I don't know. Maybe it's all of his sycophants that call it. I mean, he's not the most creative guy in the world. Maybe it was one of them that came up with it, not him.
Wanted to take the presidency and to rise to that position, and she's done well for herself. She started as Minister of Communication with Maduro. She rose to Foreign Minister. That was the way she was sort of able to, create her networks and get into the sort of role as being the pragmatic and the technocrat. And then she pushed her.
Yeah. So the rationale, as Emily French is pointing out, is the to keep European powers at the time, European imperial powers, out of the Americas, and therefore, so that's how it was not. It was justified as like, national defense, even though it's offense most of the time, and really intervention, unwelcome intervention is what it's all about, and unlike the intervention in governments to make sure that they are running to the benefit a lot of times of United States business interests, right? Not even just like, the foreign policy interest that's implied by keeping out European imperial powers that had a lot of sway over a lot of the Americas and, in previous times. God, chat, am I vocal frying? Really? What's up with my voice? Meow.
Way into both the vice presidency and the head of the oil industry. I mean, they have been playing the long game here, and I think that they have done quite well for themselves.
Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal.
That she has been placed in this position now, and I think that they've been not to say that they were always sort of working to undermine Maduro, but I think that was the objective in the end, was that Delcy could rise to the presidency and potentially her brother could be next in line.
Ava, what's your general sense of like the modal outcome here? We make some deal, they crush the opposition. Does that just end U.S. intervention?
So, I mean, like, I think her contention here is that, like, she's not, somebody that's accepted by, I mean, she is the vice president, right? Maduro, brought her back into the government, but that she's not somebody that, certainly Chavez wanted around, and she and her brother have kind of shown this propensity for, ambition, right? And so is this like, did she see her chance? Did she take her shot? Or is she being, as Nadia suggested earlier, is she being Fedjacketed here?
What does that look like inside of the country? Let's say the sanctions lift, all the groups get rich, everybody seems to be happy. What are the downsides to that, for Venezuela?
Yeah, I mean, the groups are rich anyway,
Right.
already. But it's really more. There's other aspects here because there are the people of Venezuela. I mean, there are movements there. They can't be disregarded. There is still a powerful bastion of.
At CloudX8, super chatted $5. Butterfly.
Yo, Cloudy, thank you for the butterfly. Thank you for the super chat. It's got us up to 3. We're 3 out of 10 on the butterflies, and what is 36. I think we're at 36 on the overall bonus skull thing. Or don't let me forget the Alex Jones Candace Owen sings. Not 26, 36. Let's try that again. Boom, 36.
The original sort of Chavista movement. There's a lot that were not content with the situation with the current government and wanted change, but that didn't mean they wanted U.S. intervention or any kind of, U.S. puppet regime in place. They weren't supporting the opposition either, but they wanted change. So I think there's a lot of factors that, it's still volatile and delicate. Just because Delsey's getting support from Trump doesn't mean that she's going to have the support of the people. And there's a lot of, psyops going on internally, people saying that it's not true, the betrayal, that there must be some other thing going on here. And I'm sure they're going to present it to the country as though this is what they have to do in order to maintain the Bolivarian revolution in Venezuela. But in reality, it's to maintain their own power.
So, I mean, she gives them the appearance of continuity, right? Given that she was Maduro's vice president, even though, the history with her under the Chavez administration wasn't so good. She at least offers the appearance of the continuation, which, I don't know if you polled Venezuelans. I know that, there's not as many, maybe the movement's not as popular as it was at its height. Obviously, it was a lot easier and more palatable for people to support under Chavez than under Maduro, and especially than under the embargo that Venezuela's been under since Trump's first term, with maybe some breaks. Did they? I think there was some break in it during Biden, maybe, but in general, the country's been impoverished and targeted. I mean, these sanctions have an effect, and that makes the government necessarily less popular when people are struggling under it.
I do think that potentially over time, grassroots movements will again begin to build up in opposition, and it could be anyone's game at some point. What I found really interesting though from Trump was that they did completely dismiss the opposition and Maria Corina Machado, who were waiting in the sidelines, who asked for this. So, I mean, I think that Delsey sold it really well to Rubio and Trump, and I think that she was right. Many outside of Venezuela and who had the sort of platforms in the media were saying that Maria Corina Machado, had all this support and could just ease back in if she was given the chance, but that's not really true. She doesn't command any of the military and security forces in the country. She doesn't have that level of, political and security military support. So this was definitely sold to Trump as, we are the ones who can maintain stability. We are the ones who can guarantee access to the oil, which is what Trump wants, and everything else in the country. If you try to come in and put these other people here, it will be civil unrest, and there will be a civil war, which could also be true. So I think that that's how it was explained, and I think that was a very reasonable proposal to Trump, and I think that they believe it because it's actually true. And so it just depends how it's going to play out, because this doesn't seem to be that it's a long-term solution with Delsey at the forefront, but you really never know. I mean, these people are survivors. People thought that when Chavez died, the whole thing was dead. The whole revolution was over. And here we are, look, it's now going to be 13 years since Chavez's death, and they're still in power.
Do you think it's possible that Maduro was also in on the deal and the whole thing was sort of fake and staged? It's hard for me to imagine him going to trial here. I mean, just with a sort of cursory understanding of his showmanship, it would be quite a spectacle. I sort of have doubts in the ability of them to proffer enough evidence to actually fully convict him, at least on all of the charges that they've asserted. So is there a possibility that actually he and Delcy, that they were all in on some sort of a deal with the Trump administration? Trump gets his military spectacle, the revolution, the regime gets to stay in power, and Maduro, maybe they quietly ship him off somewhere else after some period of time and decide not to go through with the trial.
I gotta say, I love this one because it is such pure reality show politics, right? This is like something that Trump would do, but maybe in like the absolute universe. You know what I mean? Like it's a little too cartoon to be real. Like the idea that because Maduro was offering Trump everything that apparently they're getting under Rodriguez, right? That was on the table. And Trump couldn't take it because somehow he needed to save face considering the massive like military buildup, right? That like Maduro was willing to leave the government, put his vice president in charge. So Maduro, whether or not he was betrayed by the vice president, he had confidence in her, and essentially kick out any rivals to the U.S. From the country and allow them full access to the oil, and I guess control of the oil as well, so they could prevent them from, for instance, selling it to China, which is really, I think, a big part of this. What this is about is denying Venezuela's resources to China, and starting to push back on the influence that China has gained through soft power, through very soft power, right? What does China do? They build rail lines in your country, right? And this is a lot better than what does the United States do? They bomb you, right? I mean, obviously, we're talking about the, Machiavellian, dyad of fear and love and fear, but traditionally the kind of politics the United States is playing right now does not work as well as the kind of politics that China is playing. Anyway.
I don't think so. I mean, and not in my opinion. I think that Maduro really thought that this wouldn't happen, and that's why he was sort of taunting.
But yeah, this idea would be that Maduro was like, all right, here's the deal. Like, I offered you everything. You're gonna pretend to you're gonna pretend to reject it, and then I'm gonna pretend to kidnap you, but it's all okay. We're gonna kill 35 of your, the Cuban security guards, right? We're gonna kill, I think they killed 80 people in that whole thing. But it's all gonna be fake, or you know what I mean? They're gonna die for nothing, right? Because you're essentially surrendering. That's the theory that some people have put forward. I guess Crystal just had to bounce this off of her. It doesn't sound like she is in agreement here. It doesn't sound like she thinks that's plausible. Doesn't sound the full-on kayfabe thing, Nadia, doesn't seem that implausible. I mean, like I said, it's a very Trump thing to do, but it just it's a little bit, it's strange credibility. It's not beyond the realm of possibility. I don't know. I think it sounds a little too wacky.
Trump, but I mean, Maduro's always been trying to negotiate. Basically everything Delcy's going to do now, Maduro essentially would have done.
Yeah,
it's just that he wouldn't have done it in the same way.
Right.
So no, I don't think that he was in on it. I don't think where he is right now, that's not a place where anyone would voluntarily go to. The case is real. They have some pretty star witnesses. It doesn't mean that all the evidence is going to hold up. But there is witness testimony. They have some key figures. They have the former head of Venezuelan military intelligence is in the same prison as Maduro, and he's already singing his song.
And Diddy and Luigi Mangione all hanging out together in the same prison.
Yes. Stunning.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of figures there, but in terms of this particular case, there's
Yeah.
aspects of it that obviously are not going to hold up. Some of the charges are ridiculous,
Mhm.
but there are other things that they could try to make work. And I mean, there's no one possibly who could believe that Maduro is going to get a fair trial in the United States. So certainly his lawyers are going to try to get the charges dismissed, to get it thrown out because of the way that he was captured. Obviously, it was an illegal violation of international law. There's no question. However, if it played out that somehow there was an agreement that Delcy had sort of taken over and permitted this, then they could say that it was authorized by the government that they were recognizing in Venezuela. You know, we don't really know some of the issues behind the scenes that will come out in
I don't think Trump's brain has enough threads left for that kayfabe. I mean, it could be it could be Rubio too, right? Rubio's very big on this Venezuela issue. In fact, some people say that, propose that part of the motivation for Trump to undertake this shit was that this was somehow Rubio's reward for playing nice with despite, because Rubio's a true neocon. Like, he's an old school Republican neocon, right? Trump and his cohort are supposed to not be that. But, they brought in Rubio for State Department for whatever reason, and he's definitely interested in Venezuela, and he's definitely interested in Cuba, right? He's maybe even interested in Venezuela as a stepping stone, so to speak, to Cuba. Rubio is a true worm. Yeah, true.
discovery if the case does proceed to trial. But I could see it actually happening at some point further down the line. There could be a deal. There could certainly be a deal. I mean, they have his wife too. It would be very sad. I'm just saying from a human perspective. Also, I know them. They would be in prison basically for the rest of their life. These are two people who've spent the past, 30 plus years together every day. They are a team. They're a very solid couple. They're going to be separate. I saw at least that, as they go into trial, they're still together. But at some point in prison, they're
Vance.
going to be separated and they may never see each other again. So, or there could be a negotiation further down the line that gets Celia at least released and sent somewhere. But it would be hard to imagine that this would have been some facade planned by all of them just to appease Trump and give him his victory. It seems more likely that Trump had a buildup in the military in the region that if he wasn't going to use it, he was going to look like a big loser.
Yes.
Right.
And Maduro would have come out extremely fortified and strengthened, and they would never have left. They would never have left. So at least this way, two sides get a victory. Trump gets his man, he gets his show, and
So there's been some question in the chat about, like, her perspective, like the author here. And yeah, it's right there. It's let me rewind it. It first, it was starting to sound like, well, good thing he's out of there, but
they would never have left. They would. If he wasn't going to use it, he was going to facade planned by all of them just to appease Trump and give him his victory. It seems more likely that Trump had a buildup in the military in the region that if he wasn't going to use it, he was going to look like a big loser.
Yes.
Right.
And Maduro would have come out extremely fortified and strengthened, and they would never have left. They would never have left.
I'm trying to see if she's thinking this through from the Trump team perspective, or if this is like well, at least they left.
So at least this way, two sides get a victory. Trump gets his man, he gets his show, and the same regime stays in power in Venezuela. And so it's just a question of, how long will this play out? And is Trump so emboldened now that he's going to go after Cuba, for example, which seems to be next on the list, at least from Rubio's perspective?
Very possible.
Ava, one last thing I wanted to get your reaction to, because you did know Hugo Chavez so well, wrote a book about him. This clip has been circulating. This is before, guys, and we can put this up on the screen, where he effectively predicts exactly the chain of events that occurs. He says, years ago, someone told me they're going to end up.
Now I remember why I wanted you to watch this video. Look at this shit. Years ago, someone told me they're going to end up accusing you of being a drug trafficker. You personally, you, Chavez. Not just the government supports it or permits it. No, 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 no. They're going to try to apply the Noriega formula to you. And this brings up Manuel Noriega, former I believe, U.S.-backed dictator of Nicaragua. At some point, there was a falling out between the U.S. and Noriega. George H.W. Bush demanded that he leave the country. He, I think, did not, and yeah, he stood trial, I believe, in Miami.
End up accusing you of being
Did
a
I say again? Sorry, Panama, not Nicaragua.
drug trafficker. You personally, you, Chavez, not just that the government supports it or permits it. No, they're going to try to apply the Noriega formula to you. And we have now heard a lot about the Noriega formula and, Panama being held up as like the positive example of what is being done in Venezuela now. So just wanted to get your, thoughts and reflections on that clip that is now making the rounds again.
No, no doubt. I mean, Chavez knew what was in the works for that. He knew the danger that it presented. The fact that, he was his movement and his ideology was about nationalism and sovereignty, and that Venezuela sits atop the world's largest oil reserves. I mean, even as part of the research work that I did, because I investigated and unraveled the entire U.S. and CIA role in the coup d'état against Chavez in 2002. And subsequent destabilization and intervention attempts over the years until his death that frankly have continued to date. And we've now seen them play out explicitly. But there were invasion plans drawn up. Plan Balboa was drawn up and practiced as a war exercise against targeting Venezuela to take control of the oil reserves and to divide the movement internally and to take out and decapitate the leftist leader. I mean, this has been a scenario they have been planning now for over 25 years, essentially, when Chavez took not only one office, but refused to obey at that time George W. Bush's mandate that he would take him under his wing and, ensure that the U.S. would continue all access into Venezuela's oil industry. So certainly that's what's going on here. I mean, I haven't seen all the evidence, but from experience, I could say that I would find it highly unlikely that Nicolas Maduro is a drug kingpin. Certainly, there is circumstantial evidence of drug shipments. Venezuela doesn't produce drugs, so it's not made in Venezuela. They're coming from Colombia, from Ecuador. They have been facilitated through the country. There's no question of that. There's plenty of evidence pointing to that. But pointing to Maduro himself running the show and the operation, that's just very hard to believe and highly unlikely. Yeah. But nevertheless, being the leader of the country, they can try to pin it all on him, right. Especially now that he's the one they've captured.
Exactly right. If you can pin machine gun by somebody,
it's ridiculous.
You could pin it.
What even is that?
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. This is like these charges are like written for Scarface, for a movie character, not for a real person.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I've reported this. I was told directly by somebody who spoke with him. He said, "I have all the oil and all the gold. What the F do I need to deal drugs for?" That's apparently what he said. So
Maduro?
Yeah, Maduro said that, apparently, to U.S. negotiators.
Well, I mean, he's not dealing drugs, but right. It is true. I think another thing, just because a lot of people always talk about the oil, but, Venezuela has vast resources, huge amounts of gold. They have all kinds of heavy metals, aluminum. There's a massive industry in Venezuela of rare earths, everything that is desired. Frankly, from
Chad, did anybody call rare earth minerals rare earths before Donald Trump? Either I just don't know like how they're referred to, or Trump like successfully coined a phrase there. All right, let me show you, put this into, I don't, somebody sent this to me earlier today. Let's shrink it just a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna have to shrink it more. Something like that should work. Anyway, this is a graph of top countries by natural resource. I don't know. Is it? It's Venezuela. Yeah, is showing up on there. So yeah, United States, Russia have a lot of natural resources. Saudi Arabia, Canada, obviously, Iran, China, Brazil, Australia, Iraq, and Venezuela. Did he's coined so many words? Yeah, people just like, well, even like he's redefined words, right? Fake news, when it started to be talked about, right, was referring to mostly pro Trump media on Facebook in the 2016 election, right? It was kind of found after the fact that there was a lot of like there was a lot of I mean, before there was like really any type of content moderation around misinformation, was found in the 2016 election. There was a lot of just literally fake news, right? Story that says Hillary Clinton did XYZ that she didn't do, or Trump did XYZ good that he didn't do, like just fake stories, right? Literally untrue stories meant to like tilt the election. And Trump took that term and just like was like, yeah, that's right, fake news. Fake news anytime I don't like a story, you know, like a reporting on my own administration, it's fake news. And that just became this thought terminating cliche for the high control group that is MAGA.
The Trump administration. So it's really no surprise that this has been played out in this way. It's a very sad and tragic time, though, for Venezuelans.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted this inside Venezuela amongst the Venezuelan people, and they're the ones who are going to pay the price.
Yeah, you're right. Ava, thank you so much for your analysis. It's just been excellent. We hope you'll come back again.
Yeah, great to meet you, Ava. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on.
Hey, if you like that video.
Okay. So there's another Breaking Point's actually has been doing a lot of reporting that the best most informative. And look, I don't know what to think about that attorney that they just had on, that author, as far as like I couldn't quite figure out what her perspective was, but it didn't sound like it was like pro US I don't know. I was just trying to figure out if it's like anti-Chavista, right? It was like kind of what I'm interested in here.
I am so disturbed and disgusted by the number not only of fake videos that have been put out and spread around to manufacture consent for this kidnapping and attack on Venezuela. But even after people get called out, there's no shame anymore. They don't take them down. They just leave them up.
Well, I'm calling it Venezuela on the stream today, so I guess, yeah, Obama.
And then added to that mix, so when we first started covering the Ukraine war, we had to contend with a lot of fake videos. Gaza, we had to contend with a lot of fake videos. We tried to be really careful, and I don't think we've had any significant failure on our part of putting something up that turned out to be fake or misrepresented. So now, though, you have to add into it AI, and AI being...
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I should pause and check on... we have 1 hour and 49 minutes left. Right there. 7 more teal super chats if we can. And I will put this butterfly in my hair. We're 36 out of 100, so a little bit more than a third of the way towards the bonus goal today. Don't let me forget to give you Alex Jones versus Candace Owens, which you earned as bonus content from yesterday. But yeah, we got and Clavicular leaves his girlfriend leaves him is the #1 story so far. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. The vote is over on YouTube. And if you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. All right, let us continue with the AI slop, which we're not supposed to call AI slop anymore.
Good enough now that apparently people, especially people who want to fall for it, will just completely fall for this bullshit and share it widely. So the specific flavor of video that was being shared everywhere were these like, oh my God, the Venezuelans in Venezuela are so happy that Trump came in and kidnapped the leader of their country. And one of them that was shared the most widely is just, it's AI. It's all invented. And if you have at all a discerning eye, you can see that this is fake. Like if you look at this carefully, you can tell that it's fake. Let's put this up on the screen and you guys can see for yourself. So it's supposedly all these Venezuelans take to the streets to celebrate Maduro's downfall, and you have this old lady in the front who's crying with joy. Okay, this freaking AI post, which is still up even with the community note in here that says it's AI generated.
Of course it's from Wall Street Apes. Also, anybody want to point out, like, how is this account, how is it able to show its face in 2026, right? Wall Street Apes, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is a reference to NFTs, right? Supposedly a new currency of the future, which, you know, basically was used to rip people off. Every single, like, I don't know, are any of the NFTs worth anything at this point? And yet your account is still called Wall Street Apes. There were a zillion of these accounts, these NFT accounts, usually with the Bored Ape on it. You know, back in the day, right? Back when NFT was riding high and was still successfully scamming people. But what the fuck is this guy still rocking the Wall Street? I don't know. Is it some kind of inside joke or something? Is it parody? What am I looking at? They stole my apes. That's right.
This has 39,000 retweets. It has over 5 million views. It has 118,000 likes, and it was shared by none other than the richest man on the planet, Elon Musk.
Look, I gotta say, at least the Gen AI that was popping off during the election, it was shit like that, you know, isn't real. Like Trump, with a cat under one arm and a dog under another arm, running away from a group of very stereotypically portrayed. I guess they were supposed to be Haitians, right? I mean, no, I don't think anybody saw that and was like, "Oh no, that's literally Donald Trump saving dogs and cats in Ohio," right? But yeah, people are seeing this and people are believing this. It does, you know, eventually get the what do you call it? It gets the community notes eventually. But how many people see it before it gets community noted?
Well, now we have to add to just the, you know, general propaganda, the fact that people can put out completely fabricated videos and pass them off as if they are reality to create a portrait that Venezuelans across the board inside of Venezuela are celebrating these actions. Let's go ahead and put the next one up on the screen. We can go through some of these. So Glenn was really doing the Lord's work here.
Was it Seth Green that bought it and it got stolen? I don't remember. Maybe, I know Jimmy Fallon, you know, famously like endorsed it.
Going through and flagging a bunch of these fake or misrepresented videos. So this one is from Alex Jones. He posts this video and he says, millions of Venezuelans flooded the streets of Caracas and other major cities in celebration of the ouster of communist dictator Nicolas Maduro. In reality, the video shows anti-Maduro protests from last year following the disputed presidential election, or I guess now 2 years ago, now that we're in 2026, not celebrations of his recent capture by U.S. forces. And Glenn says, yet another mega viral video from Trump supporters.
In fact, one of the videos I got, or that I've seen, right, shows, you know, a protest against the abduction of the president that seems to include, now, I'm not showing you this because I don't have a source on it, right? I don't know 100% if it's real, but supposedly there were enemies of people that are against the Maduro government that were also you know, showing up to these protests.
That is falsely described. This is not a video from today. It's an old video long before that. There also aren't close to millions here. But again, who cares? These claims make people feel good. That's what counts. Let's go ahead and put the next one up on the screen. We've got here, Nick Shirley of the vaunted Minnesota fraud video that has now been used by the Trump administration to shut down daycare payments for all states in the entire country. He's got a fake video here. The video actually depicts Venezuelan exiles in Miami, not inside of Venezuela, celebrating. Nick Shirley tweeted, wait a minute, the MSM media lied to us again. The people of Venezuela actually didn't like being ruled by a narco-terrorist. World Cup-style celebrations are erupting all across Venezuela at the moment.
And look, chat, no group is a monolith. Like, there's Venezuelans that maybe are, happy about this, especially Venezuelans in the United States. There are Venezuelans that are, and in Venezuela too, right? Nobody's a monolith, but if you're looking at the cohort of Venezuelans that are in the United States, right, that left the country, certainly some of them left, due to the financial situation that Trump put them in with the sanctions. But a great number of them left because they were not fans of the Maduro and or Chavez governments, right? So you've got people that are essentially like, if your economic, if you got dispossessed of means of production that you dominated in the in the Chavez regime, in the Chavez administration, right, you were more likely to leave Venezuela, right? So not entirely, not everybody that's a migrant that has moved from Venezuela to the United States is pro the opposition, whether it be Guaido, Machado, or whoever, but more than you would find in Venezuela. Does that make sense? Like, logically speaking, more of the people that are, in the United States from Venezuela are going to be people that are not a fan of the government. So yeah, you're going to see this shit in Miami. Absolutely. Just like you see the opponents of Castro.
And Glenn says, this is Miami, not Venezuela, but who cares? Just keep retweeting it. It feels good, and that matters most. And again, last I checked, had not taken this down, even though it is not true the way he's representing it. Let's go ahead and put the next one up on the screen. We've got, I'm not familiar with this guy, Jorge Macri. He says the city of Buenos Aires has always been, is, and will always be on the side of freedom. Marks a historic day. Margaret Kimberly says this video is from Buenos Aires. I guess he changed it, but it's a 2021 celebration of their, I think of like a World Cup win or something. So yeah, has nothing to do with Maduro. It's an old video from 2021 celebrating a soccer victory. There you go. And yeah, I mean, these people are dishonest. Like, they know that what they posted is wrong. They may have known it when they posted it and intentionally posted just flagrant lies to back up the Trump administration and to push a narrative about what is actually happening here. And even after they get called out, they just leave it up. So to me, it's very dystopian, the invention of reality to match the narrative that they want to push.
I've never been more disturbed because, and you know what the reason why? It's not just that we care about accuracy. I always operated on a theory. If you get stuff factually incorrect and don't, apologize for it, then people will leave you. I don't think it's true anymore.
Some people apparently want to be lied to.
I don't know if that's necessarily it. I think they just don't care. I don't think they want to be lied to per se. Maybe like structurally, yes, but as long as it goes along with the narrative, like they'll just continue to say, oh well, they meant well or something like that. And I'm like, it really makes me question my entire career and just every single time, even on Venezuela, how hours on the phone, talking to people, verifying details, making sure that everything I say is generally backed up by like what I know, what I confirm. I have a roster of things that I've been told but can't confirm, so I don't say them on the air.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the point? I'm being serious. What is the point of not just being like, oh, here's what I heard from so-and-so, who cares about looking like an idiot? You know, these guys are, you know, look at their views, their retweets, all of this. Not even, I mean, that's just business. I mean, but generally, like, look at they pay no price.
They seem to sleep well at night. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. I was talking to Kyle about this. He made one misstatement on his show when it was slightly misrepresenting something, and he realized it after the fact. He was like, I could not sleep at night because I was like thinking about it. Like, I was so bothered by the fact that I stated this thing incorrectly. And I relate to that. Like, I cannot imagine just putting out something that is blatantly false, getting called on it by like literally thousands of people and just leaving it up there. Just leaving it up there and like, yeah, I don't care.
If I found out that I said something 100, I'm not talking about an opinion, okay, like a bad opinion. That's, I mean, even that I may feel bad about, but it's like one of those where if you say something wrong, like actually 100% wrong, and especially if it was really important to the point that you were trying to make. Yeah. Oh my God. I think, you know, the limited times that has happened, I mean, I've gone in and done comments on our own videos, just be like, hey, this is me. I got it wrong, you know, or I'll say it here, you know, here on the show. I don't know. I mean, I guess other people don't care. Apparently the audience doesn't care, you know. These guys are doing great, so yeah, that's the world we live in.
It's wild. And look, I don't purport to like...
Well, it's funny, right? Because, you know, you got streamers that have, like, I don't know, done like rug pulls on their audience and shit that are still... like very viable, very popular. Not to name any names, Speed, but yeah, I don't know. I'm sure iShowSpeed paid some price for that, but do the Tyler Oliveras and the Nick Shirleys not pay any price for being debunked time after time after time?
Represent what or know the ins and outs of how every Venezuelan in Venezuela is thinking.
Nor
about
would
this.
I ever. Right, who has the audacity to say that? Yeah.
But I will say, I mean, I genuinely went out and looked for any of the inside of Venezuela celebration videos to be accurate. None of them. I have not found. You guys can. I'm genuinely. If you have seen some that you think are accurate, please send, because I have not seen one. And you know what? It works. The tactic works, because if your feed is flooded with these things and you don't bother to go in and check it, you just assume like, oh, some of them must be real. Like there must be some of that going on. And we also have to remember, like, this is a repressive regime. I'm sure the opposition is very afraid right now of what consequences could come to them or potential collaborators or whatever. So it wouldn't be a surprise if there were no celebrations, even as you do have plenty of people in Venezuela who are not happy living under Maduro and whatever. So what we do have, I mean, the legitimate videos I have seen are people who are upset about the leader of their country being kidnapped. I don't think anyone should be surprised that that is a significant sentiment within Venezuela.
Yeah, same.
So you can imagine if this was done to us, how people would react here, including some people who were not big fans of Donald Trump. So you can put F3 up on the screen. You had a number of news organizations who were there on the ground. These are some of the pro-Maduro, don't kidnap our leader protests that were ongoing. Sky News was there on the ground talking to people. You had, I think this is Middle East Eye was on the ground. This is a major march in Caracas. And I thought this one was really significant. He says, how do I feel? I feel scared. And that was some of the coverage I saw on the ground too, is people are just like, what the hell does this mean?
Right.
Like there were huge lines at pharmacies and at grocery stores, people like stockpiling the way that they do before a natural disaster, because their country continues to be threatened by our maniac president, who says, hey, I'll go in even harder, says that we may put boots on the ground, say this may last for years, and says we run their country. So I think a lot of the, from what I can tell from the news reporting, a lot of the sentiment is just fear about what is going to happen going forward.
It would make sense that there's no celebration because the current regime is still in power. They will kill you, maybe, if you go out and you celebrate like openly an operation inside your country. Also, I know it's very reductive, but as many people have pointed out, if a foreign country came in and deposed a political leader like Trump, then there would be millions of Democrats, perhaps here or around the world, who would celebrate. And by the way, vice versa, if it were a Republican, if it were a Democrat and there were Republicans who might celebrate, that is not proof positive that it is necessarily like the entire nation. Let's think about this. How many Americans live in the UK? I'm going to guess hundreds of thousands. I don't know the exact number. Are they representative of all of us?
Right.
That would be insane.
Yeah.
What is the country with the most amount of Americans? Biggest expat, probably Israel. All right. Okay. Let's guess. Does the vision of all, or the view of all is Americans who reside in Israel, are they totally representative of all of us? I've been all over the world. In my experience, the Americans living abroad and often are the least representative of the average Joe in the U.S.
So the number one American expat community is Mexico.
Oh, Mexico.
Followed by
God,
Canada.
Of course, I apologize.
Yeah. So in any case, and then the UK, Germany, Puerto Rico, but that's part.
Okay, but even Mexico.
Yeah.
I mean, if you live in Mexico, like, what do you really know? Much about us? Like this, I can say this too. My parents are Indian. My parents' views on India are like miles apart from the people who actually live in India.
Well,
that's the funniest part. Like, we don't, just because you were from there doesn't mean you know anything. Also, if you hated Maduro, you probably left.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Is there's an ideological, distinction between people who are still in Venezuela and people who left or, fled fearing political persecution or fearing that their capital was going to be taken by the revolutionary government or whatever. Like, I mean, there's very clear ideological divide, just like with the Cuban community. Let's put F4 up on the screen just to try to attach some data to this. Dropsite shared this polling, trying to get a hold. This was before the kidnapping of Maduro. But as would be predicted, there's a huge divide between Venezuelans in Venezuela, of whom a majority, 55%, were opposed, 23% supported some sort of foreign military intervention, and 22% unsure, and people, the Venezuelan expat community. So in this other poll, we don't have the screen for it, but an Atlas Intel poll from October that was published by Bloomberg, and it's a Brazil-based polling firm. So 64% support for U.S. military intervention among Venezuelans abroad, so like the Venezuelans in Miami who were celebrating, whereas only 34% among Venezuelans living in the country. So significant political divide between.
Wait, okay, so let's get this, because there's been some controversy. I'm looking at the Discord right now, and there's been some controversy about the overall feeling amongst Venezuelans, either in Venezuela or in the United States and other countries.
That was published by Bloomberg, and it's a Brazil-based polling firm. So 64% support for U.S. military intervention among Venezuelans abroad, so like the Venezuelans in Miami who were celebrating, whereas only 34% among Venezuelans living in the country. So significant political divide between, the people who are.
And that's what I predicted. That's what I said, right? Just on a general, now, I mean, exactly, where the numbers come down, what the numbers are moving towards. I can't say if the current regime, proceeds without being, subjected to further, military violence by the United States. Will the, will the perception of the Trump intervention become more popular in Venezuela? But these are the numbers that we have as far as polls. Other things that I have are, anecdotes, right? I talked to my friend who said such and such. This is the closest thing I think we're gonna have. And look, it may not be accurate, right? Maybe people don't feel free to speak their mind on a poll in Venezuela. I don't know, but it is sensible to conclude that the intervention is popular with Venezuelans outside of Venezuela and less popular to some degree amongst Venezuelans inside Venezuela. I don't know. What were the numbers? She said 30% versus
Miami who were celebrating, whereas only 34% among Venezuelans living in the country. So
I'd like to hear the other numbers, right? 34% approve of the United States intervention. That's also a different question than how many people are glad that Maduro is gone, right? You could be glad that Maduro is gone, but not in favor of the United States intervention. You could be in favor of the United States intervention because you think this is going to somehow lead back to the, to democracy. But yeah, as far as numbers, that's, I think, the best I can give you right now, which, given the situation, is what I'm most comfortable with, right? Rather than anecdotes and such.
So significant political divide between, the people who are there in the country and the people who have left for any number of reasons. And it's also just worth remembering, look, when we had our mission accomplished moment in Iraq, there were people who were genuinely celebrating. I mean, there were,
not just people, thousands of millions of Iraqis were like, wow, this is great. They even were, I forget the exact.
Burple says, yeah, the Trump administration has done a pretty effective job of being immune to fact checking. They just sidestep and spend the rest of the time repeating talking points and lies that were challenged in the first place. Yeah.
Phrase in Arabic that people chanted in the streets of Baghdad. And then what happened? I mean, even in Afghanistan.
Now you're hungry, says Magenta. I'm kind of hungry too. Did somebody earlier, I can't remember if Ray said there was something for me in stream suggestions. Unfortunately, that's a pretty popular channel in my Discord to post on, and I couldn't find it might have been Narwhal. I think it was Narwhal that said there was something like a explanation of the Monroe Doctrine historically. We probably just got to watch this though, and then I'm gonna give you like a little look into how this is playing with normie Americans through Philip DeFranco, and then from there we will move on. I think it was Narwhal. Yeah, I think you're right. I'll go and look again. Maybe it was the other Discord stream suggestions.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who didn't want to be ruled by the Taliban. That did. They also had their own problems. That's the reductive nature which we talk about this. It is amazing to me, and that is why we were talking about the journalism thing. It's the same on foreign policy. I mean, I truly realized this under Afghanistan when all of MAGA was like, "Oh, we should have stayed for." I was like, "Oh my God!" I mean, it's all bullshit. It's just fake in terms of like a lot of the ways that people will approach their overall commentary.
Yeah.
But I see it.
The other thing I'd warn against is interpreting too much out of either the preponderance of viewpoints that you see in your own feed. If you see people, Venezuelans, people claiming to be Venezuelans in your feed, or somebody else reporting about what they're seeing in their feed, right? Because this is it's going to make you really susceptible to a very common type of propaganda, which is to, what we saw during Johnny Depp Amber Heard, right? If you, the little bit that I looked on Twitter or wherever about Johnny Depp Amber Heard was overwhelmingly in favor of Johnny Depp, toxic and just kind of gross, right? But apparently a lot of that was bot behavior. So yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, as much as you'd like to be able to just get a sense, take a, kind of a sample and analyze it to get a sense of the sentiment. And there's also this whole fog of war. I mean, look, it's a combination of literal propaganda that's going on because, this is a United States op and they want to make it popular. What's one way you make it popular? Make it look like the Venezuelans are happy customers rather than occupied people, right? Find the Venezuelans that are happy about it, magnify, their presence, AI, some of the, if you can't find enough, and just basically assert that anybody that's got reservations about what the United States did is would deny the poor Venezuelans their freedom, right? Which I can guarantee you one motivation that Donald Trump did not have, and that is the interests of the Venezuelan people.
Here now too.
Oh yeah.
I'm like the triumphalism. I mean, nothing has changed. And what's even crazier to someone like me is to roll the clock to read the quotes at the time of the Spanish-American War, of the Philippines, and like the, rah-rah.
Oh, Narwhal was talking about the Leeja Miller video. I did watch that. It's a really good explainer on the Monroe Doctrine and the Donroe Doctrine.
Nature
Doctrine.
that went, and then those were disasters for America. Dan Carlin, if you probably have to pay for it at this point, he has an amazing 4-hour episode on just like the history of the U.S. imperial kind of project back at that time. Go listen to it. Seriously. I mean, nothing has changed. It's amazing. And I guess we're just doomed to repeat our mistakes over and over and over again. So.
But yeah, some of these people have no principles. They believe in nothing. They will flip their positions on a dime and have absolutely no shame about it. 5 seconds ago, we're like, no, I mean, Tulsi Gabbard, right? And I mean, I know she's in the administration, but she was explicitly against regime change in Venezuela. And now nothing. And so many of these right-wing influencers were no more forever.
That's what I've been saying, chat. It's not MAGA. It's neocons and shitty red hats, all right?
There's no more regime.
They always just, they fuck up the country, whether it's through the war on terror or the Tea Party or whatever, and then they just rebrand. They're like, no, those were other Republicans. Those were other conservatives. Those are not us, you know? It's the same dudes with fucking shitty hats. That's the only thing. They just, literally, all it took was a dumb fucking hat for them to rebrand neoconservatism. Like, I don't think they're different guys. I don't think they're different at all, right?
Regime change wars, no foreign interventions, put America first. And then the minute this happens, they flip on a dime and it's like, let's go. We love this. This is great. This is based, etc. Just zero principles.
Okay, that's all I can take of that. Let's take a look really quickly at how this is playing with Philly D.
I'm so sorry. I know it's probably not me, but also maybe it is me. Every time we go on holiday break, just craziness happens in the world. But with this being the first Philip DeFranco show of 2026, we are now officially on our everyday grind. I will see you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and starting next week, Friday. We have a lot to dive into and break down, starting with this. Donald Trump attacked Venezuela, captured Maduro, and now wants American companies to take back the oil that he says was stolen from them. But even if Trump's finally being honest about what he's really after, he's still not telling the whole truth. Oh wow, the way that he's talking, it looks like this is just the start of a new era of American adventurism abroad. Now, of course, you know, especially if you watch a show
adventurism.
Here, this isn't coming out of nowhere. There's been a lot of building up to this moment where the Pentagon amassed troops, aircraft, and warships in the Caribbean. U.S. attacks killed at least.
Is that when the American Navy sails to Grand Line? Adventurism?
These 115 people on boats that the administration claimed without providing evidence were transporting drugs. And at the end of last month, it actually carried out a drone strike on a port facility in Venezuela itself.
There's no Kiwi emoji?
All the while, there was a CIA team spending months in the country undetected, gathering intelligence about Maduro's movements. And that including help from a source in Maduro's government. And all of that leading to 10:30 p.m. last Friday when Trump reportedly gave final approval for Mar-a-Lago for a mission. A mission where more than 150 military aircraft, including drones, fighter planes, and bombers, took off from 20 different military bases and Navy ships. With them then early Saturday morning, striking at radar and air defense batteries across Caracas, clearing the way for helicopters that carried Delta Force commandos right to Maduro's doorstep. And all of this, it went crazy fast. About 5 minutes after entering the building, they reported that they had Maduro and his wife in custody. And then by 4:29 a.m. local time, the pair were transferred to the USS Iwo Jima, which is an American warship that had been stationed about 100 miles off the coast of Venezuela. And this whole operation reportedly took just 2 hours and 20 minutes, killing at least 80 people, including civilians and soldiers, according to a Venezuelan official. Right, and as far as Maduro, he's now being held in New York City, and he pled not guilty today to federal charges, including narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, and possession of machine guns and destructive devices, saying, "I am innocent, I am a decent man, I am president." And with that, you've got the updated and unsealed indictment alleging that he headed a corrupt, illegitimate government that for decades has leveraged government power to protect and promote illegal activity, including...
I don't know. I feel like this is more of Philly D's just like, you know, here's the facts. You make up your own mind. Is Maduro a dirty bird whose time had come, or was Trump, you know, like, I don't know. Hopefully he's at least going to point out that regardless of, you know, whatever Maduro may or may not have done, which again, you know, is he a bad vessel for the Bolivarian movement? Yeah, it seems like it. But, you know, is he Scarface with fucking machine guns, drug trafficking? Probably not. And it really makes it feel like that, like what Hugo Chavez said all those years back is true, that this is a strategy. They are just going to start doing this. They are going to take like leaders of countries that they're hostile with and try to, you know, frame them for drug trafficking.
drug trafficking. And this indictment also charges Maduro's wife, his son,
Yeah.
two other
Leave a comment below if you think he's guilty. Exactly.
high-ranking Venezuelan officials, and an alleged leader of Tren de Aragua. Right, that gang that the Trump administration designated as a terrorist organization last year, and that Trump has also claimed worked hand in hand with Maduro's government, although notably, U.S. intelligence agencies have said otherwise. Right, there is reportedly evidence that Maduro has benefited from the drug trade to stay in power, including by using profits from drug trafficking to secure the loyalty of military officials and leaders in his party. But experts have said there's little evidence that Maduro or Venezuela had a role in the drug trade that directly contributed to overdose deaths in the United States.
Yeah, Commander Styles notes it doesn't matter what Maduro was outside the U.S. Since the U.S. jurisdiction is inside of the U.S. and most assuredly not in Venezuela.
Fentanyl, which Donald Trump is always talking about, it's almost entirely produced in Mexico using chemicals from China, and Venezuela really plays no role in its trade. In fact, if you actually look into it, when you compare, Venezuela is not considered a major drug producer at all, or with experts often calling it a minor cocaine transit country, with most of the cocaine also flowing through it, heading to Europe, not the United States. So one of the big things with that, what it points to, is that this was really never about drugs, and I think we always kind of knew that, and even Trump, he's barely held up that charade. Right, Trump has made it very clear that his primary interest is oil.
We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. We're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground, and that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in
I love it when he says Venezuela, though.
Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America.
So then with that, among the reactions, you had the likes of Democratic Senator Chris Murphy saying,
The message that they sent was that this wasn't about regime change. I mean, they came to Congress and they literally lied to our face. They said, this is just a counter-narcotics operation. This seems to be mostly about oil and natural resources. Donald Trump's entire foreign policy is corrupt. Russia, the Middle East, and now Venezuela is all about making money for his friends. And Wall Street, the oil industry, they can make a lot of money off of Venezuela if they run it. You saw within hours of the invasion the announcement of a group of Wall Street investors, energy industry investors, planning a trip to Venezuela to make money off of this invasion, off of this ouster.
But that said, you know, if there is an America First play or argument to all this, it's that the U.S. is only taking back what rightfully belongs to it, which is a claim that Trump has repeatedly made over and over, that Venezuela stole America's oil. But to be very clear here, U.S. companies never owned oil or land in Venezuela, and officials didn't kick them out of the country. And that's why you're seeing things like a Venezuelan economist at the University of Denver saying Trump's claim that Venezuela has stolen oil and land from the U.S. is baseless. But of course, that claim does come from somewhere, and we should talk about it. We're going way back. There was a military dictator who ruled Venezuela from 1908 until 1935, granting concessions that left 3 foreign oil companies in control and 98% of the Venezuelan market. Right, and the country became the world's second largest oil producer and largest exporter. Then we jumped to 1976, and the Venezuelan government took control of the country's petroleum industry, nationalizing hundreds of private businesses and foreign-owned assets, including projects operated by the American companies Exxon and Mobil. And overall, American oil companies lost roughly $5 billion in assets, but were compensated just $1 billion each. And then they took even greater losses in 2007 when President Hugo Chavez nationalized some of the last privately run oil operations in the country. Right, major American companies, with the exception of Chevron, which is the only U.S. oil company operating in Venezuela today, they refused to accept the terms offered to them. And in that case, the companies later actually won billions of dollars from Venezuela in international arbitration, technically, because the country has yet to actually pay those full amounts. So now you've got Trump and his administration reportedly telling oil execs in recent weeks that if they want compensation for seized property, then they got to go back to Venezuela now and invest heavily. You know, the potential upside there, it's huge. Venezuela is known to have the largest proven crude oil reserve in the world. And very notably, the country produces the kind of heavy crude oil that's needed for diesel fuel, asphalt, and other fuels for heavy equipment. But even with its massive reserves, it's been producing less than 1% of the world's crude oil supply, way less than a few decades ago, thanks to corruption, mismanagement, and U.S. sanctions. So, you know, there's been a lot of hesitancy to get involved. For example, one industry official telling Politico, the infrastructure currently there is so dilapidated that no one at these companies companies can adequately assess what is needed to make it operable. And another expert saying the issue is not just that the infrastructure is in bad shape, but it's mostly about how do you get foreign companies to start pouring money in before they have a clear perspective on the political stability, the contract situation, and the like. And on that note, we're
Chat,
not
I've got
really
a
getting
pee.
a whole lot of clarity from the White House. You had Trump saying at a news conference after the attack that the U.S. would run the country until a safe, proper, and judicious transition of power could be arranged. A statement that pretty much freaked everyone the hell out. Right? And Trump, he didn't say whether U.S. forces would occupy the country, but he did say he wasn't afraid of boots on the ground. With that, I'll say right now there are no signs of a continued U.S. military presence in Venezuela, and Maduro's government is still in power. In fact, his vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, she's been sworn in as interim president. And you had her saying in a national address on Saturday that the U.S. had invaded her country under false pretenses and insisted that Maduro is still Venezuela's rightful leader. So there you had some speculating that might be more politics than a genuine display of loyalty. U.S. officials reportedly settled on Rodriguez as an acceptable candidate to replace Maduro weeks ago, with Trump even saying at the news conference that Marco Rubio had spoken to Rodriguez and determined that she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. And that is, he said that the country's exiled opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, didn't have the support or respect to lead the country. And that being said, surprised a lot of people for a lot of reasons, including, international observers said that the candidate that she supported after being disqualified beat Maduro in the 2024 election by a wide margin. And in fact, the Biden administration and the second Trump administration both recognized that candidate as the legitimate winner. And since then, Machado has openly supported the U.S. military campaign in the Caribbean and gone out of her way to appeal to Trump, calling him a champion of freedom, echoing his talking points on election fraud and even dedicating her Nobel Peace Prize to him. All of that, it appears it may have been for nothing, especially because you now have Rodriguez striking a more diplomatic tone, saying that she's willing to work with Trump. Though that also notably coming as you had Trump warning in an interview, if Rodriguez doesn't do what's right, she is going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro, with Trump then also claiming again last night that the United States was in charge of Venezuela. And then when asked what he needed from Rodriguez, he replied, "We need total access. We need access to the oil and to other things in their country that allow us to rebuild their country." But then with that, you had Rubio, some saying walking back, some saying explained the administration's plan, saying that it's to keep a military quarantine in place of the country's oil exports, preventing oil tankers on a U.S. sanctions list from entering and leaving the country. And the Venezuelan government would likely have to open up the state-controlled oil industry to foreign investment, likely giving priority to American companies in order for the quarantine to end. But, for now, there's a lot of unknowns. Right? What will the continued response be from Venezuelans, both in the country and abroad? Or while you had a lot of people celebrating the end of Maduro, you have a lot of people going, well, isn't this the same regime? Though also it's going to take time to see how stable and how compliant the Venezuelan government's going to actually be, and if it'll be enough to reassure U.S. companies. Also, in the meantime, you have many asking, well, what are the international reactions here? What are the potential ramifications that go beyond just Venezuela? Well, there you've had France, Germany, Mexico, Brazil, China, Russia, Chile, and Colombia condemning Trump's abduction of Maduro. But you also had people like Senator Mark Warner of Virginia, the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, making some points that we've heard from a lot of people, saying that efforts by the U.S. to prove it's no longer a colonial power in the Americas has been all thrown out now, saying that Trump's actions could potentially turn the whole region against us, right? And then also arguing that the administration's aim of dominating the Western Hemisphere, including forcibly seizing leaders in the region, could spur China and Russia to try to do the same in their perceived spheres of influence, right? Saying there's an extraordinarily high risk that adversaries around the world will use the same theory of the case to act with further impunity, right? And that's an interesting case to hear out, especially because you have Team Trump suggesting that Venezuela may be only the first country on this side of the globe that he takes action against. In fact, just in the couple of days following the operation in Venezuela, Team Trump has pointed to several countries as the possible next target, including Greenland, Colombia, and even Mexico. Right? Trump again reigniting the previous threats to annex Greenland despite.
Does this sound familiar? Is anybody getting freaking deja vu here? Right? Like the Trump is in he's got soldiers in Los Angeles right now. He's got soldiers in like DC, but he's considering Chicago, Memphis, and New Orleans are like looking like the next. You know what I'm saying? Like, does this seem like a shit that just like the way that he rolls out this shit? It's so fucking familiar. Every day feels like Groundhog's Day under Trump.
Despite all the pushback he received from Greenland itself and Denmark the first time he brought it up. And with that, you had Trump telling reporters on Air Force One on Sunday,
"We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. and Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
Trump also reiterating that to the Atlantic, saying that the U.S. absolutely needs Greenland for national security. And it seems very much to be in the mind of those in Trump's orbit, including Steve,
Oh my God, chat.
who posted soon.
You know how many Twitch followers I have right now? 4,999. The question is, who is going to be number 5,000? Now, don't get smart and like unsubscribe and resubscribe, because you'll just be 4,999. We need somebody who's not subscribed to hit that heart button and take this relationship to the next level. Oh my God, chat. Okay, anyway, we will win. We need Greenland. We do have some, like, you know, some of the response from the Democrats is a little bit heartening, you know, from like Van Hollen, Ro Khanna, people like this. Even Graham Plattner had a great statement on it, despite my misgivings with the guy. You know, he no notes as far as Graham Plattner's statement. But at the same time, you know, you got the fucking Chuck Schumers of the world still doing their thing. There's so much that we need to touch on here. I want to do the video that Narwhal suggested, because that's the Leeja Miller video, and it's actually a really great explainer. But I don't know. There's also a talk is cheap, though. Maybe we'll get the pathetic Democratic response. Talk is cheap. Oh, that's a good point. But it's too expensive for some of the Democrats. Don't want to do the talk even. They don't want to. They're like, well, you know, I mean, because I was telling the MAGAs in Shorts chat yesterday, which I'm still trying to get Shorts chat up today. I don't know what the fucking magical incantation I did yesterday was that got it up, but I just kept on trying, and eventually it worked. So hopefully it'll happen today. I don't want to spend a weird gay boy. Are you number 5,000? What? That's amazing. Congratulations. I feel like we need some kind of hype for that. Don't you think that warrants some kind of hype? How about like this kind of hype? A weird gay boy, you've just become follower number 5,000. We're over 5,000, chat, and it's about time. It's about time. Yeah, Twitch has grown so much slower than YouTube, but we are finally there, thanks to a weird gay boy. Thank you. Weird gay boy, I salute you. You have really, you've really come through for us today. I bought one of Leah's sweaters. Wait, the Reagan ruined everything? Wait, does she have like Christmas sweaters? That's interesting merch. Are you saying that there's a Reagan ruined everything Christmas type sweater? Is that what we're talking about? Hyped and doing the Trump dance from the comfort of my home. There we go. Congratulations, everybody. We did it. Mission accomplished. Oh no. Oh no. I'm jealous of great usernames. Yeah. You know, you gotta think of one that nobody else has thought of and snag it, grab it, and then lurk an NCC stream so that you can be the 5,000th follower and get that shout out. And shout you out we do, a weird gay boy. Shouts out indeed. Anyway, let's finish this Philip DeFranco thing up, and then we'll take a look at the Leeja Miller video. I don't know if we'll have time for the cowardice that is Chuck Schumer and the Democratic establishment yet, but yeah, they are pretty fucking incorrigible. You stole mine from an old story, Soapy the Bum? Back to lurking. It sounds like a Simpsons reference, if I was to guess. Anyway, I'm playing the music when I should be playing the video. There we go. Video.
With the image of an American flag draped across a map of Greenland. And so with all this, you had the leaders in Denmark and Greenland just not...
I really hate this shit, because I know how the story ends, right? The United States pushes around and bullies small countries until they get together behind closed doors and plan the end of U.S. hegemony. They fucking rip the Band-Aid off of the dollar and let it bleed. Leave it fucking bleeding on the floor. Right? And United States gets, like, I don't know, deservingly to the, politicians that have gotten us here, including politicians before Trump, right? But sadly for the American people, a century of isolation, which I do not think it will come out of stronger. right? I don't. It's you know, at some point, people band together and they fight back, and that's, you know,
Happy. The Prime Minister of Denmark, Mette Frederiksen, noting again that the US has no right to annex Greenland, also whose people made it very clear that it's not for sale. All while, I think a lot of people don't realize this, the US already has wide access to Greenland because of a NATO defense agreement. So among other things, Trump's national security argument really doesn't appear to hold
I'm gonna
water.
grab
And
some
with that, you
more
had
coffee
Frederiksen
and
adding, I strongly
maybe
urge
some
the United States to stop the threats against a historically close ally. With Greenland's Prime Minister also echoing that, but then also adding, when the President of the United States talks about we need Greenland and connects us with Venezuela and military intervention, it's not just wrong, this is so disrespectful. And this has gotten to such a crazy place that Denmark and Germany have had to promise to defend Greenland against any invasion. But of course, it's not where it ends for Trump, because there's also Colombia, with Trump taking aim at President Gustavo Petro. Trump saying he better, quote, watch his ass, and calling him a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. So with that, promising he's not going to be doing it for very long. And Trump, he's had beef with Petro for a while. He's placed sanctions on him, his family, and a member of his government back in October. He also slashed U.S. assistance to Colombia after adding them to a list of countries that had failed to cooperate with the war on drugs. And actually, when asked if the US would carry out an operation on Colombia similar to what was done in Venezuela, Trump responded, "It sounds good to me." Though again, that is not where it ends, because we have to talk about Cuba, with Trump telling reporters, "I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now." And there, specifically, he said that Cuba's economy, which in part has already been struggling thanks to a years-long embargo from the US, is only going to get worse now that Maduro is out of the picture. Because Maduro provided Cuba with subsidized oil in exchange for Cuban security, helping him maintain power. But you also had Trump saying to Fox News that he doesn't think that the US will need to take action in Cuba because, quote, "I think it's just going to fall. It's going down for the count." Though, I will say that it stopped Secretary of State Marco Rubio, whose parents fled from Cuba, from saying that the Cuban government should be, quote, "concerned at least." Additionally, I'll say it's worth mentioning that Trump has threatened to take action in the Middle East as well. And specifically there, he exchanged threats with top Iranian officials over the way that the government's handling protests about the plummet in the local currency, saying that if Iran violently kills peaceful protesters, that the US will come to their rescue. Though with that, we are seeing reports of dead there, so we'll see if Trump does something with that. But then finally, that brings us to Mexico, with Trump telling Fox and Friends on Saturday morning something's going to have to be done with Mexico, and saying that Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum is allowing the drug cartels to run the country.
She's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico, and I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, 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 Mr. President. No, 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 please. So we have to do something.
There's something of note here. Most of the countries that we've talked about, they've denounced the operation in Venezuela and the abduction of Maduro, with officials from Mexico, Cuba, and Colombia all arguing that Latin America and the Caribbean are peaceful, and describing the US's involvement with Venezuela as, quote, "cowardly, criminal, and treacherous." Also, here at home, we've seen many Democrats and some Republicans in Congress outright condemning the operation. Some, like Senator Tim Kaine, looking to force votes on preventing what Chuck Schumer called a humanitarian geopolitical disaster. But, with all that said, one of the big key
wait, what is this? Oh shit.
Republicans in Congress outright condemning the operation. Some, like Senator Tim Kaine, looking to force votes on preventing what Chuck Schumer called a humanitarian
So I mean, that's as good as it gets, I guess, from Chuck Schumer. I really liked Van Hollen's statement and Graham Plattner's statement. But yeah, we got Tim Kaine in the membrane forcing the vote. Just force that this we're talking about a discharge petition, right? When we say force the vote. Requiring any additional actions to I mean, like look, if you want to do anything else, you gotta check with Congress. It's like your mom saying, like, you're out past your bedtime and being like, all right, but if you want to stay out past 1, you better call me. I don't know. My mom was a lot more hardcore than that, right?
geopolitical disaster. With all that said, one of the big key things here is that none of this is over. This is just the start. And I say that to everyone, not just the people who are doing like a George Bush cosplay on that aircraft carrier with a mission accomplished banner. We're gonna have to keep our eyes on this for the coming days, weeks, months, and maybe even years, especially because it seems like we're hearing very, very different things from Donald Trump and Marco Rubio at times. But for now, with all this, I'd love to know your thoughts, your reactions, and maybe even some of your predictions. I mean, what a way to start the new year. And I've got more for you in just a minute, but first let me say, if you're running your business,
Anyway, every time I hear Chuck Schumer, I think From a Bridge. Wait, what's that from? Anyway, I wanted to check out that Leeja Miller video. I watched this this morning. God, there's a lot of coverage of this, and I'm having to really pick and choose so that I don't end up we got to do this. We're gonna okay, so we're gonna watch this. Then we're gonna watch the we're gonna take a look at the Alex Jones versus Candace Owens, the battle of the conspiracy theorists, which should be wild. It'll be look, that'll be a little that's your that is your palate cleanser for the day, okay? We're at 36 out of 100 as far as bonus content. You're gonna get some bonus content just by virtue of yesterday. That we still have this Alex Jones and Candace Owens video to watch. But if you want more bonus content, right, we're 64 points away from that at the moment. And what is winning right now? It looks like Clavicular by a long shot, isn't it? Let me check and see what the poll is telling me. I still can't seem to get. Oh, not by a long shot, right? Okay, so wow, it really reversed. Okay, Clavicular leaves it. Clavicular's girlfriend leaves him is in first place. Destiny talks about the Vosh collab. Yeah, Destiny's offering a collab to Vosh, but very much on Destiny's own terms. That's in second place. Third place, we got Vivek defending JD Vance's wife, Usha. And fourth place, we got Mr. Beast doing a Gamergate in Minecraft. That's right. That's right. Many obsidian dicks were constructed during Mr. Beast's Gamergate in Minecraft. So that's what's going on. You remember, I programmed the first half. You programmed the second half, but only if we get to 100. We're at 36 right now with 67 votes. Make sure to get your vote in if you haven't already, and know that if you donate or if you have donated, you have the ability to let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see, and I can turn your donation into a percentage, adding it to the topic of your choice. Or you can even support Vox Populi, which means no money in politics, no effective donations on the your donation will go to counteract other donations. In other words, if you choose Vox Populi, but that's where we're at now. The Butterfly Gull has 56 minutes left and needs seven teal or above super chats. That's where we're at right now. Let us move on to Leeja Miller.
Hi, it's Monday, January 5th, 2026. You're tuned into Why America? I'm Leeja Miller. In case you live under a rock, over the weekend, the United States carried out an extensive middle-of-the-night military operation in Caracas, Venezuela, arresting President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, and bringing them to New York to be prosecuted for various narco-terrorism-related charges. In the aftermath of the operation, the central questions have been why, and also what happens next. So I'm going to try to answer these questions this week in a two-part series on the recent developments, and hopefully provide some historical and legal context behind this move by the Trump administration. We're going to look at this entire situation through the lens of power and the law. Who has power, who doesn't, who's trying to get more of it, and how are they attempting to bend the law to their will to create legitimacy for what is being criticized the world over as an illegal act of war contrary to major international treaties and in violation of international law. Today, we're discussing the Monroe Doctrine and how the Trump regime is attempting to stretch it to encompass their boldest plans for the Western Hemisphere. The media reports I've been reading about what Trump has now termed the Monroe Doctrine, because the right loves a rebrand, miss some important points in history in their analysis. Turns out this isn't a particularly new or innovative strategy, but it is a decided turn away from recent precedent, and one that is based on faulty law and reasoning, which I suppose is par for the course for this regime.
Look, just like the Biden administration wasn't great, didn't take the needs of the American people seriously enough, especially with the reticence around the last stimulus and the forcing everybody to work back to work prematurely, right? But they did represent a turn, a bit of a turn away from the neoliberal direction that the Democratic Party had taken in past years, right? Biden, by no means a good president, by no means a successful president, but in terms of labor policy and a lot of stuff, right? Probably one of the most progressive, probably the most progressive president that most of us have seen in our lifetime, right? That's a very low bar. to begin with, but he was there, and so just like we're seeing a complete turnaround on the little inkling of of the reduction of the hostility that the federal government had for labor that we saw under Biden, for instance. We're seeing this. Really, you can't tell what it is. You can't tell if it's the United States um, government politicians coming to the consensus that like being seen as the bully in your hemisphere is not a good thing, right? Or if it is just branding, right? If it is just an attempt to, well, we're going to keep doing the same thing, but we're gonna use different language around it, right? You at least saw a some lip service being paid to ending the imperial legacy that the United States has in Central and South America, right? And then with Trump, it's one step forward and it's like 10 steps back. So here we are.
Headline from NPR about this story caught my eye. Maduro faces drug charges in U.S. even as Trump freed others convicted of trafficking. Using the Ground News browser extension, I can get helpful background information on this publication in one quick glance. To get the big picture, I can click on full coverage.
Let me give you the link to this video if anybody wants to get their Ground News through Leeja. It's not anything that I use, but Ethical React. There's the video in the sponsor, and you can also leave Leeja so you can subscribe to Leeja while you're at it if you want to, using that link. So there you go. But yeah, I'm sure we've all seen a Ground News ad or two in our time. You know what the deal is with Ground News.
That I never miss a headline because of my own information bubble with its blind spot feature by highlighting stories that our organized family members get you. I'm always really impressed with Ground News. Limited commentators were postulating why they think that the Trump regime decided to escalate things like this in Venezuela. Part of the guessing comes from the fact that the Trump regime in its PR campaign since the attack has not provided any actual sound legal reasoning for their actions, and each of Trump's advisors provides slightly different reasoning. In the press conference Trump held on Sunday after the news dropped, Trump spent a lot of the time talking about oil, American oil companies, and making the U.S. and U.S. oil companies, and as an afterthought, the Venezuelan people, a whole lot of money because oil. Then Marco Rubio stood up to say that actually it was really just a Department of Justice operation that required the support of the military. This wasn't an act of war or aggression. It was just the Department of Justice carrying out a criminal enforcement matter, as though that can be compartmentalized from the U.S. military being involved in the ouster of a sitting president in a foreign country. It was just a routine run-of-the-mill little arrest. J.D. Vance on Twitter said it was about holding a criminal accountable and nothing else. But of course, that ignores the reality that literally last month, Trump pardoned former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was convicted in the United States of conspiring to import cocaine and using a machine.
And again, I think we have like hypocrisy fatigue with Trump. I think our eyes kind of glaze over at each new Trumpian hypocrisy, right? I mean, that's huge, right? With the amount of mileage that Trump gets off of the threat of fentanyl and drug trafficking, the fact that he turns around and pardons an actual head of state who was involved in drug trafficking to the point where he bragged about quote unquote forcibly shoving the cocaine up the nose of the gringos, right? This is the guy that Trump just pardoned from Honduras. And yet this is, the supposed drug crimes and drug trafficking involvement and penchant to collect machine guns, perhaps, is the basis on which they're charging Maduro. So, yeah, massively hypocritical. But like, I feel like nobody notices. I feel like we've all just like, it's like if you live in the house, with a smoker, you don't notice when somebody like lights up, right? It's only if you stop smoking for a while and then you go to somebody else's house and they've got an ashtray, then you notice it.
machine gun to do so, the same charges Maduro faces. When pushed by anchors on the numerous different news shows that Marco Rubio made the PR rounds on Sunday, Rubio largely avoided the questions and grew frustrated and provided no comment when pressed on the clear contradictions in the administration's actions. Okay, so within all this chaos, we're all just trying to decipher what the fuck is going on. But the piece that a lot of the media reports I was reading seemed to miss.
Pat, we're going to have to watch those Sunday. I'm sure there was a lot of stuff that I missed on the Sunday shows. I think I was, wait, was I streaming on Sunday? Yeah, I was. Somehow I missed the covering, I mean, the most obvious thing in the world is to watch Meet the Press and all the rest of the shows after a Saturday night like this one.
Leave out is that they did
have
already laid.
Was it Friday night? In the U.S./Venezuela?
Their reasoning out for us. The references to the Monroe Doctrine over the weekend didn't materialize out of thin air. Their strategy and goals have been pretty clear. As with a lot of what's happening with this regime, they tend to pretty flagrantly say what they want to do and do a lot of the law breaking out in the open, where past administrations tried to at least pretend to be above board. There are two primary source documents that are informative. One is a proclamation Trump issued last month, presidential message on the anniversary of the Monroe Doctrine. The other is the 33-page document titled National Security Strategy for the United States of America. That was issued by the administration 2 months ago in November 2025. Both documents.
Friday night, Saturday morning. That makes sense. Yeah, I remember it was Saturday night for me, but it's so hard, chat. It's so hard to just keep in mind that I am a day ahead. That's it. Simply it. If I want to understand, my relationship to the United States, I'm 12 hours ahead of. Sorry, not a day ahead. 12 hours ahead of East Coast time. Wait, no, maybe I'm 48. What? I'm confused. See what I mean, chat? It breaks my brain to think about it. Okay, so right now on the West Coast, it's 2 a.m., which means 5 a.m. on the East Coast. For me, it is 5 p.m. the day after. Is it? No, it's on the same day. It's the same day, right? Okay, so yeah, it is 12 hours. Oh my God, I'm 12 hours ahead of East Coast. I'm 15 hours ahead of West Coast. There, I think I've got it, but it never sticks. I'm in the future, I know. It's so hard to conceive of how much, and if I fuck up and start thinking completely on American time, then I'll pay my rent late or something. You know what I mean? I'll miss a bill.
Documents reinforce one another and are part of the same overall strategy. The proclamation announces the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, saying that, quote, the American people, not foreign nations nor globalist institutions, will always control their own destiny in our hemisphere. It also is clearly part of the larger regime's priority of forcing Americans to be patriotic and whitewash our history so that we can all be proud of the incomplete or entirely manufactured version of U.S. history they want us to believe in. It's a very Nazi-inspired philosophy that's wielded against any version of U.S. history that provides a criticism or even just a neutral account of events that make the U.S. look bad. Through the America 250 program to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, they're attempting to aggrandize various moments throughout U.S. history through these presidential proclamations that editorialize or completely rewrite parts of U.S. history in a positive light. This is just one of those proclamations. But the Trump corollary is more clearly set forth in that other document, the National Security Strategy, dropped back in November. And as I say over and over on this show, even though the regime loves to lie and hide the truth and twist facts and rewrite history sometimes as it's happening, you can take their word on what they say they're going to try to do, not the effects of what they want to do. They will always lie about that. But the actual actions, you can take them at their word on that, whether it's Project 2025 or this National Security Strategy document, which is linked along with all my other sources in the description. In that document, they don't say we're going to attack Venezuela, but what they give us is the why behind the operation. They say they want to encourage quote unquote stability in Latin America as a means of discouraging the mass migration that is flooding our southern border. They want cooperation.
He created the mass migration. This last wave of mass migration that Trump that Trump rode to victory, he created through his sanctions, right? Oh my God. And in general, yeah, it's the American foreign policy is a bigger driver of immigration than like what the fuck, how open the border is or whatever.
Among Latin American governments to help prosecute narco-terrorists and prevent importation of drugs into the United States. They want to prevent, quote, hostile foreign incursion or ownership of key assets. Basically, if we take the assets in these countries, then China won't. A nice continuation of the anti-communist rhetoric of the last century. On page 15, they sum it up, saying, quote, our goals for the Western Hemisphere can be summarized as enlist and expand. We will enlist established friends in the hemisphere to control migration, stop drug flows, and strengthen stability and security on land and sea. We will expand by cultivating and strengthening new partners while bolstering our own nation's appeal as the hemisphere's economic and security partner of choice. They're also intent on supporting U.S.
When you think about it, there's something so perverse about Trump's policies, right? Immiserating the Venezuelan people, causing a massive wave of migration, right? Using that migration to win an election, and then securing a friendly government in Venezuela that will prevent, somehow prevent their people from migrating, despite the fact, right? So we immiserate countries, and then we effectively we immiserate countries in a way that's going to cause mass migration. We use the mass migration to elect a fucking Nazi-ass government. And then we use the Nazi-ass government to slam the door in their face, right? Even from their own, country, in terms of what they're saying about they want to enlist partners who will help them control migration.
U.S. businesses and private sector investments in the region while also pushing out foreign companies. And so when a reporter asked at the news conference on Sunday how it could possibly be America first to oust another country's president and vow to run the country from abroad, this is how they justify it as America first. America first was never an isolationist policy. It's a strongman policy, one where America imposes its will on its neighbors. Consent is never a part of the equation, of course, and takes whatever it wants. They're not hiding behind the lie that they want to spread democracy to other countries. That's a thing of the past. They're not even pretending at this point. It's about America's sphere of influence being used to bully the countries around us into doing things we think will protect us from drugs or China or competition from other parts of the world. Hi, editing Leeja here. I said corollary the British way over and over and over in this next section, so I'm going to just read it out for you the correct way because it's embarrassing and I don't need you guys to hear that. The Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine is nothing new. In fact, it's frankly rather gratuitous to call it a corollary at all. A corollary implies a proposition that adds on to a previous proposition, but Trump's corollary is really just restating an interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine that's been around for at least a century. And for all the talk of the Monroe Doctrine, I've found few actual quotes of it in the slew of media coverage over the last 2 days. So here's the history you actually need to know to put this all into context, along with actual primary source quotes, because we're getting fucking academic up in here, okay? President James Monroe issued what is known as the Monroe Doctrine in an annual message to Congress on December 2nd, 1823. He didn't call it that. It's a couple paragraphs in a much larger speech that later became known as the Monroe Doctrine. In 1823, numerous Latin American countries had recently gained independence from their European colonizers, and Monroe was seeking to assert U.S. dominance in the region. But that dominance was not, in 1823, really a thing. It was aspirational at best.
Let me tell you, if the United States was ever what it pretends to be, shining city on the hill, the birthplace of modern democracy and independence and all this shit, right? If we're about freedom and especially freedom from, colonial oppressors, like the UK was to the rich men in the rich men of the the revolution, the founding fathers, right? If there was anything real about that, right, you'd see it in a solidarity with these newly independent states, these states that had freed themselves from their colonial oppressors. But that obviously that's not what it was about.
As professors Britta and Russell Crandall wrote for America's Quarterly back in 2023, quote, at the time of the Monroe Doctrine, Great Britain was the preeminent global power, while the United States was little more than a second-ring show in the high-strung Atlantic circus, in the words of historian Caitlin Fitz. Nevertheless, Monroe made bold proclamations about his hopes for establishing
like Magenta, you're onto it, right? The United States portrays itself, at least to its citizens, if not to the world at large, as the center of the universe, right? As the, like, again, shining city on the hill, right? The most advanced nation technologically, the most advanced nation, the most wealthy nation, right? That is like how it's been, presented, right? And they are the global hegemon, right? They are definitely the most powerful nation, but due to look, I grew up thinking that Americans invented cool, right? I grew up thinking that when I went to France on my school trip, that I was gonna be able to go to the club and show those French people what's cool, because obviously they don't know. They have a defective sense of style and you know what I mean? Like I literally was like under the impression that that coolness, whatever the fuck that meant, which, pretty fucking relative, was like an American invention, right? Like whatever these French people on, they're like several years behind us, right? Let me help them catch up. I don't know. I mean, not really. I wasn't like trying to show off or anything, but I really did think that like I had access and knowledge of something that the whole rest of the world was like, ooh, isn't that cool? Never thought of that coolness could exist independently in France as a different thing than it is in the United States, right? I had trouble conceiving of foreign countries. I had trouble imagining foreign countries. All I knew that is that like supposedly they didn't have what we had, so it's going to be like a lesser version of the U.S. And when I traveled a little bit in Europe, I found anything but a lesser version of the United States. But yeah, it really does get instilled in Americans. I mean, I think it's maybe more of a holdover from the 20th century. It's more of kind of a boomer thing, but it's still there.
Delineation between the overreach of the powers in Europe into our own quote-unquote backyard. In relevant part, he said, quote, it is only when our rights are invaded or seriously menaced that we resent injuries or make preparation for our defense.
Like it's like Rome. That's how the U.S. sees itself as like the central node in this a global empire, basically.
With the movements in this hemisphere, we are of necessity more immediately connected, and by causes which must be obvious to all enlightened and impartial observers.
No, I mean that's a good point, Mitch. We all know that the coolness was invented by Mr. Arthur Fonzarelli. Yeah. So it's kind of maybe Italian Americans invented cool.
Therefore, to candor and to the amicable relations existing between the United States and those powers in Europe, to declare that we should consider any attempt on their part to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety. With the existing colonies or dependencies of any European power, we have not interfered and shall not interfere. But with the governments who have declared their independence and maintained it, and whose independence we have
down to 35 minutes on Butterfly Goal,
on great consideration and on just principles acknowledged, we could not view any interposition for the purpose of oppressing them or controlling in any other manner their destiny by any European power in any other light than as the manifestation of an unfriendly disposition towards the United States. Okay, very bold, very assertive. But as the Crandalls wrote for America's Quarterly, quote, it's worth noting that at the time of its announcement, the Monroe Doctrine was more of a symbolic display than one showcasing military might. The U.S. lacked the ability to enforce Monroe's stated goals. Despite the fierce reputation the doctrine would gain in future decades and centuries, the pronouncement did not prevent European moves from violating Monroe's warning, such as the British annexation in 1833 of the Falkland Islands, which Argentina refers to as the Malvinas, Spain's reassertion of colonial control in Santo Domingo, today's Dominican Republic, in 1861, or most famously, Napoleon III's bold gambit to establish a French puppet regime in Mexico during the U.S. Civil War. Until very late in the 19th century, the United States was busy becoming the master master of its own continental territory, focusing on its westward expansion to the Pacific coast.
Cool isn't invented, it just is.
So despite the Trump proclamation characterizing the Monroe Doctrine by saying, quote, with those mighty words, every nation knew that the United States of America was emerging as a superpower unlike anything the world had ever known, and that nothing could ever rival the strength, unity, and resolve of a freedom-loving people. Well, that's not actually true based on ensuing historical events. It is part of the myth-making of America to say that the Monroe Doctrine at the time of its pronouncement was seen as this foreboding thing. No, Europe was like, sick, bro, we're going to just keep doing what we were doing. It isn't until 1904 when various European powers were trying to bully Venezuela into paying the debt.
I think at the time the United States was more concerned with the Barbary pirates, for instance.
It couldn't pay by
the major imperial powers of Europe.
Boats into Venezuelan waters that Theodore Roosevelt issued his corollary to the Monroe Doctrine to assert that actually it's our job in America to step into the affairs of the rest of Latin America to protect ourselves. In his annual message to Congress on December 6, 1904, Theodore Roosevelt said, quote, it is not true that the United States feels any land hunger or entertains any projects as regards the other nations of the Western Hemisphere, save such as are for their welfare. All that this country desires is to see the neighboring countries stable, orderly, and prosperous. Any country whose people conduct themselves well can count upon our hearty friendship. If a nation shows that it knows how to act with reasonable efficiency and decency in social and political matters, if it keeps order and pays its obligations, it need fear no interference from the United States. Chronic wrongdoing or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society may, in America as elsewhere, ultimately require intervention by some civilized nation, and in the Western Hemisphere, the adherence of the United States to the Monroe Doctrine may force the United States, however reluctantly, in flagrant cases of such wrongdoing or impotence, to the exercise of an international police power. If every country washed by the Caribbean Sea would show the progress in stable and just civilization, which, with the aid of the Platt Amendment, Cuba has shown since our troops left the island, and which so many of the republics in both Americas are constantly and brilliantly showing, all question of interference by this nation with their affairs would be at an end. Our interests and those of our southern neighbors are in reality identical. They have great natural riches, and if within their borders the reign of law and justice obtains, prosperity is sure to come to them. While they thus obey the primary laws of civil...
I'm going to tell you, like, right, one of the reasons I think that people don't fuck with history is because you end up, like, seeing writing like this, and there's something about this that just makes your eyes glow over, right?
Civilized society, they may rest assured that they will be treated by us in a spirit of cordial and helpful sympathy. We would interfere with them only in the last resort, and then only if it became evident that their inability or unwillingness to do justice at home and abroad had violated the rights of the United States or had invited foreign aggression to the detriment of the entire body of American nations. It is a mere truism to say that every nation, whether in America or anywhere else, which desires to maintain its freedom, its independence, must ultimately realize that the right of such independence cannot be separated from the responsibility of making good use of it. Editing Leeja again here to re-record me saying this word. This is why I think Trump's quote-unquote corollary is nothing new.
Americans are dumb as fuck.
New and doesn't deserve the title. It's just a restatement of Teddy Roosevelt's corollary. Act civilized and we'll play nice. But if you don't, and we're going to define what civilized means,
all the old heads were top tier posters.
It's our job to protect ourselves.
Yeah, that was their version of all caps Donald Trump rant.
By unilateral intervention. Okay, but then there's a piece of the puzzle that a lot of media outlets are kind of glossing over. Franklin Roosevelt's good neighbor policy in 1933. Back to the Crandalls, who wrote, quote, President Franklin Roosevelt embraced consultation and cooperation over gunboats and U.S. Marines with his good neighbor policy, accepting the principle of non-intervention at the Montevideo Conference of 1933. The creation of the Rio Pact in 1947 appeared to make the Monroe Doctrine multilateral, transferring the responsibility for defense from the United States to all 19 signatories. With the ensuing creation of the Organization of American States in 1948...
There it is, the OAS. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of when I was talking about elections in, I think it was Bolivia, that actually, what was the deal? I think the election was, fair, and the OAS threw shade on it. So it allowed the last coup in Bolivia.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Was it Bolivia? Am I Am I even remembering correctly?
It's a pugilistic version.
It's so hard to keep track of which, you know, which Latin American states are, you know, U.S. puppets, which ones are have elected far right leaders, and which ones have taken their countries back at any given time, because it always feels like it's like a cycle.
Of the Monroe Doctrine would often seem obsolete in ensuing years. The John F. Kennedy administration invoked the Rio Pact, not the Monroe Doctrine, during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. Similarly, President Johnson's major policy speech outlining intervention in the Dominican Republic in 1965 also omitted any reference to the Monroe Doctrine. Now, of course, I don't think anyone could argue that the Cuban Missile Crisis and our ensuing relationship...
World Ellipsis says it was Bolivia. Much says Happy Days was very popular in the UK back in the 70s. You guys are pretty successful with your global cultural hegemony. There's a real love-hate relationship with the people around the world. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Like we make good shit from time to time. We have interesting aesthetics from time to time, but there's so much of a propensity for like navel gazing and just you know, centering the world, your conception of the world, or with America at the center, which, you know, hegemonically I guess it is, but partly hating the brute U.S. dominance, partly believing in the coolness and the shining city on the hill, produced a very schizophrenic world. Well, we're a very schizophrenic country, to be real.
With post-revolutionary Cuba would fall under what could be called a collaborative good neighbor policy, but that was at least the interpretation at the time of the Monroe Doctrine. And it wasn't until the Cold War that the idea of heavy-handed unilateral military intervention into Latin America once again became the prevailing theory, especially in the increasing push against any perceived incursion of communism into the hemisphere. And so you have U.S. intervention in Chile after the democratic election of leftist President Allende, and into Nicaragua, and into Panama, and so many other countries, either directly or indirectly. This latest operation in Venezuela is part of an exceptionally long and complex history of U.S. intervention, not just in Venezuela, but in the region, all under the guise of the Monroe Doctrine, a couple paragraphs in a speech that President James Monroe gave once in 1823. It's not written into a law, but it's the sole thing that the Trump regime is pointing to legitimize its actions over the weekend. And it knows, because of history, that that's all it really takes to justify taking whatever actions they want in Latin America, which is why I'm making this a two-parter. Because
Elon said we'll coup whoever we want. He was probably thinking of Bolivia when he said that. Because there was lithium found.
Even touched on the actual word of the law and what the law actually says when it comes to, you know, kidnapping a country's leader and bringing them to the U.S. to face justice, because that's also happened before, and we'll address that on Wednesday. But I also wanted to touch on the oil. Stay with me here. A lot of commentators like to say it's the oil. That's it. That's why. And I'm sure there will be many people who don't even watch to the end of this video who will be in my comment section saying, no, you're overthinking it. It's just the oil, honey. And let's play a fun game. Go ahead and try to find those comments in the comment section and respond to
the extent that it's the oil. I think it's more about keeping the oil out of certain hands, right? Keeping the power that the oil represents, or keeping the oil out of Cuba, keeping the oil out of China, and you know, keeping the power of the oil out of Venezuela. Simple as that. You know, when we're talking about the oil, those are the major concerns. Obviously, you know, they're gonna do something with the oil, and ostensibly somebody's gonna make some money on it. But as far as like, I don't know, like the material conditions of Venezuelans being improved, or the material conditions of Americans being improved from stealing the from taking control of the, it's mostly anti-China, right? But also anti-Cuba. I mean, short term, more so anti-Cuba, right? You, like I mentioned in the very beginning, if you look at Venezuela and Cuba on a map, you know, they're very close, and since Venezuela has been in the hands of the Bolivarian movement ever since 1988, when Hugo Chavez was elected. Cuba has had a very important friend, and Venezuela has had a lot of support from Cuba. These countries, you know, benefit each other. So taking down one goes a long way towards taking down the other, and that's what seems to be on Rubio's mind right now.
to them with a clown emoji so that we can all point and laugh because they didn't watch all the way through to the end. Because it actually doesn't make sense that it would be just about the oil, not entirely at least. There are two stories from Vox that lay this out well.
Yeah, very unlikely gas prices would go down, especially in the short term, right? Remember, this is not like North Atlantic light sweet crude. This is what's called heavy sour crude, I think, and it is more difficult to process. There's a lot of the infrastructure that needs to be revamped before they can even, even get it out. Right? It's not gonna have any effect for a long time.
Them in the sources, which are linked in the description. As always, Venezuela's oil is the type of crude oil that is hard to extract and it is hard to process. Despite having the largest confirmed oil reserves on the planet, there's easier oil to extract elsewhere. On top of this, where past U.S. invasions, especially in the 21st century into the Middle East, have been about gaining access to oil, the reality in the U.S. now is very different than, for example, when George W. Bush was president. We have lots and lots of oil. Too much, in fact, if you're a major oil executive whose paycheck relies on the price of oil. Oil prices are way down to the point where many are barely at their break-even point because there's so much of it. Supply and demand. When supply goes up and demand stays the same or even gets lower as cheaper renewable energy is created, the price is
at some point you get to a point where we're probably pretty close to now where you cannot reduce the price of oil, right? There's a homeostatic mechanism there, right? You understand what she's saying? The price of oil goes down, which is what you want. If you want to not pay as much at the pump, then that means the profits go down. And if the profits go down, the investment goes down, and eventually the supply goes down, and then the price comes back up. But yeah, you can't look. What Trump is promising is some kind of infinite, price drop. And when it's as low as it is now, right? I think that the prices that are on Americans' minds have a lot more to do with what they're buying at the grocery store, for instance, than with what they're buying at the gas station.
Tank, and that's what's happening right now. It doesn't make sense for the US, a country producing a fuck ton of oil, to want Venezuela's oil, or for oil companies to be vying to increase
Burple says, we watched a video on Hassan's stream the other day that explained that Texas has numerous refineries on their south coast which are set up to refine heavy oil. So yeah, and that's the arrangement that the United States used to have with Venezuela, like back in the 80s, right? That those refineries would process that oil, I believe. And so is it more efficient to have those refineries doing something rather than not? Probably, but again, it's kind of a minor factor compared to the geostrategic effects of the U.S. control over that oil.
The global supply of oil. On top of that, the investment of time and money it would take to build up Venezuela's infrastructure is not something most oil companies are interested in. And it's not about making Venezuela pay back U.S. oil companies for some sort of wrongdoing, as Trump has repeatedly claimed, saying that we'll start producing oil so that oil companies will get the money back that was stolen from them. That's a complete fabrication of history. Here's what really happened in a condensed.
So this is what kind of blew my mind. I assumed that there was some major seizure of private property, nationalization of industries, right? That included the expropriation of private holdings of American companies. But listen to what she says actually happened.
Tons of foreign oil companies came into Venezuela in the early 20th century by invitation of the dictator Juan Vicente Gomez. In 1976, Venezuela decided to nationalize its oil industry by buying out foreign firms, a relatively uncontroversial move in which the Venezuelan government paid those foreign.
Nationalization? No, they bought the companies. They paid for it. Nobody got ripped off. Nobody got their fucking shit that they'd built nationalized, right? Which can be justified if there's a fucking corporation in your country exploiting your people, right? It could definitely be justified to expropriate that property, but that's not what happened. Venezuela under Chavez paid for the to reassert control over the industries, right?
foreign oil companies. This became an issue in 1998 when Hugo Chavez
Does she really look that much like Barry Weiss Randallism?
a more confrontational approach to
I don't
renegotiate
think
contracts, which led to ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips pulling out of Venezuela and eventually suing the country for their lost investments. Lawsuits that the oil companies won, meaning they were compensated by
Yeah,
court
just
order
like Mexico paid for the wall. Exactly,
any
Magenta.
loss incurred as a result of their picking up and leaving Venezuela. There is no money for those companies to get reimbursed for. The reimbursement has already happened. There is no money for them or the US or the Venezuelan people to make from Venezuelan oil. The world is already oversupplied with oil, and adding more to the mix would only lower the price of oil and lead to losses for big oil companies. It's not about the oil. Here's what it's really about in the end: power. The Monroe Doctrine started as a pie in the sky aspirational ideal from a fledgling country, strengthened by the Roosevelt corollary and subsequent Cold War intervention into Latin America, and is being continued by this administration, just in a much more out in the open way than many past administrations, as a show of force. Who's the biggest gorilla in the cage that is the Western Hemisphere? Who's the alpha male? And through that show of dominance,
What's that one channel that demonstrates like financial concepts and like stuff like through the with like bananas as the currency and like gorillas? What is it? Is it called like guerrilla economics or something?
Administration after administration has been certain that America will be safer, that American business will prosper across the region, and that ultimately the rich will be made richer. Hey, yep, it's that time again, that time in the program where we draw it all back to how the rich are fucking us all over. This may not be something the oil tycoons are vying for, but it sure makes the big guy Don Trump feel like a strong, strong man. It sure keeps countries in Latin America under our thumb, so our businesses, you know, the ones that every major actor in government has strong ties to, can continue to exploit their resources, whether it's Venezuelans training our AI chatbots for a few cents an hour or something else. Keeping an entire resource-rich region and its people desperate is really beneficial for the American enterprise machine. For Donald Trump himself, it is likely mostly just an ego trip, but for the apparatus that holds him up, the people like Marco Rubio and others working behind the scenes on these policies with ties to big business, it's about power and control and dominance, the benefits of which only a few people at the top will ever see. Tune in on Wednesday for a breakdown of what's to come in the criminal case against Nicolas Maduro, and how we've seen this all before, and how once again the law is being stretched and twisted by powerful people to gain more power. Love that for us. If you'd like to support my work heading into a brand new year of horrors, consider joining here on YouTube by clicking the big join button below, or supporting me over on Patreon, patreon.com/Leeja Miller, where you get access to all these episodes completely ad-free. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Christopher Cohen, Evan Friedley, Mark, Sarah Shelby.
All right, Chad, that is the there's the address for the video. If you want to go over, give it a like, maybe follow Leeja, or if you're interested in any of the sponsor stuff that she was talking about earlier. All right, with that, chat, look, I know we've been through a lot of frustrating news about Donald Trump and his latest endeavor, but now I want us to turn our attention to the bonus content that we got yesterday. Yes, we can get bonus content when we hit 100 on the bonus poll, and yesterday we got to 100, but I didn't have time to give you that bonus content, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that now, right? And this is gonna be a little bit fun, a little bit exciting, a little bit of a what do you call it, a palate cleanser, right? We're gonna cleanse our palates. Whoa, what did I just do? I pressed a button, but it acted as a hotkey instead of as a entering information. Crotchy with the super chat is obvious as the snow on Don Jr.'s lips. Trump is getting into the drug trade, pedo operations. He's been there to done that as well. And thank you for the super chat. And that gets us to 4 out of 10. On the butterfly goal, we got 15 minutes left to make that happening. So it's kind of put your donut towards clavicular. Why, absolutely. You're the first person who's asked me today. Do you know, chat, that when you donate to the stream, you get the ability to do what Crotchy just did and say, you know, I want my dono going for this. I want my do. Do you see, like right there, that 3% wasn't there a second ago? is there thanks to Crotchy. You can do it too. Every time you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, you support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, right? Then any of that makes that number go up, gets us closer to bonus content, and gives you the ability to determine the fate of today's stream. Remember, I program the first half. You get to program the fun half, or decide if we even get one, because you have to fund the damn thing. And it happens when we get to 100, which we're 61 points away from. So within relative striking distance, I would say. Yeah, 39, and we need 6 more super chats to make the butterfly thing happen. I think, what did I say? We have like 20 minutes left on that. No, 14 minutes left. I'm sorry. 14 minutes left on the butterfly goal. Anyway, let's take a look at this. We got Candace Owens. We got Alex Jones. Alex Jones has been having an interesting time. He is traditionally the guy that comes up with all the wild conspiracy theories, but usually it's when like Obama is in power, so some Democrat is in power, and he can attribute this all to the enemy, the deep state, right? When Trump is in power, it's a little harder for him. Now he's got to play defense on conspiracy theory, while Candace Owens is going full hog on the kind of world building that he used to do. So let's see what's going on between these two. We got Too Lazy to try everybody's favorite George Costanza avatar. So if George Costanza did React content, I guess, it'd be like this.
Candace has a little lantern that has Charlie Kirk in it, and she can rub it, and then it goes, like she said, the dreams.
Okay, that's awesome.
And then when she has the dreams, we got to listen. Okay? Oh my God, Candace is the Messiah. Only Candace is investigating. Only Candace talks about the Charlie Kirk thing. Only Candace, and you're attacking her. And Candace Owens is really a man. 5 months ago, before Charlie got killed, Candace, also known as Big Mike Jr., got Erica Kirk pregnant. And Charlie found out about it, and that's why the two of them got together and conspired to assassinate Charlie to cover this up.
I knew this was going to happen. Did I not call this, chat? Did I not say that Candace Owens was going to be transvestigated at some point? I didn't know it would be Alex Jones to be doing that, but of course, recycling the slander against Michelle Obama for Candace Owens, and what? That's why Charlie Kirk was shot. Anyway, he's trying to make fun of conspiracy theorists after this guy said that the Sandy Hook parents were crisis actors. Nobody's kids died that day. Nobody died. It was all a big staged event. These were crisis actors that they called not actual grieving parents, right? So yeah, he finds himself in a very different place. George let himself go. Yeah.
Word for Candace is a megalomaniac who has no concern for the truth and on a power trip who thinks she can just keep doubling down and that we're just going to buy whatever incredible horse shit she puts out. What are the fucking lies, lady? I mean, how stupid. Here's my problem. Stop insulting my intelligence.
All right, so Alex Jones has been losing his shit over Candace Owens recently. He does a segment about her almost every show now, which he's been getting a lot of criticism for in the comments.
What is this? Trump was just mainly annoyed that Maduro was mainly sending coke to Europe, not sending. Yeah, that's true. That's what I've heard. It was like the coke that was coming from Venezuela, which wasn't originally from Venezuela, right? It's from countries like Colombia, mostly, right? But if it was getting trafficked through Venezuela, it was more likely ending up in Europe than in the U.S. So yeah, you can't keep Don Jr. calm when the cocaine is going in the wrong direction. No, my theory is that Trump was mad at Maduro because Maduro actually stayed on after having lost an election. The same thing that he tried to do, the same thing that Bolsonaro tried to do. Only difference is that Maduro was actually successful.
And just calls him a Fed, a sellout, and an Israel shill, which of course just seems to make him want to go even harder. Like in the beginning, he was kind of taking it easy on Candace. He wasn't trying to be too combative, but her fans get so defensive. If you question anything she does, they just go apeshit. So once Alex started trying to debunk her theories, they flipped out.
He must feel like she's stealing his bit. Exactly.
And I guess they thought they could just scare him away or something, because they're definitely not going to win him over acting like this. I mean, now Alex is going to war with Candace and is making it his mission to expose her. Like, after everyone started calling Alex a sellout, he accused Candace of being a deep state CIA globalist who's trying to destroy the right from within. So basically everybody's accusing each other of being feds and sellouts. Like, this
is the best, right? When they all start accusing each other of being deep state actors. This was when I dreamed, chat, back in Trump 2016, that people would walk into like Trump rallies, right? And they would start just being like, hey, look, that lady over there, she's from Antifa. They'd start just like pointing out like MAGA people and accusing them of being from Antifa, and just watch the MAGAs tear themselves apart, right? They will absolutely fucking go nuts if they think somebody's like an Antifa that snuck in. I just wanted to see that, Chad. I just wanted to see them like run wild with paranoia, thinking that each other was an infiltrator, you know? Hog on hog violence. It would have been beautiful, but honestly, Chad, I think that back then it felt like people were afraid to. There were a few people who went into Trump rallies to protest, but yeah, they got beat up in some cases. No joking.
The biggest attack now, you know, because the only reason somebody would criticize Candace is if they're being paid to. And the only people that would attack Turning Point are globalist agents.
I remember saying to them, like I said, I got to investigate her now. I got a bad feeling. I didn't have a bad feeling. God gave me a good brain. I already knew. I dropped the ball. I apologize. She's a globalist agent. I dropped the ball and I failed you, and I'm sorry. I got to follow my gut
I was taken in by her womanly wiles, but now I see clearly.
Every time.
That woman is a demoness.
It's never wrong. And I saw so much more she did. And I love her people threatening me and all their doxing of people and all of it. You think that's going to make me go away? All you did was wake me up like a nuclear test site waking up Godzilla.
Doxing? Can he be doxed?
So just get your asses.
I would assume that he would have been doxed like years ago, and that I don't know. This guy probably sleeps in the studio.
Ready. Because you want a war? I want your war. I want it all. I want the doxing. I want the lies. I want the attacks. I'm going to take you on. Because you work for the deep state and the Democratic Party and the CIA and MI6, and I see your ass. So you just get ready.
So it's ironic now Alex Jones is complaining about being harassed by conspiracy theorists. Like, maybe the globalists are trying to give him a taste of his own medicine, because now he's like, man, these people are out of control. They're like rabid animals. I can't take this. But I'm sure a good amount of these people were fans of his, and he helped pave the way for what Candace Owens is doing. Also, Alex was one of the first people to platform Candace. He had her on his show back in 2017. And I believe his former co-host, Paul Joseph Watson, discovered her and also introduced her to the guy she ended up marrying, who Alex claims is part of British intelligence.
Just to show how crazy these people are. We're not victims, just the doxing, the threats. I've never seen anything like this. These people are rabid. They're like, look, 90% of your comments want you dead. Yeah, I'm going to fight you even harder. You people are dangerous, trying to take over our liberty movement. I've been doing this 31 years. I have some psychotic cult run by British intelligence, which we've now confirmed is feeding this to break up MAGA and TPUSA. That's coming out with all this infighting and PSYOP. They're going to come at us from our own operations now. And I knew this forever, and it's worse than I even thought. Totally amoral, totally sociopathic, satanic, literally gremlinite. And we know what we're talking about.
We're getting back to the goblins, right? This is like the good old days of Alex Jones. Do you remember the goblins? Like, now listen, Donald Trump may have to get some goblin slop on him, all right? When he's charging into those goblin hives, goblin vomit and slop, he might have to cozy up to a goblin. You might see him kissing goblins, but we might see him ingratiating goblins. We just won't want to see him in bed with a goblin. You know what I mean? Like, if he's in bed with a goblin, then we got some problems, all right? If he's in bed with the goblins, but yeah, gremlinite? Is that what he said? I thought he said gremlin-like. I couldn't tell. Let's rewind him.
Totally amoral, totally sociopathic, satanic, literally gremlinite.
Yeah, gremlinite. And
we know what we're talking about. We knew it was
Magenta was right.
going to come from a movement. That's their only move left.
And Candace hasn't even really responded to Alex yet. Like, she just made a few tweets about him because her show's been on break for the past few weeks. I'm sure she'll respond when she gets back, though, because also Alex has been, like, the main person now trying to debunk her theories. Like her latest one about some nut job she found who was at a military.
Did anybody else get Moist Critical from this guy's voice? He reminds me of Charlie. He reminds me of Moist Critical.
Base the day before Charlie died. And he claimed he stumbled upon a top secret meeting with like Erica Kirk, Charlie's head of security, and some congressmen, which even amongst Candace's fans, this has been polarizing. Like some of her most loyal supporters who have a following on Twitter had to jump ship after this because the guy Candace had on is definitely a lunatic who's been on other podcasts, and he makes up all these crazy stories to get attention. And he has a bunch of domestic violence charges, which his family started speaking out against him after his appearance. So a few of her biggest supporters are like, yeah, we can't support this. And of course, Candace's fans just went nuts on them. And of course, they say they're being paid off. And Candace accused them of coordinating attacks together. And she demanded to see some guy's DMs to prove otherwise, which he actually did share them with her.
Who coordinated you? Who told you? And the guy clicks his heels and goes, I'll release everything on my phone, mommy. I'll show you, mommy. Let me give Candace Owens a little newsflash here. Bitch. You don't fucking sit up there on some hill and tell me who ate the cabbage. You don't sit there and tell me what to give you or what to do. You are suspect. You have the left
Who ate the cat? What is bro talking about?
boosting you, the left loving you, the left promoting you with your royal husband, who we're about to expose. So get ready for that, George.
Uh-oh.
So we figured you out.
Uh-oh.
We got your number, and you can't stand the fact that you've run this big psyop and now it's coming to an end.
So now the guy who shared his DMs with Candace has completely turned on her. And this was a big supporter of hers. Like, he was totally on her side. But after she platformed this lunatic and promoted
Who
this
was
theory,
this? Who's the guy? Or why are we not saying his name? Is he Voldemort? Who is this guy that she platformed? What is his deal? Like, I mean, and how is he worse than the Nazis that she usually cavorts with? I've never seen gaslighting levels like this in my entire life. Candace's new position is that she's actually trying to debunk Mitch's. Okay, Mitch is the guy that she had on. Mitch's claims. What were the claims? The claims she herself platformed and set him up to say. Then claims she could have been. She could have simply. She could have easily simply asked those he accused about it before she allowed him to make the accusations. She knows Mitch's testimony has completely fallen apart. It was total horseshit. And now she's in damage control mode. She came after me, Evan Kilgore. Where have I seen this fucker before? He's like a Candace Owens, producer? She came after me for questioning Mitch's past, told me to focus on what he alleges, and then tried to imply that I'm conspiring with others to attack her. Yeah, talk about the allegations. Good point. Candace Costanza?
he's like, yeah, I can't be part of this anymore. And it seems like Candace is starting to panic. I mean, she lashes out.
Yeah, who ate the cabbage? Seriously, what is he talking? What is this like fucking psycho drama going on? What is this like fever dream, right? Who ate the cabbage?
Smallest amount of pushback, even from her biggest supporters. You know, somebody's just like, I like Candace, I'm still with her, but I don't trust this guy. People lose their shit. She thinks they're being paid and coordinating together. Like, she is so paranoid, and she just cannot admit defeat. You know, she needs something to come out of this military-based story.
I agree with Knowledge Fight. Alex was more fun when he was drunk and insane. Today he's just become everything he would. Yeah, exactly. The only thing to cover is like really the utter dissolution of Alex Jones.
Because she's been promoting this theory like it's going to cause everything to unravel. She said it's going to force the military to confess to being involved in Charlie Kirk's murder. So if this turns out to be nothing, it's going to be a bad look, you know, because also she platformed this guy who's clearly a maniac and a woman abuser, but she called him a hero. She said God sent him to her. She said
he's got an American flag. How could he be a woman abuser? Come on.
Truth. And for some reason started a GoFundMe.
He's the good guy, clearly.
Raised, I think $250,000. So to justify this, she needs something to come out of this story.
Got on my knees, and I was not expecting this to come out, but I just focused my prayer on wanting something to be delivered to me, a piece
Did
of
she-
evidence that would help us put together the full picture.
And then I rubbed my magic lamp, and out came Charlie Kirk's ghost, and he said, "Finally, someone let me out of my shell." Wait, what is it? I'm sorry, chat. I can't remember the gorillas line, but
I got back home after this
Del the Funky Homo Sapien collab.
very intentional prayer. And I kid you not when I say that it was the very first email that I saw, the very first email that I opened up. I just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination. But then I said to myself, this man has lived through so much. You know what I mean? This man has lived through so much. And
He's a true American patriot. Mr. Dabalina. Oh my God, what is that? That's like a... Oh wait, is that a Dell track, or is that...
I would be turning my back
it is.
on this, really a hero, because I'm afraid of...
Thank you. Yeah. Someone let me out of my cage is what he says.
For allowing him to tell the truth. You know what? This is not my platform, okay? I genuinely believe this is God's platform. I am a conduit. I don't know why I have a platform. I know that my prayer was very intentional that night that I received that email. But you can support Mitch at givesendgo.com/Candace podcast. And yeah, it feels good to be doing stuff from the people to the people.
So now Alex is spending a ton of time trying to discredit this guy and talk about how crazy he is. Like Alex said, this guy has a bunch of restraining orders against him and domestic violence charges and beat his ex with a hammer. And he shared some video where him and his ex are fighting with each other. And people have interviewed his ex and his kids. I mean, it's a mess. But it doesn't mean he didn't see Erica Kirk at Fort Huachuca.
Who does he remind me of? He kind of giving me DSP vibes, maybe.
You know, that's all that matters to Candace's fans. So they don't care about any of this. And it's driving Alex Jones nuts.
My listeners say, go investigate the planes, go investigate this. I go, look, it's a total con man, huge criminal record, convicted on record now, video of him attacking his wife. What he said she did to him, he did. And they say, we don't care. Big deal, he beats his wife and runs around with a hammer. And the psy-operators know what they're doing, but
Is he Maxwell Silverhammer, chat?
minions have already been brainwashed. Literally, they're drinking Jim Jones Kool-Aid at this point. I mean, this is demonic. So
they're drinking Jim Jones Kool-Aid straight from the devil's cock.
They doubled down worse than I thought they would. This is sick evil.
So now Alex has to spend all this time watching Candace's content, looking into these batshit crazy theories and trying to debunk them and argue with her fans in the comments. And he doesn't seem to be handling it well.
He's been lying a lot. What are the fucking lies, lady? I mean, how stupid. Here's my problem. Stop insulting my intelligence. Now I have to watch all the sewage pipeline that's your mouth. This
is relatable. Listen, as weird and interesting and full of mystery as the content that Candace is making lately is, it is a chore for me to watch it. I feel some sympathy with Alex Jones here, right? He is engaged in a knowledge fight, in an info war, as one might say, with Miss Owens, and thus he must consume her content, and that is a curse, right? There's some content creators that just like their very nature of the content that they make, and just maybe them as people is so odious that it becomes a real diminishing return to like oppose them in any way, right? It's like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to be checking this person's YouTube account for what comes out on there, and obligate yourself to cover this? It's a bit of a Faustian bargain, chat. Speaking of Faustian bargains, I'm going to hand it over to Waluigi right now, and I'll be right back.
Words that come out of it, and sit there and explain to people, and then you keep doubling down.
Oh crap! Let me check. Butterfly Gold. I'll let it might be expired. We're at 4 out of 10, and it is indeed expired for the day. So Butterfly Goal bit the dust. Bonus Goal still alive and kicking. I'm gonna cover Destiny and Asmongold too. So we got some time, but it is sort of starting to run out here. We're 61 percent away from getting any kind of bonus content today, which if we get it, looks like right now it's pointing towards clavicular, and his girlfriend is leaving him. Oh my God, chat. His girl. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm going to get Waluigi, and we're going to rock after that.
Not look at this. I want you to stop the lying, stop the horse shit, dredging up horrible, bizarre con men with huge pedigrees of scams and bashing women's heads in on record. You know, and they're like, well, big deal, he bashes all these women's heads in and everything, lies about everything. But he was there. He's got proof. He was acting so weird, they detained him and asked him, what was going on.
So we'll see if Alex can put a stop to Candace Owens. I think she's supposed to come back tomorrow, and it looks like she plans on doubling down with this military base story. I'm sure she'll also have something to say about Alex, so he's probably going to have another meltdown. It should be entertaining, so make sure you subscribe to stay updated, and check out the Patreon. I recently covered that Turning Point event where Nicki Minaj made an appearance and had one of the most awkward moments I've ever seen, where she called J.D. Vance the assassin in front of Erica Kirk. I covered that shit show. That whole event was crazy, and I have over 160 other exclusive videos, so it's definitely worth checking out if you're a fan of the channel. I'll put a link in the description.
Predictions? Anybody else?
You know me. I'm not doing that.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Not doing that
J.D.
shit.
Vance divorces his wife in 2027.
Nice.
Okay.
And
marries
who?
Erica Kirk.
Erica Kirk. Oh, nice. Should we do this Alex Jones thing before we go? All right. Now,
So how is he able to continue to broadcast? Like, isn't he hundreds of millions of dollars in debt?
That's why. That's how I'm paying for it.
He's got to pay.
I'm working for the man.
He's working for the Sandy Hook victims, right?
Because I saw his chapter 11 was declined, right? So he can still keep broadcasting, but they're going to basically have to evaluate his company and pick it apart
Well,
eventually.
Chapter 11 means only that your company is protected
Right.
from its creditors.
Right.
And so he can't escape his obligation to the Sandy Hook people by protecting himself from creditors. So I would imagine like every dollar that comes in is garnished in some fashion, or maybe like 95 cents on every dollar that comes in. So I don't know the
He
specifics.
has got to be incredibly like risk averse now, though, because he can't withstand another lawsuit. It's just interesting to me how somebody like this does that dance of being a well-known conspiracy theorist, but being unable to say anything that would approach getting you in some sort of legal trouble. It feels like it might not be a great fit anymore.
It's interesting too. He's decided, and I think because of that temerity, he has decided to go after Candace Owens because
She stole my whole goddamn flow.
she stole my. First of all, she stole my stick, and then I want to be on the side of the
New phone, who's this? It ran over into MR? What are they even talking about?
Kirk for folks because of he was a great American.
Yeah.
I'll say he mentions that this post is satire in the reply to this, in case anybody gets confused. But also, it's not performing that well. So let's see what else says
This is kind of related, isn't it?
here about Candace Owens.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now being reported by the mainstream corporate media that Erica Kirk is pregnant and that she's been hiding this fact. And the word is, according to a source I had that was in North Dakota at a military base, he just walked in the secure skiff and there was 15 colonels and all those other people from TPUSA. They were having a big meeting about how Candace Owens is really a man. And that's why there's such a fight between him and Erica Kirk, is because 5 months ago, before Charlie got killed, Candace also...
I gotta say, as much as like I'm thrilled that my prophecy of Candace being transvestigated, was fulfilled, I feel like he's losing his touch. Like, he used to be able to pull off a bit, and this one is just desperate. Like, yeah, actually, Candace is a man who got Erica Kirk pregnant, and that is why the That's why there's the conflict between her and him and Anna and Erica Kirk. Yeah, it's just he's lost his touch. He's lost his panache, I believe.
That was Big Mike Jr. got Erica Kirk pregnant.
But that's the one that for the conservatives, that's supposed to be the, that's supposed to be the laugh getter, right? It's like you called her Big Mike Jr. She's just like Michelle Obama. And, it just kind of, like, if you were looking for any clue, is this misogynoir? There you go. There you go. We're going to link it right up to the harassment of Michelle Obama to make it real clear for you in case anybody was not keeping score at home. Yes, this is misogynoir at work.
And Charlie found out about it. And that's why the two of them got together and conspired at the fort in North Dakota and also Fort Huachuca to assassinate Charlie to cover this up. But now the two are in a major fight.
Can you?
Wait, he claims this is satire. Okay, I was just saying.
Yeah, okay. Well, I figured. I didn't think he was actually invested in the, the Amanda Sonen's conspiracy theory.
To legally protect myself.
Completely.
But okay, so he's claiming that's satire. Can we respond to it at all? Like, what is it? I mean,
he's baiting. This is him, and this is the sort of coup de grace. He's baiting Candace Owens because fighting her is going to be his comeback.
Okay, I get it because he's engaging in what she does best now, which is
just like fighting Nick Fuentes is going to be Ben Shapiro's big comeback, right? Is that it? Is that how we do it? We just need to throw ourselves into controversy, and then the algorithm will pick us right up. Yeah, come on, Irene. The fact that it's always black women, it's a complete coincidence, total coincidence, absolutely.
Essentially like TMZ GOP.
He was basically doing a parody of her.
Okay.
Didn't Tim Pool do this too? Tim Pool did this too, right?
Yeah,
it's
it's
so
their tactic.
lame.
Yeah.
I know.
But it's just lame also because, like, what, your conspiracy theories were better? Like, she's just...
Right, the Sandy Hook was also crisis actress.
Right, because she's more of a...
You're going to have to just come up with some epic shit, Alex, right? You're going to have to say that Tim Waltz is got a little, like, he's got a convertible... He's got, like, a flip-top head, and a little dude comes out of it at night, right? Tim Waltz is like a little gremlin and a robot, or so. You're going to have to come up with some really... The gremlins, making him, I don't know. Pro-fraud or something. I don't know.
Gossipy conspiracy theorist doesn't make it better.
She needs to be criticized for what she's saying about Camp Pachuca. However, the virulent anti-Semitism, I'm on board with. And all the questioning about... Did it like Joe Rogan also was like, somebody said Nick Fuentes was...
Does that hurt your voice? If you can do what Sam just did, does it hurt your voice to do Alex Jones? Or RFK Jr.? Does it hurt? It seems like it would hurt. Oh God, we need to watch the Groypers turning on Fuentes is a real thing. It's a real thing, and Hassan was saying it. Oh my God, chat.
Was
I need to cover that too somehow.
Joe Rogan was like, well, did he deny or did he just question the numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing to be criticizing Candace Owens, of course, is she's got the latitude of Camp Pachuca incorrect. However, the cabal that
what is Sam saying? Camp what is this? Is this like a Bohemian Grove thing? Anybody know what Sam is talking about? I had like this like. There was a guy in one of my classes that did the principal's voice like perfectly, and it was so amazing. Like he would be doing like, as you'd hear the principal on the announcements, right? And then this guy would do his voice saying something funny, and like he would just have the class like laughing at him, right? And then the principal would come down the hall and be like, "That is a perfect me impression." But the thing is, the principal actually turned out to have throat cancer. So the whole humor of the thing kind of just, evaporated because there was a reason that he sounded like that, and it was, kind of tragic. Um, so yeah, that was yo, Omega Star with the 5 community subs. Oh my god, right as I'm thinking about cancer. Thank you for getting my mind on something better so that I don't release too much cortisol, right? Because as we learned from clavicular, the cortisol is bad for you. The cortisol is. I gotta stop saying it, chat. I'm getting ads on my fucking I'm getting like YouTube ads now that are like cortisol is doing literally everything bad in your life. And the only way that you're going to get rid of it is to buy our special blend of 18 mushrooms and 6 herbs. For a limited time only, you can get your first shipment for the low, low price of $99.99. Like, I'm just like, I'm getting targeted, chat, because I watched that clavicular. I watched him talk about the cortisol levels. What does he say? What does he say about cortisol, chat? Yeah, I don't want cortisol to spike. Exactly. He's always yeah, I just realized I should avoid the cortisol spike as well. It's bad for everyone. All right, I just had to hydrate before reading out. Blue Magic Man, you just got jellyfished. Nursomancer, you just got jellyfished. Zimmela, you just got jellyfished. Layla Sims, you just got jellyfished. Badguard 66, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. I think. I love bad taste humor when the intent is completely innocent. Wait, what was the bad taste? I'm not trying to leave a bad taste in anyone's mouth, but the cortisol spike, yeah, we can't have that. We can't have that. It's not good. It's causing all of the problems. No, I mean, like, it is legitimately detrimental, but I don't know if his strategy is the best. Anyway, we'll see if we end up picking that one today. Let me add those subs to the total here, and then we'll get back to this majority report thing, and then we gotta do wait. Oh my god, what is next? Asmongold and Destiny. This should say 69, so look at that number. It is now 69, so we're 31 points away from achieving bonus content status, possibly with the clavicular story, how he was left by his girlfriend. Assuming this isn't all just, what do you call it? Bait or something? I don't know. But all my jellyfish on Vivek rhymes with cake. There we go. Look at that. Vivek, all of a sudden, taking a fairly commanding lead, I would say. Yeah, what is the next thing we're doing? Oh my gosh, Asmon. I don't know how to spell Asmon. I put a D in it like almond. Like Asmond Gold. If he was a almond, he would be like one of those rotten almonds that you're eating a pack of almonds and all of a sudden you bite into one and you taste something that tastes like if marzipan survived a nuclear a worldwide nuclear kerfuffle and got mutated, that's what it would taste like if the marzipan turned evil. But anyway, bad almonds aside, let's get to when Asmongold is more of a bad what would you call him? He's a bad egg. He's a bad apple.
Jews that controlling the weather, and she's got the latitude of Kappa Pachuca incorrect. However, the cabal of Jews that
yeah, like if a roach crawled into, oh my god, chat, how easy would it be for a roach to crawl into your almonds, and you're just crunching away, enjoying the crunchy almonds, and you bite into something that's crunchy in a completely different way. Oh no, nuclear kerfuffle. I don't know. Why did I break out kerfuffle of all the? It does feel like a special. It's like in case of emergency break glass kind of word. You can't figure out anything else to say. Say kerfuffle. It'll usually work.
Controlling the weather, and that she's nailed.
Here's Alex being a little bit more honest and maybe exasperated with his audience.
I remember saying to them, like I said, I got to investigate her now. I got a bad feeling. I didn't have a bad feeling. God gave me a good brain. I already knew. I dropped the ball. I apologize. She's a globalist agent. I dropped the ball and I failed you, and I'm sorry. I got to follow my gut every time.
Something about the Christmas set and the chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
Atom3 Gastar, super chatted $9.99. It's easy to talk like Alex Jones. You just gargle some gravel and you're good to go. Zany face tears of joy.
Gargling gravel would probably do it. Yeah, either that or it would give me vocal fry. My sister ate some Pop-Tarts that had Asmongold in them, and they were sealed by Asmongold. I mean, little wiggling maggots. Okay, so not roaches, at least, which I just described. And yeah, no, that's not something good to find. You should probably look at your, what you're eating. I don't know. That's the lesson, I guess, of today, is that, never just like trust that whatever is in like a bag of something or a pack of something or a box of something is going to be like all like, I'm trying to think of like the worst thing I've ever had happen. I feel like did I have like a date that was like bad? I think I had a date that was like rotten inside, and that was so bad. I had to keep washing my mouth out because it had turned to dust. I'd been into a date and it had turned into dust. Like not just like the date, but the seed inside had like, I don't know. It was like rotten and it was bad. Oh my god, chat, I gotta stop telling stories about eating rotten food. That's like the worst thing in the world. What if I get clipped for that? What if I get known for that? What if that is what I blow up as the fucking rotten food girl? I don't think that is really a legacy that I can live up to. Anyway, let's see what Alex Jones
It's never wrong.
has got to say.
And I saw so much more she did. And I love her people threatening me and all their doxing of people and all that. You think that's going to make me go away? All you did was wake me up like a nuclear test site waking up Godzilla. So just get your asses ready.
What?
Because you want to...
What? Is she the nuclear test site? Is he Godzilla? Yeah, dust in the wind, bad lefty. It turns out all it was dust in the... Oh my god, because I love dates are amazing. Have you ever had what are those really dry dates, right? They don't, it doesn't sound good, but they're actually good. Deglet, is that what they're called? Deglet Noor dates or something like that. It's yeah, those you're expecting them to be kind of dry, but when it turns out that they're anyway. Enough talk about rotten food. Let's
war. I want you.
Get to this cannibal. Do you remember when he was a cannibal in Aamon Animations? Remember when he was John Hinckley Jr.? Wait, what is this one?
I'll admit it. I will eat my neighbors. I'm not letting my kids die. I'm just going to be honest. My superpower is being honest. I've extrapolated this out, and I won't have to for a few years since I got food and stuff. but I'm literally looking at my neighbors now and going, I'm ready to hang them up and gut them and skin them and chop them up. And you know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors. See, my superpower is being honest. I'll eat your ass. I will. I'm combat model, optimum self-sufficiency, probably the leader. The point is have you thought about that yet? Because I'm somebody that thought I could fix this, and I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up my neighbor, how I'm going to haul him up by a chain and chop his ass up? I'll do it. My children aren't going hungry. I will eat your ass. And that's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. And that's how Poland survived 1,000 years of invasion. You either start protecting yourself or you die. You either fight or die. And that's why, folks, there's a lot of changes around here because I'm in war mode. And nobody in a fight is going to grab me like a woman by the hair and slam my head in the ground like I'm a bitch. They're going to get nothing but pure war because the season of war is now upon us. Information war, culture war, spiritual war. I'll admit it.
Anyway, that was like version 1.0. I think he developed some kind of like Alex Jones was always a weird little mutant in Aamon Animations, but this is like the PS1 version. This is the Final Fantasy. This is Alex Jones from Final Fantasy VII, with all the. Okay, not quite. It's not polygons, but you know what I mean. Anyway, how do I get him off my screen? Oh, like this.
Your war, I want it all. I want the doxing. I want the lies. I want the attacks. I'm going to take you on because you are for the deep state. And
wait, is he singing the lyrics to Bad Romance? Wait, what? It's like, I want your... Oh my God, there's so many things that apparently Lady Gaga wanted in that song. I'm just imagining Alex Jones bursting out into a song.
Democratic Party of the CIA and MI6, and I see your ass. So you just get ready. This ain't my first rodeo.
Yeah, we know.
In fact, they don't even let me in the rodeo anymore.
Yeah.
They wouldn't give me a ticket. I did not clear the...
Sort of an old rodeo clown that they stopped inviting back.
I did not qualify. I did not qualify for the rodeo this year.
So, to be fair, my role was the barrel.
Yeah, exactly.
It's quite convenient for, I don't know. I have this nagging feeling about him that like, I wonder if he's getting paid to be a conspiracy theorist, but that directs things in different ways.
I mean, I have said for...
Oh my God, chat. Live and Learn had Stacey K on this week. That is potentially some, I don't know.
Yeah. 15 years that if Alex Jones did not exist, the CIA would create him.
But it just would be quite convenient to like have a conspiracy theorist that is saying who is completely compromised at this point and needs money more than anything. I'm just throwing that out there.
Alex Jones, in a documentary that John Ronson did like 25
just
years
asking
ago.
Questions.
It's called Them. He said David Icke is somebody quote putting a turd in the punch bowl of good conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Well, we just talk about like how desperate people like this, the Trump administration in particular, loves leverage over people. I think that's part of why Pete Hegseth is our defense secretary, given the wealth of scandal.
He's gonna really be thankful
past.
for that position.
I really, really don't like this fucking mafia shit. I really don't like this. I really don't like what the United States government is turning into, and I am afraid this is what the world is turning into, right? this kind of exercise of power.
Right. I mean, yeah. So it's just that's my own conspiracy theory about it.
Well, anyway, everyone's pointing out that Alex Jones actually has a sort of elite pedophilia cabal conspiracy theory to talk about, and he's kind of like ignoring it.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. But you know, I mean, it implicates Trump. Maybe it's just as simple as that he's just a partisan now. Maybe.
I mean, MTG said that Trump said you need to stop talking about the Epstein thing. You're hurting my friends.
You're the CIA, the Democratic Party. Like,
yeah.
Is CIA only working for the Democrats?
Am I winning? Am I winning you over with this, Matt? Maybe.
I mean, I'm betting on this.
Oh dang. All right. I thought it was an original thought. Dang it.
Okay.
I just don't think it's the Sandy Hook thing that has him doing it. I think he's sort of always been this.
Okay.
Did Emma lighten her hair? Maybe?
All right, couple IMs. Let's get out of here. Oh, let's do 5. Rave Dubin. It was just reported that Alex Jones will debate Jackson Hinkle on Venezuela tomorrow. Hinkle is taking the
Is that true? I mean, I don't know if we'd even want to watch it, right? But is that true? Did Alex Jones? I would feel like Alex Jones is too, like, I don't know, just like Alex Jones is kind of not really maybe important enough to talk to Jackson Hinkle anymore. I don't know.
imperialist side.
Doesn't he live in like a different country now? Hinkle?
I don't know. But I just think it's so funny. Like, wait, Alex Jones is in, like, it's, well, we just talked about Alex Jones. It's not my first rodeo. In fact, I'm not even allowed in the state that the rodeo is participating in this year. They wouldn't let me in. I'm not even in country. Tomo Flink. In fairness, that would explain why Erica has been headlining events to make Eurovision look dull. Kermit the Fat Hog. Wait, is Alex Jones being paid by the Macrons to make reverse trans allegations about Candace Owens?
It's just both sides Fedjacketing each other now.
Yeah.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check.
Oh my God. Can you imagine if we did a Five Nights at Freddy's, except it was like the Majority Report crew, and you know, you're in the security station, and instead it's like Sam and Emma coming down the hall instead of Chica and Freddy Fazbear. It's, you know what I mean? It's just a rescreen of Five Nights at Freddy's, but with the Majority Report as the animatronics. Is what I don't know, chat. Somebody out there that's into modding can maybe do that. I don't know how. What have we got next? We've got Destiny. Oh my gosh, chat. What is it that they say about Destiny? Isn't there some big long quote that people like that Destiny is always coming or something? Oh my God, it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. Even though that might be true in a gooning sense, it's not. I'm trying to remember. There's like a quote that is like, you can run from Destiny, but ultimately Destiny will, I don't know. It's oh my God, what are the chances that I am going to be able to just randomly find this?
The administration doesn't even seem to.
Definitely not.
All right, guys, we got to talk.
It's like Kyle covered the AI slop story as well. Jimmy the Giant talked about it. Let's see what's going on.
You should revisit the clips from Asmongold. I think his fans are starting to realize he's a grifter. I don't think his fans are realizing that he's a grifter. I think they like his soothing voice. They just want to hear someone go, yeah, based, to whatever the Trump is up to, you know? But yeah, he went from presenting himself as an isolationist who was like, Trump is the peace president. I'm glad that we're not interfering in the affairs of other countries and we're focusing on ourselves, to straight up saying like, oh, dude, it's actually awesome that we're doing this.
That essence is accurate. I think that's the way that a lot of people feel, is that they don't give a fuck about any of these countries because they can't afford food. They can't afford rent, right? I understand that you can maybe make an argument that like foreign, diplomacy and foreign intervention has like a long-term positive impact, but that argument.
It's just weird that we're here, right? Another American invasion, and which is like bad enough, right? And something that seems to never change. But you got this guy, right? Who's the biggest political streamer on Twitch? This guy. This is the analysis of the situation that the greatest single number of people are getting. That is a little bit wild.
Doesn't work on a person who can't afford their rent. It just simply does not work on them. A quick victory lap is all well and good. Now we have to contend with the extended occupation, like Trump said we'll have to do. It could cost hundreds of billions of dollars. All we get is oil for the oil barons. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure maybe it could cost a lot of money, and it depends on how much we're doing and what we get out of it. You're right. Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how that evolves. I think that's just common sense. Right. I'm so tired of the anti-American Americans constantly siding with foreign interests and dictators over their own countrymen. Yep, we're going to have to deal with it.
Do not look for consistency in these people.
There's nobody that has the capability that we have. You know, when I watch that war in Russia going on and on and on, and everybody dying, and it's like,
why does Asmon still have any relevance? He was a video game streamer that people always suspected had this kind of politics. Like, you'd hear him maybe say stuff about like that video game had mid women in it, like, right, that like everything's supposed to appeal to the male gaze, like that kind of thing, right? He's one of those gamers that thinks that every like non-male protagonist is like a psyop or something. But he didn't really do politics until I think before the 2024 election. I think that's when he started, and a big enough proportion of his Warcraft audience watched his political stuff that I think he gained an audience of just everybody that was right wing and wanted to watch politics on Twitch, right? They just fucking gravitated right into his little roach motel. And now they live there, chat. Now there's a colony of do you know this? If you're watching me on Twitch, the website that you're on right now, the platform that you're on, is infested with a colony of fucking roaches, right? Not imaginary ones, not pretend roaches, no live ones, right? Actual freaking roaches. Just think about that. Anyway.
Primitive. It's primitive. It's horrible. It's really horrible.
Could you tell it?
Oh my God. Wow. So, will this change your opinion on voting on Trump? Well, I mean, if he keeps this up for the next 3 years, maybe I would vote for him again, right? I mean, this is going pretty well.
It feels like he's entertained by the reality show, right? You saw this at the CCOT. Didn't he respond like this to, like, he's just massively fucking entertained by this. I wonder how much Trump's appeal is that to a guy like this who, just has the, think certain things about certain kind of people, right? That this is like the ultimate entertainment that Trump is offering. He made his bones on World of Warcraft, and only recently, yeah, I think after I think it was 2024 that he started doing politics, or no, maybe a little before. I remember the time that he talked to Hassan. It was when there were encampments at UCLA. So what if was that 2024? Racists love this shit. His only content with the outside world.
The other thing that I find really funny is that I feel like his reactions are so fake. Like,
yeah, he does seem to get off on cruelty, but what the weird thing is, he doesn't seem to consider himself a bad guy, right? He is like, I don't know.
I feel like he's just putting on a show every time he does this. Like, he's like, yeah, this is so based, guys. And I don't know if other people actually see that, or maybe I'm thinking this way. I don't know. Maybe his reactions are real, but it always feels so forced.
The next 3 years, maybe I would vote for him again, right? I mean, this is going pretty well. This is what I want you to do this on the first day. This is cool, but we have a lot of domestic enemies I wish we'd focus on. I think that's a fair criticism, and you're right to think that, that, like, you know, we have a lot of problems here in the U.S. You know, we need to focus on that too, and not just think about, like, you know, regime change in Venezuela. But the reality is that
Yeah, but we do have to do regime change in Venezuela. We have to. Like, I know we need to focus on ourselves and not regime change in Venezuela, but it's probably good that we're doing regime change in Venezuela.
Venezuela is an existential threat to America.
Wow. How is Venezuela an existential threat to America?
It absolutely is. Whenever you have...
Oh, he said it absolutely is. Okay, my bad.
Asmongold has spent 20 years living inside of Azeroth. He has no connection with reality. Wait, he is like Overlord? He like stayed in a video game and it like closed down and he became some like undead wizard guy?
My mistake. I didn't realize he was just going to say it absolutely is. I guess there's no counter argument.
A cartel government that is based around running drugs and weapons and human trafficking.
None of this is true.
Inside of the United States.
None of this is true. And ironically, one can make the argument that Donald Trump was more responsible for a lot of Venezuelans actually.
Wait, actually, this is an interesting Eric McCutton. First thing to remember is that there is a whole generation of Westerners who have never experienced the real world. They just exist to consume. They don't know true scarcity or loss. To them, war is something that happened to their dad in another country. America has always been the best in the world because they don't know any different. To them, life is a reality TV show or stream. As long as it entertains, it doesn't hurt. Yeah, there's a sense of alienation. I mean, not like, you know, in the labor sense of the word, but like, you know, alienation. And I don't know, when you're talking about like somebody like Asmongold, right? Spending 20 years in Azeroth, right? It's almost emblematic of the, you know, just the way that people, I mean, like Asmongold are unmoored, you know, can become unmoored from reality, both in terms of like the suffering of others and or like the gravity of a situation. He does play a warrior. Okay, he's not a wizard then. Okay. I was what was the wizard thing about? Anyway, I was cooking, so it almost doesn't matter.
Venezuela due to the sanctions, and also offering them temporary protected status, which is once again interesting position. Because on the one hand, I'm sure he will say this is good for the Venezuelan people that they like finally deposed of Maduro.
Wait, instead of 5 nights at Freddy's, it's 1 night at Asmon's, and you try to get through the night until a rat clock gets stinky. Oh my god, there'd be so many things in Asmongold's house though that could get you. You'd have to watch out.
Who everyone in Venezuela hates, while simultaneously talking about Venezuelans coming into the country as a scourge. Again, if your goal is to just consistently pump up whatever the Trump is saying and doing and say it's based, you're going to be just as inconsistent as Trump. Obviously, this doesn't matter for a lot of people who just want to hear someone say Trump is based.
This is very clearly a
Wait, Baby No Money cut him out of his music? Oh, of his video?
problem for us. Like, this is it. It's not like they're sitting over there in their own area just killing each other. No, absolutely not. They go and they're doing it all over the world, and they're doing it over.
It's really interesting because Trump's very own DEA, numerous agencies have found that Venezuela is not a significant narco trafficking hub at all. It's their own assessment of the situation, and that at most there's a little bit of Tren-Aragua activity, but that's a low-level criminal gang that does like low-level drug dealing. It's actually a prison gang once again, and does not have a connection to the Maduro government at all.
Over here, we can't let that happen. What are you talking about? So yeah. And the world should be thanking us for getting rid of them as a potential source of nuclear. I don't know why I can't talk. The world should be thanking us for getting rid of them as a potential source for nuclear escalation. Absolutely, you're right.
A potential source for nuclear escalation. What is the nuclear escalation potential here with Venezuela? He's just making up stuff that even the administration is not making up at this point. Venezuela does not have nuclear arms. What are you talking about? That's not even one of the lies that the administration presented. He's just making up new lies.
100% you are. You remember whenever Trump bombed Iran? And he just totally wiped out their nuclear system. Like, the entire place looked like
Bro, you're miserable. Does it make you feel bad when you hear how easily debunked your favorite content creators' talking points are? Would you rather just keep thinking that he's right?
He's gacked? Is that his thing?
Is that what it is? Is that why you have to lash out like this, like a little child, like a little baby, going wah wah? Counter the positions that I'm making right now, or shut the fuck up. That's it. You can keep fantasizing about me crashing out or that I'm a fool or whatever, but the reality of the matter is I don't hear a lot of addressing of the talking points.
The world should be thanking us for getting rid of them as a potential source for nuclear escalation. Absolutely, you're right. 100% you are. You remember whenever Trump bombed Iran? And he just totally wiped out their nuclear system. Like, the entire place looked like it changed the geography of the entire area.
They used the largest bomb in the U.S. arsenal, I think, right? Is that right? That's not nuclear. And it made a big hole in the ground. That doesn't mean that it was effective. Oh my god. And even if it is effective, you're forgetting that's the United States doing an act of war with Israel in the midst of everything that Israel is already doing, right? That is a fucking disaster from every perspective, diplomatically, and he's like so excited. He was like, he dropped a bomb and it made a big hole in the ground. Like that. He's like, that's fucking obviously impressive. If you don't give it to Trump to say that he is the best president for military that we've ever had, then you've got Trump derangement syndrome, right? That is clearly a very big hole. I've never seen Obama make a hole like that. I never saw Biden make a hole like that. Did W make a hole like that? Well, maybe, but he was fighting a lot of wars. But Trump made a big hole. It's a hole.
Rodriguez Star super chatted $9.99. Did you know over 100% of statistics are made up?
Over 100%, indeed. Thank you, Omega Star, for the super chat and for the statistics lesson. Vamp says, I've seen Asmongold more animated about patch notes than politics. Asmongold I mean, he does get worked up though, doesn't he? You know, I can't tell, what's real. It does really feel like, and I mean, like Hassan's theory is that he kind of blows with the wind. If he feels like that the, mood, the zeitgeist is, to, to be pro-Trump, then he'll do that. But if he feels like it's not cool and people are thinking this is the Epstein guy, then maybe he'll, he just reads the tea leaves, basically.
Fordow was an underground facility that was hit with bunker buster bombs. Obviously, the only thing that you could see was 2 minor impact sites. It didn't actually change the entire geography at all. It's an underground facility that seemingly didn't actually put a dent in the Iran nuclear uranium enrichment program, according to what Israel is saying. Now, Israel might be lying about that, but that's at least something that they're admitting. And also that retaliation.
Chat, I want to bounce something off of you, okay? I feel like, and I say this with no, say this with no pleasure, but I feel like the meta is Asmon at the moment, right? I feel like while he's the biggest political streamer, that there's going to be more and more people talking about Asmongold. Maybe that will take some. I don't know though. I just get the feeling the roaches, they don't get shamed, right? It's not going to be like people seeing Asmongold for what he is. It's going to cause the Asmongold supporters to start to be embarrassed about seeing. Oh, he was once lost a guild to a Trump LARPer in WoW, and he put more effort into that than the slop he puts out now. Wait, lost a guild to a Trump LARPer? Like a Trump impersonator?
And leading up to that bombing campaign and in the aftermath of that bombing campaign was raining missiles and penetrating the Iron Dome with all the might of the entirety of the Western defenses. So I don't think that was that successful overall.
There were not even any photos of it. You couldn't even see it. And I think you could see a difference with a satellite, and you didn't even know where the building was. And so anyway, all this happened.
It doesn't take much to impress this guy. He literally just wants a show. And yeah, I guess he is representative of a lot of people out there. This is like a common way to be for Americans, at least. Where this detachment that we're talking about, right? This the cavalier way that he talks about. The expression of raw power by the global hegemon against a smaller nation, right? It's gross.
And then everybody's like, oh, they're gonna retaliate, they're gonna fight back. Did they?
Ooh, good point. Oh my god, Ghastly, it's just a video game. That's it. That's what's going on. That's the motif underlying everything. The separation of word from consequence, thought from reality. Yeah, it's
They did. Not only did they keep showering Israel, but they also hit the U.S. Central, or was it the U.S. Central Command? Yeah, they hit Qatar, right? I guess
if Cheeto taught us anything since a megastar, it's so she can make up statistics on the fly.
Technically, so did Israel. I guess Qatar is eating it from both ends there.
Did anything happen? No, they didn't do shit. They didn't do a thing. So this is exactly what's going to happen with this too. 100%. Who's next? President of Colombia? The president of Colombia, apparently Trump said he better watch his Hassan's mental gymnastics are very tiring. Well, the thing is that, do you remember?
Hassan's mental gymnastics are very tiring. I'm anti-intervention. I'm anti-intervention against Venezuela. I'm anti-intervention against Iran. I think that all of this stuff is totally unproductive and at best good for oil barons and those who are in the halls of power, you know, people who are capital owners, right? That's it. It's just for the super wealthy. None of the imperial super
It's just an ARG. What's just an ARG life?
profits actually trickle down to the average
Oh,
American
wait.
citizen.
You know who actually maybe thinks that? I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell what Elon Musk really believes. But some people say, with the way that he talks about simulation theory, that and the things that he has said sort of indicate that he is a believer, that at least he is living in a simulation, which, you know, if you start, you know, to think that, then you ask yourself, well, you know, is anyone else real, or do I seem to be the main player? Do I seem to be player one of this game, and everyone else feels like a a background character, right? And you can imagine how Elon Musk would answer that question. So I don't know. Maybe that explains some things about the antisocial way in which billionaires conduct themselves on this planet.
And every single dollar that we spend doing this kind of
Him and Grimes think that
tourism overseas is a dollar that we could be spending on ourselves in the United States of America.
I just refused Grimes' quest in Cyberpunk because I can't stand her. I was never into her when she was cool. Like, I had friends who were, I just never got around to listening to Grimes, right? But yeah, a lot of my friends were into Grimes. I just never so I don't know when, like, I don't remember when Grimes was good, but the stuff that I've seen from her is especially her when she waxes intellectual. Yeah.
It's hard. This is actually the America First position. The reality of the matter is Donald Trump knows that that is a popular position and yet does not actually follow through on his agenda, follow through on his promise, but is unfortunately able to dupe the minds of many Americans by simply claiming, no, I invented America First. And that actually didn't mean non-intervention. That actually meant intervention when I see fit.
Remember what I said. The viewpoint is always the less Western, less white, less Christian, less American, less
Don't really know what to say to that one. I'm going to reiterate my position. I want us, the United States of America, the wealthiest nation on the planet, to fund healthcare for every American, okay? White, non-white alike, Christian, non-Christian alike. I think we
gamer and non-gamer
should be spending our resources here rather than through these kinds of idiotic adventures that seemingly only advance the interests of capital. But once again, this is a thought terminating cliche. He's deploying this here so that his audience actually feels comfortable with their position. Oh yeah, we're in opposition to Hassan. He's wrong. He couldn't possibly have the right opinion on this, even if it's one that even Donald Trump himself declared was his position, right? We're not hypocritical. Hassan is inconsistent because he's always finding himself at odds. Let's see what the inconsistency is, though.
you know, like Western culture thing is good. So basically, whatever is
also Maduro is Christian and also Western. I don't understand, but go on.
Farther away from those values is the thing that these people will support. It is that simple. I know that you might think there's no way it's that simple. Absolutely, it is.
Yes. 12 plus years of writing, reading, doing political commentary.
Wait, AOE, Age of Empire? Asmon used to love playing games like Age of Empire. Is that like Civilizations? Is it like that? Or so Trump's Imperial March is right up his alley? I mean, Trump is just going to become, like, I don't know, like Darth Vader, and like Steve Miller is going to be Palpatine. It's going to be bad. They're gonna
working on political campaigns, working with politicians, getting politicians elected, interviewing.
So the real deep and dark conspiracy right now is that the reason that Trump has gone to war with Venezuela is to potentially invoke the what is it, the Alien Enemies Act? Right? I don't know if, this is happening, but some people hypothesize that, you know, by starting a war that people will oppose, Trump will be able to, use some kind of wartime powers to suppress anti-war viewpoints. I don't know.
Politicians, advocates, or
It's more like Warcraft 2. Base builder. Oh, like RTS. Wait, is that anything like StarCraft?
organizers, all of that reduced to a guy who does not shower saying Hasan just simply takes the non-white, non-Western, non-Christian position. Now, you can delude yourself into thinking that this is my analysis, but if you're even a little bit intellectually curious, you'll probably come in here and check it out for yourself and realize that that's not the case. Unfortunately, unlike Asmongold, I actually have respect for my audience's level of intellect. He does not. And maybe he's right. Maybe his audience is too stupid to actually check. But it's very clear that he thinks his audience is too stupid to actually check. And many in his audience actually don't. The reality of the matter is if Kamala Harris was actually facilitating this campaign, if you think Asmongold, even for a brief moment, would come out and say, this is actually based, this is awesome, instead of saying what he was saying during the election cycle, which is that Kamala Harris is going to do war, Trump is actually the peaceful president, you would be delusional. This is not even hypothetical. He did say that he was anti-interventionist during the election campaign because Donald Trump was anti-interventionist, or at least presented himself as anti-interventionist. I, of course, talked about this being a lie over and over again, not that it matters. Also, didn't Asmongold say he agrees with you a lot? Yeah, no, that's only when I actually approach him. Then he has to concede on a lot of the positions.
What, Command and Conquer was the one with Tim Curry in it?
Because a lot of the positions, if he were to like advance in a back and forth conversation, they would look really silly.
It is. And once you see it from that angle, it's hard not to keep seeing it that way because that's always how it's going to be. And it's so obvious too. Yeah, I think that you sound like a schizo saying it, but whenever you have so many points on a graph, you're going to be able to draw a line. So yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And I don't care about Venezuela. That's pennies to the illegal stuff in America compared to Mexico. Well, it's a lot of the thing is that if we're able to trade with Venezuela and we're also able to...
we are able to trade with Venezuela. The only reason why we haven't traded with Venezuela more frequently is because the American government doesn't want to trade with Venezuela. As a matter of fact, if you knew anything about anything, including about Venezuelan trade, for example, you would know that we have been trading with Venezuela even consistently through this blockade. And not only that, but we've also still had Chevron operating inside of...
Wait, that was the oil, right? I was wondering about this. It looks like, yeah, they cut it off. Oh, wait, is that COVID? They cut it off, or it goes way down, during the pandemic, I guess, and then, I'm with the sanctions must have been on. Wait, what the fuck is this? Like this seems to suggest that there is oil being traded somewhat during 2025. I don't know.
Venezuelan trade, for example, you would know that we have been trading with Venezuela even consistently through this blockade. And not only that, but we've also still had Chevron operating inside of Venezuela.
I was just wondering if there was any like I couldn't remember if Biden had opened up oil trade with Venezuela at any point.
while we had our Navy carriers off the coastline of Venezuela.
Weaken other global enemies. The problem is that, like, I don't even really disagree with you, and I think that you can really do both. Like, if you're looking at what's happening in Venezuela and saying that, like, here's one thing
Tell me this is dumb, or he's just grifting, or he's just dumb and grifting. I just don't think...
Wait, a StarCraft is RTS. Maybe that's Destiny's plan to connect with him? Wait, to connect with Asmongold? WoW and StarCraft are both Blizzard games. Maybe they could get a mod where, like, Destiny plays as Zerglings or whatever his, like, favorite thing in StarCraft is, and then, like, Asmon plays as orcs in, like, I get, like, WoW versus StarCraft. That would be sick.
think he's that knowledgeable. I don't think he's...
How about Five Nights at Freddy's, but instead of animatronics, it's streamers, right? It's like, oh my god, it's Vosh. Oh my god. No. Nobody, no one should make that. That would be more scary than Five Nights at Freddy's if it was streamers.
Dumb. I just don't think he's that knowledgeable. But you don't actually have to be knowledgeable when you're grifting to the right. He definitely is grifting.
I'm going to say, okay? Don't ever let anybody tell you that you can't do it.
Wow.
Because if you...
Well, Donald Trump dared to dream. The audacity of hope, not by Barack Obama, but this time by Donald Trump. He dared the dream.
Oh my god, Burple, Hutch rolling a booger. You just put an image in my head of like Hutch creeping around like the corner in a Five Nights at Freddy's type scenario.
And he dreamt big, and that's why he succeeded, everybody. The leader of the most powerful military on the planet was able to successfully implement this nighttime air raid on a country that it has dominated economically for decades. Every single one of these people flip-flopped. Nick Fuentes is another one of these nasty little flip-floppers. Nick Fuentes was against any military action in Venezuela. Just 3 months ago, he warned that an invasion could activate domestic terror cells and plunge America into an insurgency. Now he's claiming he supported it all along. Psychotic, but typical. Taking your own side means calling out Jewish oligarchs.
FNAF would be a good gaming stream. I would get so scared.
And anti-American peasants from third world.
Like it's legitimate. Like I am vulnerable to jump scare. Right.
We are America's second to none, and we own the finish line. I have literally never said no more foreign conflicts. I support U.S. empire. I support the Monroe Doctrine. I support hemispheric defense. I always have. Initially seemed like a solid operation to cleanly, bloodlessly, and quickly remove Maduro from power last night, but this new policy of running Venezuela with U.S. soldiers sounds like a massive overcommitment. I have zero confidence in nation building. Big mistake. He went from throwing up the USA to saying General Raising Canes to saying, yeah, you know, maybe the running Venezuela isn't the best.
Wait. Okay, so he's unironically saying General Raising Canes? What the? I didn't realize he was this in Trump's pocket.
Confidence in nation.
Seemed like a solid operation to cleanly, bloodlessly, quickly remove Maduro from power last night. But this new policy of running Venezuela still okay. So he's like, love the kidnapping, not sure about the occupation.
Ironically enough, of course, our puppet that we were going to install is a Omega Zionist and massive supporter of Israel and has been begging Israel to also intervene, or at least get America to intervene on her behalf. But then again, like I said, these guys don't believe in anything. He is not even like actually anti-Israel. Yes, he hates Jews, but even that hatred of Jews, I think he would probably tamper, like I said, or rein in, like I said before, if it meant getting a crumb of power, if it meant getting any proximity of power, getting any proximity to power. That's it. None of these guys actually give a fuck about whatever they're saying. They do not have a consistent position at all. And all they do is simply chirp alongside the wind. Asmongold operates off of this iteration of owning the libs. Americans won't have affordable healthcare, affordable groceries, or jobs, but billionaires and oil tycoons will get richer, and this is how Trump owns the libs, destroys destroys the woke and makes America great again. No, that's precisely what it is, as I've talked about over and over again. This kind of military action in Venezuela is not going to improve your lives. It's not going to improve your lives even a little bit. So anyone who tells you that this will objectively improve your lives is lying to you. You should actually scrutinize them. Just understand, anyone who tries to tell you that another regime change war for the extraction of oil, for our oil barons, is going to somehow magically improve your material conditions, make rent more affordable, make groceries more affordable, is lying to you. Sure, we'll get the goods, we'll get the oil, but that's not going to yield American prosperity. It's not going to create American prosperity at all. It's going to create prosperity for the oil and gas industry. And that's it. And as we know already, those gains do not trickle down at all. And you're a moron for thinking that it does. But I guess I can't really hate on you too much, because there are plenty of morons who make this argument over and over again. One of those is Asmongold, and the other one is Nick Fuentes.
You went on Twitter. Everybody was saying, this is against international law. You have to wait for Congress. We'll read the Constitution. Oh, you can't just do that. That's illegal.
Oh, never mind. He's destroying his opponents by making a silly voice. I mean, not that I give a fuck about any of that as a counter argument anyway, because I think it's stupid and no one actually gives a shit. What is this? Grab a gun and get on the front lines, tough guy.
Like, the silly voice thing only works if you somehow evoke the image of the person you're making fun of, right? You're talking about a person and you do their voice, or you are like doing, this is like the type of person, right? And it's just like Asmongold. It's just like Asmongold's voice, like with the pitch up. It's just not really. You're kind of just making fun of yourself at that point. I don't know.
We'll even let you bring your pet roach and dead rat alarm clock.
Here's one thing I'm going to say, okay?
Asmongold says he would vote for Trump and Republicans if Trump did something similar to attacking Venezuela every week, comparing it to the Minnesota fraud. Simply attacking Venezuela every week. Where else could they attack?
Don't ever let anybody tell you that you can't do it. Because if you went on Twitter, everybody was saying, this is against international law. You have to wait for Congress. We'll read the Constitution. Oh, you can't just do that. That's illegal. It's a war crime. And you know what Trump did? He just went in there and did it. That's it. It's over. Just like what happened with Iran. Remember what happened after Iran? Nothing. Nothing happened.
Remember what happened after Iraq? Nothing. We were greeted as liberators, and then, a government fell into place magically, and Iraq has been enjoying immense prosperity ever since. No ISIS, no anything, right? Everything was great, right? Remember after Vietnam? It's such an ignorant thing to say. It's like what is this? Like, there's a name for this, chat. Like, is it whistling past the graveyard? There's an expression to describe when somebody is expressing naivete about the downsides of just fucking, yeah, everybody said international law. You've got to obey international law. Looks like you don't. Looks like you do. Look, yeah, true, great. It's not that you like physically can't break international law because there's some kind of like invisible laser field preventing you from doing so. It's that if you do, there are consequences, right? Yeah, as the global hegemon, you can do a lot of shit, but you're setting the kind of world that you will have to live in, right? You're setting the precedent for what is acceptable and what is not. And yeah, the kidnapping of presidents is probably not the kind of world you would want to. There's so many knockdown effects, Chad. I talk about blowback, right? And you can literally create, like, I don't know, it's like an intersecting web of blowback, right? Where, the blowback from the last intervention creates the precedent for the next intervention. It's kind of cyclical, right? The US intervenes in some way, makes a power play, usually, in the interest of United States corporations. And then there is blowback, which, turns into a reason to, do another invasion.
Because the fact is that if you have, here's the truth, if you have power.
Dude, this is so funny because he's just like, yeah, it's might makes right. Might makes right. Might makes right. Maybe you'll be singing a different tune in the not so distant future. Who knows?
You have the ability to exercise that power through force. You are God. That's it. Nobody can tell you no. Nobody can resist you. Nobody can try to hold you accountable. You can do anything and everything that you want. And there's nothing that anybody can do about it. And so always keep that in mind. Always keep that in mind, that there is a way. Do something. Yes, keep the same energy. Absolutely. And so why?
I can imagine Asmongold saying people said that you couldn't conduct a war on two fronts, and yet the great country of Deutschland has made that a reality today with Operation Barbossa. I'm sure it's going to go well. Right? They said you can't open a war on two fronts. Haha. Au contraire, mon frère. You would say that in German, though. How do you say that in German? Au contraire, meine Bruder, or something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, he would be the funniest Nazi out there.
Why not go?
He'd be in an ill-fitting uniform and helmet,
Go and do this in Minnesota. Like, I mean, if we can do this in Venezuela, I'm not saying we should bomb Minnesota, right? I don't think that we should do that. I mean, I know that people might not like Minnesota, but I don't think that we should bomb Minnesota. But I do think that there are other ways that we could solve some of the problems over there, right? White women molding on Twitter. Exactly. See, if Trump would do this.
It's so funny that, like, every grievance or every line of defense must be matched up against, like, a character from the woke universe, right? So it's always white women that are molding on Twitter that are actually the people saying, like, well, perhaps we should follow the rules here, or perhaps we shouldn't just kidnap the leader of a foreign nation. No, it's just white women chirping. It's just, you know how be, am I right, chat? Based. Am I based? That's how it is.
This all the time, I'd probably vote for him a third time. Like, this is what we need. We need to do this like once.
He also didn't vote for Donald Trump, so I don't know why he's saying he would vote for him a third time now.
Week. Like, once a week, we need to go and, like, figure out.
He means mentally vote for him.
Who's going to get blown up today.
If Asmon wants to believe in might equals right, I think he should live by that standard and post his address. Nobody believes in might is right, okay? Nobody. And that's precisely the reason why he obviously will probably call the cops when a psychotic stalker arrives at his home. It's ridiculous. What he is demonstrating here is that he does not have any care or consideration for the victims, because he is placing himself in the shoes of the American administration as though America's power projection is somehow making him feel powerful. This is at the heart of the insecurity in the right-wing movement. That's what it is. You feel weak, you feel silly, you feel stupid, people have wronged you. All of those insecurities, all of that anxiety builds up inside of you. And then when you have nothing to hold on to, and with Asmongold, he has things to hold on to. Obviously, he can, like, point to his own success as a person in this field of commentary. But for many of his fans, they don't really have a lot going on in their lives. And certainly the economy is not getting fixed anytime soon. So they have to lean into like this. Because at the end of the day, what is all of this for? If the answer is so that a bunch of faceless, lifeless corpo suits make another collective $1 trillion in profit next year, or add an additional $1 trillion into their net worth, then yeah, that's going to make you feel kind of shitty. But at least in this moment, you get to feel powerful because America got to dominate a country. America got to dominate a country that it's been dominating economically for many, many decades at this point. And that feels like, my team is winning, right? My team is winning, actually. It's not. It unironically is actually hurting you, because all of our resources, all of our investment, everything that we're doing is going to that, is going to propping up Israel, again, for American foreign policy, for the American State Department, for the interests of capital, dominating Venezuela for the interests of capital. It doesn't actually help you at all.
Weird, because when you really think about the whole United States tradition, I guess, of regime change, of intervention, etc., it is like, and combined with the way that the United States is able to leverage its intelligence agencies against other countries, um, and the way that the United States takes an interest in the nature of other governments, particularly how much they avail themselves to the profits of American companies, right? How much they are quote unquote capitalist, and how much they are democratic, right? It just gives them it gives the US the perfect kind of way to exercise control over most countries in terms of who's in charge, who's not, who's in power, who's out of power. If you can't manage that in a certain country, then that country gets marginalized or sanctions, and it just kind of like is this. It's for a country that is subject to US not just like control, but like influence, I guess. It's got to feel like a never-ending cycle of trying to assert some sort of self-determination, and then being forced back into line.
So you just hold on to the cruelty for cruelty's sake because you have nothing.
I'm in Caracas, Venezuela, where residents today slowly try to resume their routines a day after President Nicolas Maduro was deposed and captured by the U.S. military. Dozens of stores, restaurants, and churches remain closed.
Were those like Maduro superheroes that they were holding?
But some grocery stores and pharmacies opened. People dine out, and others got in line outside the stores to buy food, goods, water. On Sunday, government officials and ruling party supporters again demanded that Maduro and his wife Celia Flores be released from U.S. custody. Both arrived to New York on Saturday to face charges. Throughout the day, across the city, those in the streets looked shell-shocked.
Return our president.
They stared at their phones or looked into the distance. Many said they still couldn't believe what had happened in the city the day before.
Like imagine Fuentes.
Oh no. Oh no, what the fuck is this? What cursed shit am I seeing?
Had Asmongold's viewership.
That would be marginally worse. But like if I could rate it on a
scale, I think it would be much worse.
Asmongold is ultra xenophobic, has no commitment to fact, plays into, in my opinion, one of the worst things right now that exists in our whole landscape, which is inability to discern truth from fiction. Doesn't understand that getting news from a feed that's being aggregated for you based on your reading preferences is the worst way ever to gather news.
He's somewhat moderating.
He's not moderating. Well, how is he moderating?
Also, he has no further ambition other than doling out right-wing slop.
Yeah. Oh my god, chat, what are we into? Let me be honest. I didn't watch this. I previewed a little bit of it, like listening to it. I don't know if we're in for like a J-Stalk style, like eye candy Minecraft or Subway Surfers, kind of visuals in this, or if it's just but it is Destiny setting up an event where he debates Asmongold's fans. Some of them more far right, some of them less far right, some of them more open to criticism of Asmongold, some of them less so, but yet he kind of ends up making criticisms that from anybody else would be valid, but because it's Destiny, because it's the guy that platformed Fuentes and really brought him back into relevance, it's kind of like just the wrong guy to be, criticizing Asmongold, but he's been going at him. I don't know. Let's give this a chance. I'm not sure if it's going to be interesting enough. There's also like a lot of just Destiny going back and forth with Asmongold, and I don't know. I just thought there was something. I mean, this is again something that streamers do. They're trying to debate somebody, the person won't debate them. It's like, you know, debating a Asmongold fan.
But in some ways, that makes it even worse.
I am not a fan of you. I am a fan of Asmongold.
Deposing Maduro as a leader was not good because the president was acting unilaterally with unclear motivation, and the effects of that are the United States becomes less predictable, we destabilize the world order.
Who the cares?
If you're just here to give me, are you just here to describe why people think the way they do, or are you here to defend
It's a super try-hard intro.
Well, I am defending it. I'm saying that if this is the
you're saying this is the current state
that
of
I'm
affairs.
going to
I
live
know
in,
that
I have to embrace it and be an American now. I have to understand that like this is not how the old way things are going to be. This is how things are going to be going forward.
Why do you have to embrace it? Why isn't part of being an American pushing for change?
All right, here's our first guy. Honestly reckless. You're up.
You want to talk about Asmongold?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so here we are in the actual video, not just the trailer or whatever, the sizzle reel.
I think he's more or less harmless. If anything, I think there's even a chance he's doing us a favor. I think that leading up to 2020...
What is his t-shirt? Daliban? Probably. That's one of their memes.
The country has shifted more right. Things that are totally fine to say today were like unheard of 3 years ago. So somebody was going to be the big right-wing streamer, and I would much rather...
I don't know, chat. What's grosser, watching Destiny or watching Asmongold himself? Like, I feel like I need one layer to protect me from the slime of Asmongold.
It'd be Asmongold, then Fuentes, or I mean, I'm trying to think of who else it even could have been, but it could be somebody far more extreme. Asmongold doesn't have an ideology in my mind. He has feelings and reactions. He has extreme reactions to things based entirely on whatever he knows at the moment and whatever he's feeling at the moment.
I don't understand how any of this makes it good.
It doesn't make it good.
So what is that? You were saying better, but you mean it's like least bad or not as bad as it could have been? How is that a defense of anything?
It's a pragmatic defense.
So it's not a defense.
If you're looking for somebody to stand here and say, "Oh my God, I love Asmongold. The man's a genius." What are you talking about, Destiny? Like I can't do that because that's insane. Like who? But I can see him serving a function, and I can see.
Wait, what is the function?
Him being. The function is to be somewhat more moderating of MAGA. Everything he says, even
how is he? But in terms of moderating,
right, can I swear? Is that fine?
What? Well, no. Hold on, because you've talked.
Can I swear? Is that fine?
Oh, sorry.
Part of my vocabulary.
Yeah, that's fine. Wait, but I'm just saying that, like, wait. It seems like the defense here is that he's more moderate than like the worst person in the universe would have been, but like. He's carrying the line on all the MAGA stuff, basically verbatim. I mean, like, could it be worse? Sure, but like it's really, 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 really bad. I don't understand that it could be worse defense.
Yeah, no, it is. I'm here. It's bad. Shit's bad. So in a world this bad, we could have ended up with someone way worse than that. Like imagine Fuentes had Asmongold's viewership.
That would be marginally worse. But like, if I could rate it on a scale,
I think it would be much worse. Yeah, can I explain
Asmongold is ultra xenophobic, has no commitment to fact, plays into, in my opinion, one of the worst things right now that exists in our whole landscape, which is inability to discern truth from fiction. Doesn't understand that getting news from a feed that's being aggregated for you based on your reading preferences is the worst way ever to gather news. Is disseminating this information to 50, 70,000 people. I'm pretty sure he's the most popular political, I think even YouTuber on the internet right now. But you're like, well, he's not a full Nazi.
It's not just that he's not a full Nazi. It's that he's somewhat moderating.
He's not moderating. Well, how is he moderating?
Also, he has no further ambition other than doling out right-wing slop.
Yeah, but in some ways that makes it even worse. But when you say moderating, what do you mean by what is he moderating? He's radicalizing.
Okay, when it comes to the xenophobia, nothing. He's as far in the right wing camp as it gets in that area. But he's also He's far more moderate when it comes to LGBT issues. Like I actually saw him once because, and it's your fault I even know who this guy is because I watch your streams and your videos, and then always an Asmongold video pops up after you. It's YouTube really thinks you and Asmongold have a lot in common.
Well, it could also be that Asmongold is the most popular political streamer and possibly YouTuber on the internet right now, right?
It is. Okay.
So, but I guess I don't understand when you say he's moderating. What is he moderating?
Okay. Once I saw his entire chat freak out in a video because they were talking about if one of your children was trans. And everyone was like, "Oh, cut them off, like, get them, what is it called, conversion therapy?" And he was like, "No, I'd use their preferred pronouns." He's like, I'd make sure like that it was real, and I'd really get them all the help they need. But
oh shit.
Caracas, Venezuela, where residents today slowly try to receive.
They were talking about if one of your children was trans. And everyone was like, "Oh, cut them off, like, get them, what is it called, conversion therapy?" And he was like, "No, I'd use their preferred pronouns." He's like,
see, so this is what I mean about Asmongold, right? He is like, he says horrible fucking shit on stream, right? Just absolute, like, heartless, monstrous, inhuman shit on the regular. But somehow he doesn't realize it. And somehow he still thinks of himself as a good guy. Listen to how this works, right? I mean, I'm sure that I've heard, Asmongold, talk about trans kids with the concept that, oh, they cannot possibly be that the child is actually, trans, right? It is, the parents are maybe being like, "Don't you want to be trans?" I don't know, like parents somehow pushing them, to it or something like that. I don't know. I feel like I have heard so much like unempathy for like trans kids in even like I feel like he would make fun of the name. He's like one of those guys, like, right, "Oh, trans kids," right? So we would know that's all about the parents, or like, right? So anyway, but the fact that he says that if it was his child, he would make sure it was real, which who knows what he means by that, but then he would like it's like he is wanting to that in like his daily life, right? He is gonna not be like a piece of shit dad that is like, oh, that like disowns or whatever their kid because they're trans. But as a streamer, he is like, I feel like encouraging that kind of mentality. It's a strange division between his personal life and his professional persona that I don't know. I wonder if he even recognized. I'd use their preferred pronouns, then call them the R slur. True, he probably would.
Like, I'd make sure like that it was real, and I'd really get them all the help they need. But like,
that's I don't know. So I don't know when he said this last, but aren't his most recent statements on this that like every single trans person necessarily has like mental illness or their parents like fucked them up?
This was like November.
Okay, well the last statements I heard on this were him saying that every single trans person is basically mentally ill, and not in like they need whatever kind of treatment, but like they're fucked in the brain and their parents are all fucked in the brain. This is the last statements that I heard on this. Maybe we're worlds apart in terms of what we heard, but
yeah. We might be. And also, he's worlds apart in one. He's a lot like Trump, actually, himself in this way. Like, he seems to be a fan of whatever was thrown in front of him in the first 5 minutes.
Okay, here, let's back up for a second. Do you agree with, what do you think are like, then actually, in my opinion, the worst problem right now that we have as a country, as a planet, is we cannot tell like what is real and what is false. So
yes,
two people can say, two totally, okay. I feel like Asmongold not only also fails this test, I feel like he falls into the trap in the most layman-coded, like dumb way possible, in that he thinks he's being informed while he's scrolling on an algorithmically generated newsfeed. He's never reading articles. He's never finding information himself. He's never doing additional research. He's just reading what Elon Musk's robots put in front of him, and then he is regurgitating that to his audience.
Regurgitating it and signal boosting it. I completely agree.
So in
now,
that sense, so this is a thing. Wait. I don't understand what you keep. Well, imagine it gets worse. Yeah, I guess there's probably somebody who would have been worse than Hitler being Hitler's job, but I'm never gonna be like, well, you know, it could have been 7 million or 8 million or 9 million Jews, right? Like, okay, I don't know what the point of that defense is. Like,
the point is actually, as somebody, my grandfather was a German Jew, and like maybe maybe 9 million actually would have been worse. I might not be sitting here on this lovely Saturday chatting with you. Like, it can make a difference. You know, sometimes it's a pragmatic argument. You know,
what are we arguing for? What is the pragmatic argument, though? You're not arguing. You're just saying that, like, he could be worse. That's not an argument. Like, yeah. I mean, I think could always be worse,
my
right?
My argument is that it could be not just that it could be worse, but that in some ways he has a moderating effect.
Okay, so do you got like just in case anybody's having trouble following this guy's confusing argument? This guy thinks that Asmongold is occupying a spot in the algorithm that, if it was not occupied by him, would be occupied by someone more like Fuentes, right? That there is just going to be this like big like right-wing cluster, and since there's no live streamers servicing that, you know, you've got podcasters, you've got, you know, all kinds of other content creators, but you don't have specifically streamers you know, filling that spot. That Asmongold you know, that he sees it as like, this is a guy that's not particularly ideological. Yes, he like is audience I don't know if he's admitting that, right? But I mean, this would go along with the fact that he's audience captured and he's just kind of blowing in the wind. He is like, you know, when he feels like right-wing content is popping off, that's when you'll hear, you know, him or that Trump is popular, right? That's when you'll hear him endorse Trump. When it's more like there's more of the attention on the Epstein files and stuff, that's when he kind of backs away. But yeah, does he actually mean any of it, or you know, is it somehow like a harm reduction for a guy like that just blows with the? I think in some ways that's more dangerous, right? Because if somebody has their own beliefs, even if they're far right, there's like a structure there in place that is, you know, maybe not as mutable as somebody that just blows in the wind. And it's just like, oh, what does the audience want now? Ooh, you know, mass deportations. Okay, well, I'm for mass deportations based, right? What do they want next? Oh, you know, executions, public executions. Okay, I guess I'm for public, you know, executions now, right? He's maybe that's more dangerous. Maybe it's the opposite of what the caller is saying.
How is he moderating?
I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
He does. I've never seen him. I've seen him like cheer when boats are exploded, you know, which is of course horrifying and fucked up. But I've never seen him say like, "Oh, we need to." I've never seen him do like any kind of "we need to go into the Capitol." I don't know what he would have done on January 6th necessarily if today was turned around. He certainly would have defended it, but I don't think he would have been there promoting it.
Okay, here's when I think of moderating. This is what I think. Okay, if Asmongold were gone, the media environment would strictly be better. That's what I think. So I don't see how it's moderating to say that his existence is.
Where do you think his audience would go?
I don't know. They either wouldn't be politically activated at all, which would probably be preferable.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think Asmongold brought in a ton of people into politics that wouldn't otherwise have been politically inclined?
I think that there were a lot of people. This is going to sound so fucking lame, but it's true. I think there were a lot of people that got politically activated, believe it or not because of anything actually happening in politics, but because they started putting like mid-girls in video games, and because the Star Wars movie sucked, and they put and they had a female lead. So, you know, simple-minded people were like, oh, I guess all female-led Star Wars movies. I guess female women destroyed Star Wars. And
hold on, wait. You're aware? Wait. Okay.
So basically, Gamergate, right? I mean, there's like a relationship between, those phenomenons, but and Asmongold definitely, from what I understand, traded in a little bit of that gamer outrage and grievance culture, that sort of like white male fragility culture, before he ever became a political streamer. So I mean, there is a relationship between Asmongold and those kinds of people, but yeah, I don't know. This is a weird argument, right? It's basically like, okay, Asmon's not great, I admit, but hey, better him than, I don't know, somebody that is just like a full on. Well, I mean, like a lot of what Asmongold says, even though he doesn't recognize it as such, a lot of what he says is full on like white nationalist. So does it matter that you've got a guy that is like a little too, unsophisticated to realize when he's saying something white nationalist? When you've got somebody with this kind of a platform, the largest political streamer out there, certainly on Twitch and probably altogether, right? It almost like makes him a better tool in the in the arsenal of people who are consciously white nationalist.
Okay, hold on. Are you 26 or 27?
I'm 44.
Okay. If you're older, you know that like the prequel sucked and not everybody became like a Nazi because of it, right?
We didn't have the internet back then.
When did the
internet has
prequels come
driven
out?
people crazy.
Wait, hold on. Okay, the internet wasn't
And don't tell me
as
we
big.
had fucking Facebook or something,
Sure, but
or
like,
MySpace. I was there.
From 99 to 2005. Hold on.
Like,
Okay. Do you agree or disagree with this? If Asmongold, hold on, do you think Joe Rogan has gotten people into politics that weren't in politics previously?
Joe Rogan.
Or do you think everything is just an inevitability? It really doesn't matter what people watch. It doesn't matter where people
Joe
go.
Rogan
They just.
Joe Rogan maybe, but in a weird way. Like I started watching your streams inadvertently through watching Joe Rogan. I started watching earlier episodes of Joe Rogan during COVID, and then I watched what's his name, the very polite Russian kid, Lex Friedman. Like and yes, Lex Friedman. Sorry. And I saw your episode, and I was like, "Oh God, this is the guy I'm looking for. This guy makes fucking sense."
Okay, so
wait. So this guy's a Joe Rogan viewer. Then he sees Lex Friedman. He starts watching his stuff, and then he sees that boring debate that Lex Friedman hosted with what was it, Destiny and I don't even remember. And he becomes a DGGer, and then somehow from Destiny to Asmongold. I liked the prequels. Wait, which ones were prequels?
So if
Nadia, I think you're right. I think the norm debate was hosted by Lex Friedman.
You didn't watch me through. Hold on. Let me. Wait. Okay. Hold on. I just need to. This conversation is.
I know. I'm very dynamic.
No. It's not dynamic. Okay. Let me go back to my central point. If Asmongold didn't exist, those 50,000 viewers, you think on a scale from 0 to 100%, okay? And I'm not asking for like an exact, like 42.8, but approximately, what percentage of those people do you think would be as radical as they are now as a result of watching Asmongold? You think it would still be like 70+% of them would have just gone to Fuentes, or?
I think they would have gone because he didn't have the audience he has now.
He's been like decently big. He's grown doing
not in the last 2 years since the primaries.
He's gotten a lot larger, especially for political stuff, but he's always been like a really good
He was
big streamer.
Good video game streamer.
A good
video game
streamer. Not just video games, but like a big streamer.
I remember when you did that misgive call, and I remember thinking that he was the only one of them with a brain.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So if he would be gone, do you think that what
were his numbers?
Wait, if he were to be gone,
I had no idea what his numbers were before in the last.
They could have been up to 50K doing certain game stuff. He was really, really big. He is still really.
I hate this debate pro like style, right? This idea that we start asking each other, well, what percentage do you think of Asmongold's audience would have been watching Fuentes if he didn't exist? Like, it gets into this abstraction where you're just like, I feel like 60%. I mean, you don't know it. Like, you're not basing that on anything. Somehow, just like 60% appears in your head. And this is so much of what's wrong with Asmongold, right? Is that instead of research, we have react. You know, Trump says something and Asmongold says, yeah, based. And there's absolutely like no understanding of what he's watching. There's no comprehension there. And he just ends up saying what he feels with the only justification being, isn't it obvious? Isn't it obvious? The guy was in front of the daycare and he was yelling at the people and the people didn't show him the kids. So obviously there's fraud going on there. You don't have to do any research. You don't have to use your critical thinking. Just like look at the video and what feeling does the video give you?
A big streamer, obviously. Well, he's probably the largest.
Wait, I lost you for a second there.
Yeah, your mic's working. He's just.
All right, I would say the difference between whatever the difference is between, or maybe a little bit more between where he was in 2001 and today, I'd say that margin would all be.
Sure. I hear
watching
what I'm
either Fuentes or somebody new.
Or he's lagged right now.
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. If Asmongold wasn't streaming, I think that a large percentage, I would say 50% plus of his fans that are super politically activated now, well, I say politically activated, have strong political opinions at least, I think that like half of those people would just not be politically activated at all. They would just like watch other stuff or play video games or whatever. I think that he took a group of people that were not very politically astute or involved at all and made them way more political than they were before. And I don't think that had to be inevitable. I don't think that was always going to be the case.
I disagree because there are all of these like gamer anti-woke groups. They're like, these are the people who went into Asmongold streams. Like, I don't know if you know Friday Night Tights.
No.
They do a thing on Friday. It's all like anti-woke video game stuff. Or not video, mostly movies. They're what's it called? They have at least 15K on a Friday
okay. That sounds like a great way to spend your Saturday night bitching about how woke movies are. Wow. What a fun stream.
I would say those are Friday night, and I would say those people are bad too, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's where his the newer parts of his audience came from.
Okay, so what is your ballpark percentage of people of Asmongold that you think would still get into some kind of more radical space? Do you think it would be like over half of them or over like 2/3 of them? Or
I think it'd be over half of them at least.
Okay.
Maybe 2/3.
I disagree, but then even moving past that, if I were to say, what if instead of being like, I guess like a less horrible fucking option for these people, what if Asmongold was actually like a decent option? Like, couldn't he do so much better? Like, even if he was conservative, couldn't he at least like open an article and read or do like, and these are things that are easily within his power that.
Yes. And of course that would be. So here's the question: if it would be better, because it depends on what he's reading. The reason why I consider him hard.
You're such a fantastic moron, Mr. Borelli. Finkelstein while talking to Destiny. Yeah, he did the only appropriate way to handle Destiny in a situation where you, as an academic, find yourself in a discussion with two other academics and Destiny, right? Is to immediately disqualify and ridicule him. And did that kind of keep Norm on the sidelines a little bit? Sure. It just became. I've been in debates like that though, right? Like it's kind of like if the. So sometimes depending on when you speak, right, you'll have somebody will already have made the point you would have already made, and so then you gotta decide what to do with your time instead. And if there's somebody like Dusty on the other side, a great thing to do is to ridicule him. Wikipedia warrior, Mr. Borelli. Yeah, I'm tempted to try to find some of the back and forth with Destiny and Asmongold that kind of Destiny did sort of stumble upon Asmongold's method, that this weird like anti-materialist analysis that he does, this very vibes based kind of way of looking at things that he carries into everything that he does. And look, it would be poignant if not for the fact that the shit that he's accusing of Asmongold of doing, which is like, I guess, what, radicalizing a generation, or I don't even know. I feel like it's older people that, like, I don't know if it's just like young people that watch Asmongold, but whatever. Radicalizing people. It's like you can't. Destiny's like the wrong person to make this argument, given that his own like content strategy has benefited people like Fuentes, has brought them back into relevance after they had faded into obscurity. But yeah, anti-materialism is idiotic on the order of belief in magic. He believes in his own feelings, I guess, if I was to describe Asmongold. He believes very strongly in his own feelings and common sense, and the idea that you apparently don't need any outside input to make a decision or determination. You just need to go with your vibes, and this just makes him like Trump's perfect sucker.
Harmless is because he's not starting PACs. He has no political ambitions. He is going to sit in that house for as long as people watch him, and he's going to make slop and make money, and that is going to be his life. He's not going to get out.
Do you think the content you consume has no impact on anything you think or feel?
No, of course it has an impact.
Okay, so I don't understand where this he's not like, he personally does not have political ambitions.
Then we get back to the part you don't like, the it could be worse part.
Okay, so then your primary defense for Asmongold is just that it could be worse. Is that?
I'd like to put it. I think I put it slightly more articulately than that, but
okay. The slightly more articulate version is, right now there are substitution goods for Asmongold that if Asmongold didn't exist, the majority of his fan base would be consuming these other things that would make them even more radicalized. So Asmongold is the modern option in a way. Okay, I guess I disagree. I think that one of the most disappointing...
It's kind of weird that a lot of these Destiny arguments just boil down to, do you think X is good, has a good effect on like the content space? As if you really have to, this is one of those things that you might be able to make a quicker decision. You might not need as much research to ascertain that the effect of Asmongold is not good, but it's not something that you can be like, okay, well, now that it's not good, let's turn the Asmongold lever off, and we will have no more problems with Asmongold. It represents something, right? So the interesting, I guess, like the only interesting part of this discussion that these two are having to me is the idea that I've heard kicked around a lot about, I get they're not saying these words, but they're basically talking about low propensity voters, right? They're talking about groups of people who do not usually show up to the polls, getting exposed to, in 2024, Trump's message through podcasts and stuff that they watched not for politics, right? Stuff that normally brought them other kinds of entertainment, other kinds of interest, right? But that also, got big enough to, cover politics. And since when people are talking about the election, here's Donald Trump as a guest, right? Here is RFK Jr., here's JD Vance. And, the question is, given the narrow, actually, margin of victory that Trump had, could these low propensity voters have made the difference? In other words, are there enough of these guys that would not have voted had it not been for Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, Andrew Schultz, take your pick, whoever, right? Bringing on Trump or one of his surrogates and really kind of, I don't know, like, you know, the idea, I guess, is that if you have a big enough audience like Joe Rogan does, or Asmongold in this case, right, then even though a low portion of these low propensity voters decide to show up at the polls, right, it's like, I don't know, you know, 4% more because you had Trump on, right? And then that, you know, with a large scale audience, maybe that makes a difference. I'm not sure about that though, right? I'm not sure about like a, you know, like just like the internet, right? You have a large audience, but like how that, I don't know. It's anyone's guess how that translates to like actual voter behavior, right?
Facts of the past 5 years, I guess, maybe since COVID, is for some reason every single person thing has become political and has gotten like politically activated and motivated, and that less of this is probably preferable. That we don't.
I feel your pain, Destiny. I feel your pain that, like, you know, people. I am sure that people that do not understand, you know, do not know their ass from a hole in the ground politically, you know, are voting because of content creators that they watch, right? Yeah, and it scares me, you know, just like even voters that don't make like the worst possible decision, right? Sometimes the amount of media literacy and critical thinking that is actually present, sometimes shockingly low.
Need every single person that saw a girl whose boobs were too small in a video game to become like a new MAGA voter or something. Yeah, and I mean, I guess it doesn't sound to me like you disagree that Asmongold does an exceptionally terrible job at like everything he does. It's just you think that it could be worse.
Yeah, I think it could be worse, and I'll send you. I don't know. I guess I could DM it to you on Discord or the clip of him doing the trans thing, but with the defense of using preferred pronouns.
Well, I've heard people do the defense of preferred pronouns is boring because like some people will say that like, yeah, it should be illegal. Yeah, we need to ban all of it. Yeah, it's horrible and mental illness, but I'll respect the pronouns because I'll be nice in person. That's not really a strong position. I'm like,
yeah,
oh, well, this person's not
it was
the worst.
mostly, I think I also have his chat recorded. It was because I remember seeing that being like, what am I watching? Because he actually like his chat was in like full revolt. They were like, you support mental illness, like, you know, these people, you know, they need to be locked up and like all sorts of other disgusting, insane shit. And you know, he was like, no, that's your family. He was talking about if he had a kid, how he would treat his kid. So
okay. Well,
I think little things like that have an impact too. I feel like the right-wing slop is going to be out there. Somebody's going to be doing it, and I feel like
I understand what you're saying, but like it's so bad. Right, like he was saying, like him saying things that like everybody needs to be deported, that walls needs to be executed, that like
he wants to deport American citizens, actual American citizens. It's crazy.
Do what?
He wants to deport actual American citizens when he talks about like
So the idea of like calling him a moderating voice, I think that if he were gone, but I guess we just factually disagree and neither of us really have a way to prove it. I think that if he was gone, I think that the overall political conversation would be healthier. I think it'd be better. He would be
well, like what is this an argument for, right? For Twitch to ban Asmongold? I don't know. It just and then for him to go over to Kick and that's probably why Twitch won't ever ban the guy, right? He would just take his audience over to Kick, and they don't want that, so you know they'll find a way to, at most, give him a suspension.
The space that he occupies and him speaking, it hurts the space. He adds nothing of value, and all he does is make things worse. I don't think he's holding off many people. If anything, my guess is he's probably funneled more people to the likes of like Fuentes than anything else, than prevented.
Okay, right here, chat. It's just the point I wanted to drill down on. He's funneled more people to Fuentes Destiny, there's one guy that doesn't get to say that. And unfortunately, he's you. Unfortunately, you had chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes. And, you know, who knows what else? Who knows what other treats? I will, you know, remain agnostic on that question. But yeah, this is a guy, not only did he, you know, buddy up to Fuentes, but he, you know, brought him back from the brink of irrelevancy. I think the last person that Fuentes talked to before Destiny was like Stardust, chat. That's how desperate Nick Fuentes was for any sort of clout or relevance. Can I, you know, like going on Stardust, right? He was not doing well. He was not doing well. I mean, there was some kind of racist joke buried in there, Nadia, with the chicken and waffles that they had. And, you know, he's kind of like Destiny the whole time. You know, he's on his like lefty arc, or like anti-lefty arc is really what it is. And so he's kind of, in a weird way, like sympathetic towards Fuentes when people ask, isn't this guy a neo-Nazi? Isn't this guy a white supremacist? Destiny's like, well, I have never heard him say anything neo-Nazi or white supremacist. I have heard various rumors about him, but I prefer to believe that people can change, and, you know, I'm just going to try to, you know, be an open door for him in case he wants to learn anything. And instead, Fuentes like turned around, stole a big portion of Destiny's audience, which had been primed to be anti-leftist, right? So it made them very easy for Nick to steal. You know, jacked part of his audience, and then I don't remember what else, but like, I mean, they like there were a number of debates between Destiny and Fuentes that Nick fans were crowing about and saying that he won. I never watched these videos because I don't watch, you know, Nick Fuentes shit. But he really did give Nick Fuentes back his relevance, both from by his confidence and, yeah, his platforming. Sometimes it is a thing. It does get invoked in places it's not really, you know, relevant from time to time, right? Somebody will, you know, kind of misunderstand what platforming really means. But in this case, yeah, you know, him giving Nick this attention was all that Nick needed to restart his career. So this is where he just doesn't have any room to talk. So yeah, you know, giving relevance to Fuentes. I sure hope Asmongold doesn't do that. All I know is that Destiny, you already have
them from watching any of his content, but
this kid is a griper. Yeah,
I mean, like he spoke, like you mentioned him being a moderating force on Fuentes fans. He's spoken favorably about Fuentes on his stream. Like, didn't he make a comment about how it's inevitable that one day they'll chat or something like that? I feel like I remember him saying this on stream.
It was all very vague. It was all like, oh, it's not I think he said it's not a matter of if, but when.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
But honestly, I feel like the reason why he's not more proactive with this stuff is because he's not very eloquent or conversational. Like YouTube recommended Steak and Eggs to me once, where he actually he sits down with Tectone and Emaru, and they like just, you know, chit chat about whatever's on their minds that day.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not a great conversationalist.
Sure.
You know, he's great at like, you know, just reacting and having huge reactions to, you know, things, questionably, you know, true things. But like, I don't know what he would say to Fuentes, you know, either in
yeah, but isn't that even
like
worse? So he would just bring him on, maybe if they did chat, and it would just be like a Fuentes jerk-off session?
Yeah, that's probably what it would be.
I mean,
which I think it says something that he
again, yeah, Fuentes jerk-off session. That would be a shame if that happened, right? That would be a shame if somebody brought Nick Fuentes on stream and jerked him off, right? Right, Destiny?
Hasn't done that yet.
Do you think it says something that he's comfortable saying to his audience that it's inevitable that he'll talk to Fuentes at some point, but he absolutely will never talk to me? Do you think it's kind of weird?
I think it's kind of weird, but also that's today. You know, in next week he could absolutely say, "Oh yeah, no," because I've heard him glaze you plenty of times.
Yeah, but
I don't even watch this
but
guy
glaze
that much, and I've
sure,
heard it.
but glazes me generally because it's I don't know why everybody gets sucked into this. The enemy is my friend thing. It drives me fucking. I feel like I'm the only person.
I'm sorry, glazes sucks me. Like, right, there's a little too many. It's a little too much. Imagery going on here.
World that can simultaneously hate multiple people that also hate each other. He gave me a lot of compliments in the past. One is because obviously I'm an awesome person and all that, but also because I was fighting with Hasan that he was also fighting with.
Yes.
So it's like
I can't not see Hasan everywhere I go.
Remember when I was talking about Hasan's like metaphor of Dick Suck Mountain? How like the chat was getting annoyed because everything was like a fellatio metaphor, and he just kept on it for several minutes, right? For several minutes. But like, I mean, this is Destiny. Destiny's obviously even worse. Same thing with Vosh, right? Vosh, one of Vosh's like winning thought experiments was like this idea of Coconut Island, where like a guy lands on an island with coconuts. And he's like, oh, cool, I won't starve. But then another guy comes up and says, actually, those coconuts are little piles because they're my coconuts. I woke up first, I found them, and you can have one of these coconuts as soon as you, like the idea was the guy was forcing him to, fillet him in order to get a coconut. And that's an unfair situation to wake up in, just like capitalism is an unfair situation to and anyway, but that's Vosh's argument against capitalism, that it's like a guy making you go down on him for a coconut. But yeah, it's always like these like kind of overwrought sex metaphors. I don't know.
Oh, it's just he's just like the content gift that keeps on giving for you guys, isn't he?
Well, I guess. Well, for some people, I mean, I feel like
for Dan, yeah.
Sure. I feel like Asmongold is the bigger.
No, but I just mean all over the place, like people in totally separate corners of the internet.
Well, Hasan is like definitionally like a lolcow, right? He has absolutely no self-awareness.
Yeah, without a doubt, he's constantly being milked.
Yeah, but okay. Well, I mean, I feel like I got your point. Yeah.
You got my take.
You got any last words?
Jesus, man.
No, it was nice. It was nice to be on the stream. Good talk. Oh, are you getting the hoodies back in anytime with the little D? Because I was just in Thailand and I left mine at the hotel. I love that hoodie.
I don't know. Maybe someday.
Okay.
We should be. Yeah, we'll see.
The little D. Wow. So you see the problem with that guy, right? That's not even an Asmongold fan. That's not even an Asmongold fan. That's a Destiny fan. I mean, it's the whole thing. Does this happen to Sam a lot? Where he's always trying to, his dream is to debate a libertarian caller, but they so rarely call in. And, he also likes so if somebody's conservative or if somebody disagrees with him, he loves to debate, right? But there'll always be people that call in and they're like, yeah, I'm a libertarian. And, they basically just say it to get on the, they say it because they know that they'll get on the show. And then they end up talking to Sam and they're like, hey, Sam, longtime fan, first time caller. But anyway, it's kind of like what's happening to Destiny here. We just have to do something behind the scenes here. There we go. Deleted the failed shorts stream. Let's watch a little bit more of this and
all right, this next one is an Asmon viewer. I'm bringing him up. Vacationers.
Okay, so supposedly this one is a real Asmongold viewer. I guess we'll see.
You are muted and welcome.
How's it going, Destiny?
Pretty good. How's it going?
Pretty good. I just want to first say that I'm not like the last guy. He seemed to be a fan of you. Maybe not critical of Asmongold. I am not a fan of you. I am a fan of Asmongold.
Okay.
So what do you want to talk about exactly? So honestly, it kind of seems like you're kind of. I know people use this term a lot, but I feel like you do have Trump derangement syndrome. I'm sorry.
Why do you feel like I have Trump
even what you
derangement
said
syndrome?
right when, even right when you started the stream, you said something about the Venezuela thing. I mean, I feel like that's one thing we could all agree is like obviously good. Happened in like an hour, and you somehow found a way to.
Do you think it's good then? Do you think that it's good that we deposed Saddam Hussein?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Was getting rid of Saddam? Or how can I ask how old you are? I'm just curious if you were like alive and during like the Iraq War. Okay. That's fine. I'm not trying to age. I was just curious because sometimes I feel like impressions of that might change based on age. But do you have like an impression of like the Iraq War or feelings about the Iraq War that the United States did where we got rid of Saddam Hussein?
I have absolutely zero position on that whatsoever. Absolutely zero position.
Okay. Why do you think Trump let me propose a positive.
Does it make me a boomer that I've never heard anybody say that before? Never heard anybody that doesn't have it. In fact, I don't think I've ever really heard anybody say that they support the, unless it's like a little like, well, it was a bad idea, but like, yeah, I don't hear a lot. Most people, will characterize the Iraq War negatively, right? Even if they weren't around when it happened.
Argument. So I would say that deposing Maduro as a leader was not good because the president was acting unilaterally with unclear motivation. And the effects of that are the United States becomes less predictable. We destabilize the world order. Everybody, in especially South America, is going to be looking at us a little bit weird, and we have no guarantee about what comes next. There's a lot of indecision.
Who the fuck cares? There's a dictator who was running the country, sending drugs here, and now he just took over.
Should we take over every country that has somebody running the country who's a dictator?
They're killing Americans, yeah.
How many Americans has Maduro killed?
It's untraceable because it's so high. I would say in the millions if you include all the... I mean, it depends. Every death from a drug is probably... Like, it's impossible to quantify.
Do you think we should invade and depose?
So yeah, when you speak about abstract shit like that, I think this guy is responsible for fentanyl, being trafficked, citation needed, and fentanyl kills like this many people, citation needed, and so like the idea somehow is that like if the well, first of all, the solution is to eliminate it at the supply end, and second of all, that like a lower supply would result in a in like I don't know, like, look, I mean, I don't want to underplay the seriousness of drug addiction and how it is a an illness, and it deserves understanding, and it's difficult to recover from, but at the same time, like, I mean, I guess this is where Destiny goes about fentanyl too, right? The idea of like, I mean, like he kind of turns it all the way into like, well, isn't it the fault of the addict anyway? Yeah, it's unknowable. That's the whole thing, is that like, they're talking about this thing that you could, I mean, this, like when communism comes up as a discussion and somebody tells you, well, communism was responsible for, X number of deaths, and, you go to the source of that figure and you find out that there were like Nazis that were killed in World War II by Soviet troops that are counted as deaths of caused by communism, right?
The leader of China, Xi Jinping, or Putin, the leader of Russia?
And nobody ever really tries to say, and capitalism only killed this many people, right? You never hear them trying to quantify deaths caused by capitalism, because that would be the metric of comparison, not just like assuming that your preferred mode of production is harmless. endeavor.
Oh,
Aren't those guys dictators?
they're not sending drugs here. There's kind of a difference.
Isn't one of the big
They're not,
talking points for South America is the precursors and everything for fentanyl became cheaply available? Wasn't that one of Trump's big reasons for hating China, is because a lot of the fentanyl is coming from China through South America through to the United States?
I have no idea. Basically,
Oh wait,
I'm a
let's say if that was true, would you support us regime changing in China? If what I just said was true, and if Trump had said this over and over and over again?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
China is a 1.4 billion population country. What?
So we should just regime change the countries that we can get away with it really easily and quickly with?
Yeah. If it's a benefit for everybody. I mean, I don't know.
Don't you think that
illegal?
What?
He's the executive branch.
Yeah, but don't you think
It's just the thing that, like, you know, when on the outset of a military adventure like this, right? You got a lot of people that are just convinced that, yeah, no, you change the regime. The problem is Saddam Hussein, okay? So you incapacitate him, capture him, or kill him, and put in a better person, which, you know, it's got to be like everybody, because he's Saddam Hussein. He's a really bad guy. Like, you know, it shouldn't be hard to find a better person. And then, everything will just work itself out, right? And there's a lot of people that just accept that logic without a lot of thought. A lot of people go in vibe space like Asmongold, instead of just consulting history and finding out that, no, it's never that simple. It's never that easy. There is always another domino to fall.
Don't you think that creates like a bad and unstable world where nobody knows if they're about to be invaded by somebody else or not? Like, it causes people to act with low trust around the world towards each other?
Always been like that, though.
Has it though? It hasn't really though, right?
Yeah,
it really isn't though, right? Like, since the fall of the Soviet Union, it's not really generally just countries invaded. Yeah, it's gotten a lot better because people generally don't do that anymore, right? That's not what we do.
I would agree.
So
so
it hasn't gotten better. Why would we make it go worse by invading people for no reason?
What are you talking about? Because there's a guy sending drugs to the country who's not even officially the leader. People are celebrating in Venezuela, which you admitted when you started the stream. What are you talking about?
So should we...
Look, I know you're way more informed than me on this. I'm willing to admit this. I'm not super online, but I use
my issue. Well, hold on. My issue. The issue that I have is that it's a very. Well, I understand what you're saying. It's a very short-sighted way of viewing the world. Like, if we think there's a bad guy, like, there can be things that there can be a bad thing, but there could be like processes and procedures to alleviate the bad thing, right? Like, if you had a huge pain in your wrist, you could get rid of that pain completely and unequivocally for the rest of your life by chopping your arm off, but you wouldn't do that, right? You'd say, well, we should go from like smallest fix to down like a continuum of fixing things, right? If a police officer shows up at your house to, serve a subpoena and you get into a fight with a cop, that might escalate into you getting killed if you like literally start shooting at the cop or something, but the cop's not going to open fire immediately as soon as he comes to your door, right? You move down like a continuum of things. And I feel like for dealing with somebody like Maduro, especially when you're a huge country, especially when you got a ton of resources available to you, like this should be how you function. Does that make sense? Like you don't just go for the most nuclear thing right off the bat, because it creates an unbelievably unstable world where now everybody's looking at everybody like they're about to invade each other. And
so yeah, he's debating the Asmongold ban on Venezuela at this point. I think there might be some other there's definitely one Asmongold ban that is just straight up like talking about what a trip it is to hear all these leftists complain about what he thinks is the awesomest thing ever, that he's so excited and so pumped for the United States to invade Venezuela and depose the president, right? That he just can't believe what he's hearing. People describe it as a bad thing, but let's try. I think this might give us a little bit more of a sense of where like Destiny's frustration with Asmongold's fact-free analysis is coming from, and what yeah, this isn't just, this isn't Destiny typifying like Asmongold as neglecting, facts or research or anything that might inform him or contextualize what he's looking at. It really is as simple as him just saying, no, I don't need any of that shit. I can come up with the right answer. And as proof, I always come up with the right answer. My answers are always right. So why would I need to fix anything? Destiny says you got to have research, understanding, historical context, all this. Nope. I'm right all the time. And I just use my brain, right? That's like, I mean, that's literally where he's coming from, right? And it's kind of it would be funny at his expense, if not for the fact that he's not the only one out there doing this. And the fact that so many people probably have a similar process in deciding what they support or oppose. I mean, yeah, Asmongold becomes like kind of a symbol for the disconnection between so many people and reality. And in that situation, for their vote, I guess, democracy kind of becomes a curse because it is not linked to, anyone's interest. It is completely just, whose campaign's got the best vibes. Which is depressing.
Who don't give a about what happens to anything.
Exactly.
Basically.
And that's the problem, is Destiny has that mindset. I don't.
But I don't have that mindset because I care about politics, motherfucker. You admitted to not voting because you don't give a oh my god, you're so stupid.
I still live in the same neighborhood that I grew up in. I still lived in the same place that I've always been.
Who the cares, bro? You never go outside. I had a conservative friend try to play that shit on me the other day. They were like, oh, well, why don't we go move to some blah, 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 Somali neighborhood? It's like, okay, we can play that game all day. I don't go outside, I'll live in any neighborhood in the United States. I don't care. I'm not leaving my apartment. Why do you think that matters? Why do you think that's a own, dog?
I wonder why.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand this. Is he making fun of Destiny for not or is he making fun of Asmongold for not going outside, or is he saying I also do not go outside?
God, you're so stupid.
I still live in the same neighborhood that I grew up in. I still lived in the same place that I've always been.
Who the cares, bro? You never go outside. I had a conservative friend try to play that shit on me the other day. They were like, oh, well, why don't we go move to some blah, 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 Somali neighborhood? It's like, okay, we can play that game all day. I don't go outside, I'll live in any neighborhood in the United States. I don't care. I'm not leaving my apartment. Why do you think that matters? Why do you think that's a own, dog?
I wonder why.
I think he's saying, yeah, he also does not go outside.
And also, this is
and then he gets you with an own at the end. And you're like, oh, I wonder why they didn't investigate more. You don't even know how much they should have investigated. What the?
Oh no, this is about Minnesota, isn't it?
How does this pass for anything? It's not even slop. It's imaginary slop. Like I don't want to be like, I don't want to do just like the personal thing, but dog, you live with cockroaches.
That's right. What is this here? Destiny? Oh, Destiny goes mad at me. Okay.
Okay. So we don't need evidence or data or fact or stories or anything for anything. Oh my God, King. Yeah, King.
How is it that whenever I don't do all of this evidence and facts and all of this
Here we go, chat. I mean, this is not the subject that we're talking about today, but this is what I wanted to show you, right? This clip right here is crucial to understanding Asmongold in his own words, all right?
Or data or fact or stories or anything for anything. Oh my God, King. Yeah, King.
How is it that whenever I don't do all of this evidence and facts and all of this research and everything like this, I still come to conclusions that are more accurate?
How come I'm always right, bro? If I don't do any research and that's a problem, right? If I don't care about the actual facts of the matter, and that's a problem, then how come I always arrive at the correct conclusions? Wow.
What am I supposed to say seriously to that? It's like a Christian and an atheist, or like a Christian and a Muslim argument, and the Christian's like, well, if you're so much more well read on all of this religious shit than I am, how is it that I'm the one who has the correct God and you don't? I mean, like, anything can be accurate if you never actually look any of it up, right? I guess you got me, bro. Everything is accurate when you never actually fact check a single fucking thing. Like, even your own statement betrays itself. And we don't need evidence or data or fact or stories or anything for anything. Oh my God, King. Yeah, King.
Accuracy based on what? Yeah, exactly.
How is it that whenever I don't do all of this evidence and facts and all of this research and everything like this, I
can't believe so many people watch Asmongold. Well, listen, I mean, if it makes anybody feel slightly better, okay, when Twitch cut off all the bots, Asmongold's audience like shrank in half. It was still higher than Hasan's audience, but it was only a little bit higher, right? So, I mean, there's a chance that some of this is botting. From what I understand about the whole botting situation, it almost sounds like at a certain size, like, you know, people's companies will bot them in order to, you know, have the knock-on benefits, I guess, of like it's almost like the botting like pushes their shit out to more people somehow, more real people, right? It's not just at the end of the day, the bots help them get new viewers, right? Is I guess the calculation. That doesn't make me feel better. Oh.
Still come to conclusions that are more accurate.
Like, how could you even gauge their accuracy if you don't look up any fact or research or anything else? Like, how would you even?
It is so sad that Hasan is the number. Hasan, yes, I would be, if only if that Asmongold is the #1 political streamer on here. Not just on here. I think all like as far as streamers, like what we know streaming as, yeah, Asmongold would be the #1 political streamer anywhere.
No.
And if he were to get banned on Twitch, he'd be the biggest political streamer over on Kick.
You're comparing what's in your head with what's in your head. Well, if things aren't the way that I say they are, well, then how is it that things appear to be the way they say they are when I think things are what I say they are? Okay, Chief.
He really is taking us through the looking glass, right? Down the rabbit hole, as it were. He really is flipping the fucking our whole notion of reality on its head. You know, where do you derive truth? Your feels.
I thought Kamala Harris was going to win the presidency.
That's not even true. You can literally look at the odds I was giving XQC. What did I say? I thought it was like 60%. Like, what? If you were 100% sure that Trump won, where's the $100 million that you put on the election? There was a lot of money to be made. Like,
so if all of this research and all of this effort and all of this time has led you to a conclusion that's wrong,
I'm getting baited. That's not a conclusion, homeboy. That's a prediction. Predictions are inherently probabilistic when you can't measure every single fucking variable. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, Destiny, but you got no room to speak on this one either, right? Was he not on the hate train against Hasan over predictions that Hasan made that did not turn out to be true? In other words, the nature of the massing of Russian troops on the outside of Ukraine's borders, right? Hasan famously said he did not think that Russia would actually cross the border and attack. This was the viewpoint echoed by, many experts in national security. And yet Putin surprised us, right? And it was a big, I'm pretty sure, am I wrong? I'm pretty sure Destiny's on that hate train against Hasan for having, made a prediction that turned out wrong. This is the reason I don't usually make predictions. If I do, it's going to be like, 60% this, 40% that. But even then, I try to ask myself, do I really have anything to base? Am I really basing this on something, or am I picking 60-40 on vibes, right? Because if that's the case, I might as well just tell people, I don't know. It could be A, it could be B. I guess we'll find out at some point.
getting baited. Do you think I disagree? Let me give you an example, okay? I think Kamala Harris will win the election. I would say there's like a 60% chance. I think that's what the odds I give XQC. That's a big chance that she could lose. 40% chance. That's called a prediction. Predictions being right or wrong aren't necessarily indicative of a bad thought process. What you would have to check is you'd have to check the confidence level of the prediction, and then you'd measure these over time. So, for instance, if I said there's like a 99% chance Kamala Harris is going to win, it's a much higher chance than I mean, probably.
I feel like it's a mental, like, I don't know what is causing people to associate somebody being wrong about a prediction with, like, their application of knowledge being wrong or their moral judgment in a situation being wrong. Those are two completely different things, right? If you're good at predicting things, awesome. Like, I hope you make a ton of money on Polymarket, right? Okay, probably, please don't feed that beast, but you know what I mean? It's like, great, good for you. But I'm not gonna, you having the right lottery numbers is not gonna make me say, oh yeah, well, your moral judgment is also likewise impeccable. Since you picked the winning lottery numbers this week, I think you will also pick the correct moral decision in this particular. Yeah, it doesn't relate. It doesn't relate.
Really wrong on that. Here's an example of a bad conclusion. I think the 2020 election was rigged. That would be a bad conclusion. That's what Donald Trump believes. And the vast majority, I think 75% plus of all of the MAGA that support him. That's a bad conclusion.
Then what purpose was it for? Having a bad time.
Who did you predict would win in 2021 or 2020? What a weird, it's not weird, it's stupid. It's just stupid.
You gotta think for yourself a little bit more.
You literally.
It's funny the way that this is edited. It feels like it's purposely trying to make it sound like a conversation, which Destiny desperately wants a conversation. Now, he's not like hurting for views the way that Nick was when Destiny found him, right? He's not irrelevant or anything, but he's a little isolated, right? Ever since the Epstein stuff, ever since the revelation that he was, using his position as a big streamer to create like a casting couch situation for his orbiters, and then in some cases sharing images of them without their consent with somebody that turned out to be a minor. Ever since that shit happened, right? It's been a little bit lonely. It's been a little bit lonely out on the range, out on the Destiny. The Destiny hacienda has not been as warm as it used to, right? And he would love to have a debate with Asmongold, right? He would love something like that to raise his profile. Asmongold, for obvious reasons, does not want to debate him or Hasan. He does not want to be in a live fire exercise because he knows he will get turned into Swiss cheese. Predictions aren't especially helpful. Analysis and setting expectations are more useful than trying to beat Polymarket, says Zera. Research doesn't matter if you got the prediction wrong. Yeah, exactly. Edited like I think they're trying to make it more appealing by simulating a debate, the debate that Destiny cannot get with Asmongold. I mean, Hasan came close by talking to Asmongold from chat and got a lot of back and forth, got a lot of fairly real-time answers, but it's not quite the same.
Get all of your information cum dumped directly into your brain from X. And then you just filter it through the Asmon brain. Oh, let's see what X is telling me today. It's literally the guy from, what's the movie with Jim Carrey? Now show him the story about the Somali immigrants. Sprinkle on a bit of lib tears. Yeah, the Truman Show, the Asmon Show. You should just challenge him to a debate. Well, I would always debate him. He's never talking to me. He knows that he can't have these conversations. He would fall apart immediately. I think we talked about Hillary Clinton like fucking 20 years ago and he fell apart then, right? This guy's going to spawn a third and a fourth Twitch account if we have another conversation. Yeah, obviously I would always tell him about this, but he can't. He's way too invested. He's way too dug in. And unfortunately, just like Hasan, he's built out such a false reality for himself that it might be psychologically harmful for him to have a critical conversation with somebody that's read more than one news article in his entire life.
They did. But does it really matter when you investigate one case when there's 50 cases? No, not really.
Oh, yep. Why say 50, Asmon? Shit. Why not just say 1,000? Or
why not 10,000? Because it's more than 50 and it's more than 1,000.
How do you know that? Where do I get? Can I? Where do I get the?
Oh my
divine link up
God.
To just know stuff.
Chat, this is probably what hell looks like, right? Hell's probably like your vision is your phone, right? You can't look away from your phone. This is on it, and it's this inane back and forth between Destiny and Asmongold. And check this out. Let me see if I can. It looks like Asmongold reacting to Destiny. Wait. It's Destiny reacting to Asmongold, reacting to Destiny, reacting to Asmongold, reacting to Destiny, right? It's many layers deep. And it's to the point, I don't think this kind of conversation, right, when it is you're reacting to somebody reacting to you, reacting to them, reacting to you, reacting to who knows what, right? I don't know if it's possible to follow such a conversation. Nor should we have to, chat. Where I have been streaming for 6 hours and 30 minutes. I feel like I showed you what I was going for. We're so close to the goal for bonus content. 89 out of 100. Clavicular still reigns supreme on the polls, but looks like we got some donation going towards the Vivek Defends JD Vance's wife majority report content. But I don't know, chat. It may not matter. It is very close to the end of the stream here. I don't know. Should we watch a little bit more?
Like without even having to do any research or investigation, to just know things.
It's nationwide. It's completely endemic. It's happening everywhere. You should know this, Destiny. You didn't grow up rich. You have no excuse for this ivory tower take. You used to be a fucking dishwasher. You know what these people do. You saw it happen. So what are we trying to pretend like, oh, no, there's no way this is happening everywhere? Of course it fucking is.
Okay. I feel like we grew up unironically. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'll lean into my history more. Okay. Because apparently everybody likes to do bullshit. Okay. I grew up with a very toxically masculine takes on everything. Okay. Which is one of the reasons why it took me so long to fucking get any Vyvanse. It's one of the reasons why I wouldn't even take ibuprofen and shit.
Yo, Omega Star with the 5 community subs. Taking the lead on the leaderboard. Acts of service. You just got jellyfished. The depths. You just got jellyfished. Gamer Kate So. You just got jellyfished. Ill communi. Kutchian. Haitian. You just got jellyfished, and Katinju. You just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. There's our Ouroboros. Well, it looks like we're jumping into some kind of content. So right now what's ahead is seeming to be the Vivek defending JD Vance's wife, defending Usha, since apparently it is too much to ask her husband. Too much to ask JD Vance, right? He doesn't want to piss off the MAGA chuds.
Christy83 super chatted $10.
Christy83, thank you for the super chat. And yeah, so I mean, like, we're definitely so yeah, I mean, I don't know. It looks like we're doing the Vivek rhymes with cake. I wish he would defend Usha with a rap though. That would be. Does everybody remember Vivek? Oh my god, did you start a hype train? I think that's a hype train. Vivek Ramaswamy. His rap stylings. Okay, I almost typed in rap stylings. There's him doing karaoke of Eminem's Lose Yourself. Didn't Eminem? Yeah, Eminem asked him to stop, I think. Oh, here it is.
Like, I don't have gold chains. I have gold in my basement chains.
Yeah. All right. Maine.
Oh
my
gosh.
God.
I really thought he wasn't gonna take the bait at first. Like he was because, and I
He
was
just
like,
went with that platitude of like, I'm sort of doing that on the campaign trail as we go out and talk about, you know. And then he like it was.
I was like, this kind of smooth. Like you can get out of this potentially embarrassing moment, and then he just couldn't help himself.
Honestly, it felt like to me that they wanted this. Like they had fed this fact to Fox.
Yes.
And if Vivek thought that Ducey was supposed to say, will you do some for us? And that like it was supposed to look like a moment where it was sort of pulled out of Vivek.
Yes, Tedek, thank you for the 200 bits.
Quick he works on his feet.
Somebody has uncovered in college. You were, I've seen the video, you were a libertarian rapper.
Oh, no.
Explain that, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Okay, so all I've seen as far as evidence of his rap is like him doing Eminem. It looks like karaoke. Looks like he puts on the Eminem, you know, song and he just raps over it, right? So not very interesting, but libertarian rap, right? About like the non-aggression pact and stuff. Oh, that would be great. I would love to hear some libertarian rap, right? Or like idealizing Rand Paul, maybe. I don't know. That sounds perfect. I can't find any evidence of this, that he was a libertarian rap god.
Well, look, the things they're digging up, they're going deep. And I have to say, some of these opposition research stories are false, but I will confirm that one is true. I was a little bit of a libertarian freestyler in college and had some fun with it.
Do you remember any of that rapper? Do you have some freestyling to do today, Vivek?
Oh, my God.
But it's not like a kind of thing you remember, right? You just say what you're inspired to say. So, you know.
It's not like riding a bicycle. No, it's
that's kind of what I'm doing on the campaign trail in some sense, is freestyling my message.
There's a ton of really bad libertarian rap on YouTube. Oh my god.
All right, very good.
Go ahead. You want to join us on the campaign trail? You know, you want to join us on the campaign trail? We can do that. I often open up. I say, my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
Oh no!
He rhymed.
Trail was the end of that.
What was Ducey's face when he was? Can we just watch Ducey at the end? I almost want to zoom in on him as he's trying to jam out to this.
Us on the campaign trail. You know, you want to join us on the campaign trail? We can do that. I often open up. I say, my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So.
Look at Ducey right now.
Oh my god, Twitch is so close to that level 3 of the hype train. You got 35 seconds to try to make it over the hump. What is that? 86% complete?
What are you doing?
Some friends, join us.
Yeah. Can you imagine if Ducey started beatboxing? Just like it just breaks out, right? It just breaks out like that.
Allow me to do some freestyle too, okay?
Yeah.
Based on.
Sam, don't do it.
My name is Sam. That's I was able to rhyme Sam
Good job.
with Sam. Thank you.
I think Ducey was confused. Like, it seemed like he started and then he got a little bit caught up and the meter sort of fell off. And I think Ducey didn't know he was being rapped at for a little.
Here we go, coming in at a level 2. So enjoy your emotes if you got aboard that last hype train.
But
well, then I couldn't tell if he was saying, join us on the campaign trail so you can be on the campaign trail.
Yeah.
So what's a libertarian rap entail, right?
I'm trying to find.
Oh, it's got to be like.
I don't have gold chains. I have gold in my basement.
It also doesn't rhyme.
I'm not pretending to be a freestyle rapper as Vivek is.
It could
but
be like, I don't have gold chains. I have gold in my basement chains.
Yeah. All right. Maine.
Oh
my
gosh.
I really thought he wasn't going to take the bait at first. Like he was
Let's not belabor the point there. We can just go on to the bonus content. I just wanted to remind us of the last time that Vivek was relevant. Wait, where did I hear that? Where did I see this? Oh, here it is, I think.
This is Vivek Ramaswamy, who is running for governor in Ohio in a primary, right? I mean, in a Republican primary.
But he's very wealthy, well-funded. However, there have been some issues recently with him at conservative events where you'll have questions from people like, hey, you're not a Christian and you're not white, so what gives?
It's funny.
It's like watching Ray Gun breakdance. It may be worse.
Yes, Ann Coulter. I mean,
Ann Coulter said she wouldn't vote for him for president because he's an Indian. And that's what she said. Her words.
Said it to his face
to
on
open
his
the interview.
podcast.
To open the interview, which, by the way, tactic, obviously. Tactic of a shock jock like her.
And but the point being that Vivek is trying to sort of like get past the Republican barrier because they don't believe in identity politics. So if you have an identity that's different from theirs, they don't believe in it. But here is Vivek making his case. And it's sort of fascinating because this was like, he did this like Thursday or Friday night.
Saturday night.
He did it Saturday night. Okay.
Yep. And then Vance spoke the next night.
Okay. Vance spoke the next night. Now, prior to this, you had.
Yeah, my name is Sam. Sam, I am. Do you like green eggs and ham? Might have been better than whatever Sam was saying there. Yeah. Have a good day, Christy.
Had Bannon, Shapiro, what's her face?
Megyn Kelly.
Megyn Kelly, all throwing attacks at each other. And so Vivek comes in and he's the unifier. And he's going to unify everybody except for exclude one person. Here he is.
Believe, and you will forgive me for giving you an exact quote from our online commentator Nick Fuentes. If you believe that Hitler was pretty fucking cool, you have no place in the future of the conservative movement. You can debate foreign aid to Israel all you want. That's fine.
And look, we watched, I think, a little bit of this at some point, and I was really curious about, like, it sounds like cheers in the audience. I know that there are people, a lot of people in the Republican Party, even around Turning Point, who do not feel that way, right? Who do not, first of all, just like hate Vivek, yeah, in a lot of ways because of his identity, also because of his stance on the H-1B issue, and and like are like not gonna, like, if they have to throw somebody off the island, it is 100% Vivek, and it's never gonna be Nick Fuentes, right? They see him as valuable at the least, and prophetic at the biggest Nick fans out there.
But you have no place with that level of hatred. You can debate the right resolution of the Russia-Ukraine war, but if you believe Joseph Stalin is someone to look up to, you have no place in the future of the conservative movement. If you call Usha Vance, the second lady of the United States of America, a cheat, you have no place in the future of the conservative movement. And if you can't say those things without stuttering, then you have no place as a leader at any level in the conservative
so the
movement.
question is, was that actually a strike at J.D. Vance, right? I know at some point he said something back, right, over the shit that was getting said about Usha, didn't he? Did you say something? But yeah, a lot of times he holds back. A lot of times he defends people like Fuentes, right? He's gone out of his way to try to like not alienate these people.
Movement either. Certainly not in my state of Ohio.
Okay. So let's just sum up here what he said. You need to, if you're a leader, full-throated, no hesitation, exclude Nick Fuentes and people like Nick Fuentes from the Republican Party. And if you can't say that, first of all, you have no, he's just saying it definitively. These people are not conservatives. They must be excluded.
Would there be a reason for Ramaswamy to try to attack JD Vance? Would there be a motive behind that, or a something in it for him? He's running for governor of Ohio. That is the state, I think, that JD Vance was a senator from, right? I mean, it wasn't super direct, so maybe, but it sounded like that was aimed at JD Vance, right?
Period. End of story.
And look, it wasn't just a little, little criticism, little this or that. He needs to be, more strong on the deficit or something like that, right? He's saying that JD Vance doesn't have, cannot fucking stand up to people calling his wife an ethnic slur. But I'm not sure, Chad. Am I reading too much into this? You don't think that he's meaning JD Vance when he says leaders that won't call that out and say that person shouldn't be in the Republican Party? Isn't that Vance that's been? I mean, I guess the other guy would be the Heritage Foundation guy, right? That has said something similar to, he doesn't want to kick these kind of people out of the party. But JD Vance, yeah. The Republican group chat, he's defended every single Nazi outburst that these people have had, right? Big balls, racism. JD Vance is the guy to do it.
You can't say that loud and proud, then you're a weak leader.
Mm-hmm. If you can't say that calling the Second Lady of the United States that kind of slur is offensive, then you have no place in the conservative movement.
So that's my question. Has JD Vance said anything back towards specifically like Nick's commentary on his wife?
But JD Vance,
maybe he has.
The guy actually
maybe he has. I missed it. Wait, Sam's talking about JD?
Married.
Oh, right.
To who Nick Fuentes calls a cheat. Will he stand up for her against Nick Fuentes? Let's see. Will he say that this has a place in his movement?
Which Erica Kirk just endorsed him for president. He's supposed to be taking the TPUSA mantle with him. I'd imagine he's representative of the movement they're talking about.
You lead an incredible movement at Turning Point, and I will fight alongside you and President Trump and every patriot in this room to defend the country that we so dearly love.
Bro's talking in a literal echo chamber. Do you think they do that on purpose to make it more impactful? You know how there's the audio of the moon landing. I think it's the moon landing, and it's got an echo on it, and it sort of makes it like one small step for man, one giant leap for man. Right? The whole it kind of makes it more impactful. It makes it seem historical. Is that what are they doing? Do they mean for the audio to be showing up like this?
And when I say that I'm going to fight alongside of you, I mean all of you, each and every one. President Trump did not build the greatest coalition in politics by running his supporters through endless, self-defeating purity tests. He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
He says, don't bother the Nazis. Let them go. Let them Nazify. We're not going to do a purity test.
Pause it. I seem to remember he literally invited Nick Fuentes to have dinner with him.
Trump did. Yep.
Every American.
Every American.
He just thought that Kanye, by the way, having dinner with just Kanye, who was praising Hitler at the time, also quite problematic, but he just thought Kanye brought a buddy with him.
The Timon to his Pumbaa.
We don't care if you're white or black, rich or poor, young or old, rural or urban, controversial or a little bit boring, or somewhere in between. People of every faith come to our banner because they know that the America First movement will make their lives better, and they also know that the Democrats don't care about anything other than maybe transing their kids.
Okay. Aside from the fact that they don't care who you are, as long as you're not trans and or a Democrat.
Republicans saying trans in your kids is like Urkel saying, "Did I do that?" At this point, they just pedal to it when they need to.
But the bottom line is, there is J.D. Vance willing to say, because this is like he is saying the opposite of what Vivek said. Yeah. And Vivek said it is not, you are not part of the conservative movement if you are Nick Fuentes and believe all these things he said.
And say this about J.D. Vance's own wife. This is, he lectures.
And J.D. Vance is saying, yeah. And again, this is a guy who's like, I think, was it in this speech where he's saying like, he says later in this speech, we'll play it, about not being a coward. This is a guy who said that Donald Trump was a fascist until he had to cower to Donald Trump. And here he is cowering to Nick Fuentes and the Groyper movement. There is no other way to describe what J.D. Vance just said at TPUSA, other than, particularly, he knew what Vivek said. Incidentally,
what is the Groypers going to turn into? Is it going to become like a golf club or something? It's like they're all gonna like start like a golf. They're all gonna play golf together and just be black-pilled to one another. Doesn't it sound like one of those like golf like what is it, like the Fred Flintstone thing, like where he's in the water buffaloes, right? It's like some kind of I don't know. What the fuck is a Groyper?
Ohio, right? Vivek is running for governor in Ohio, the state that J.D. Vance was a senator from.
Yep.
And Vivek says none of this has no place in a place like Ohio. That was a direct challenge to J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance said...
Yeah, Vivek said try that in a small town.
JK.
I'm not going to say, I'm not going to kick Nick Fuentes out of this party.
But that's why he mentioned Usha Vance in that same breath, is because he was trying to get an assist. And he's like, hey, look, dude, you love your wife, right? Right?
And just to contrast with the first night, Ben Shapiro, we'll get into it probably later, but Ben Shapiro mentioned Bannon and Carlson, and they responded to him.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you have time to change your speech.
Oh, no, yeah.
Chapo Trap House hasn't uploaded what happened. Maybe Virgil, Texas, came back and he's holding the Chapo boys hostage.
He knew. I mean, without a doubt, he was aware of this. And let's make this other thing clear. J.D. Vance, when he says he will not go after Nick Fuentes to protect his wife, who Nick Fuentes called a Jeet. J.D. Vance went on some other podcast, I think it was Unheard, and said, like, I'm not going to, they can suck my ass, Nick Fuentes and Jen Psaki. Because Jen Psaki was on I've Had It and said, Usha Vance is like being held hostage. I want to tell her right now, we're here for you. He has to equate these two because he's so afraid of Nick Fuentes.
Mm-hmm.
This is, if you want the definition of a coward, if you want to see someone who is not going to fight for you if it costs him a nickel, it is J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is making that explicitly clear. Now, I don't think it's coming out to this audience right away, but at one point they're going to realize if there is an element of the Republican Party that does not want to associate with an out-and-out fascist like Nick Fuentes, an out-and-out Nazi like Nick Fuentes, they're going to realize that J.D. Vance is not willing to stand up to him, is not willing to put it on the line and fight against him. There is a moral cowardice. And I say moral only because that is what their whole sort of like ecosystem is built around, some sense of morality that is associated. It shifts. It shifts.
Right.
You know, it's like it's no purity test is his new morality. Vivek has a different one. Don't call the vice president's wife a Jeet. Don't be blatantly racist. Don't be blatantly anti-Semitic. It all just depends on, like, whatever their brand is at any given point, what their morality supposedly is.
It's funny him saying black and white, like he's trying to say as if he's having an open door policy, but then has to follow it up with controversial, which everyone knows means Nick Fuentes.
Right,
and boring.
of course. Where does that controversy from? I mean, give me a break. And I think, like, here's the problem. He can't sell this. He can't sell it. He's going to bathe himself in the flag. He's going to bathe himself in the cross. But I don't think he can sell it. I just think there is just too much inherent contradiction. If you cannot.
Yeah, so you heard what he says. If you're boring or you're controversial, right? Right. So here's the deal. Like, just like Clavicular called JD Vance a subhuman, I believe, or sub 5. I think it's the same thing for Clavicular, so it kind of doesn't matter. Basically judged him by how he looks, said he's got no riz, says he's got no aura, no masculinity, whatever. Like, dude is washed, right? And it's not an uncommon feeling in the Republican Party, especially the younger Republicans. They are not, feeling JD as their new leader. And so you kind of got this situation where he is trying to be like, hey, look at me. I'm cool with calling people ethnic slurs. I'm cool with making new ethnic slurs to, like, creating new forms of anti-Indian racism. That's okay. I don't judge you. You do your thing. I'm a little bit less controversial. Maybe you're a little bit more controversial. That's okay. We could still be Republicans. And he's misreading that people are not looking for a Republican Mr. Rogers here, right? It's as much Nick's aesthetic, his personality, as what he's saying that has got him this kind of momentum at the stage of MAGA.
All you're going to exclude is Democrats who want to trans their kids. That's the distinction. The Democrats, because they want to trans your kids. We stand with Nazis because the Democrats want to trans their kids. That's their politics? Give me a break.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine how JD Vance would hold this together. That's why I don't think he will be the vessel. Anyway, chat, it's come to that time again, the time I read out my Patreons, right? If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since it's near the end of the stream now, let me do those. Shouts out to User, shouts out to JNB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Bandia, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moino, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, and shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that, chat, I must be off. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe in this stream. Sorry there was no short stream today, or maybe not. Maybe you needed a break from that anyway, because modding that is a nightmare. But either way, thanks for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for liking my stream so we get my message out there to more and more people. Thank you, everybody that's jumping in that raid to go into Zachop, a cool leftist Australian streamer that you're going to get to know this night or early morning or whatever time it is for you. Much love to everyone. Take care of yourself and each other, and I will see you most likely tomorrow. And I'm going to try to firm up the schedule. I know I said I would be on earlier, and I was on later, and that sucks. I do want to change my viewing time so more people in the US can see me, because I know that's frustrating for a lot of people. So I will figure something else